5 minutes to get to the rec yard, work out, do what you gotta do, but you can't go to chow. It's not like you can go to the rec yard and then come back and go to the chow. You can't do that. They'll take you out, put you and lock you on the rec yard, whoever wants to go out there, and you're out there until the next movement. That movement's usually 6 o'clock. And they'll have a move, and that's when chow is over, everything like that is over, and they'll have, a movement. 10-minute move, 10 minutes, then they'll have one. That depends. Sometimes I have them at 6:30, 7:30, they're on the hour, or whether it's on a half hour or on the hour, and they'll have every prison, and then the last count is 8:30. In most prisons it was 8:30. It was recall for 8:30 because they had 9 o'clock count. So at 8:30 everybody's on the yards, playing basketball, playing softball, whatever it is at night. Handball's big in prison. We do out there, you get out there, and that's where all the movement goes. That's where everybody from all the different units, people know each other, needles, lovers hook up. There's so much shit goes on out there, from drugs to rock and roll to sex, to gang meetings, to gang with you'll see them walk and talks. So you'll see guys walking around the track, and there'll be maybe a shot call for one gang and a shot call from another gang. They're hammering out whatever's going on in the prison. They got to make sure everybody's on the same page. And don't think the prison don't know all this shit. Don't think they don't know or watch it, because when shit goes down, they're always asking. I got to know all the shot calls because I was pulling paperwork. And you came to prison, I'm pulling your paperwork. If you came to my prison, I'm pulling your paperwork. I'm going to know everything about you. Everything. So I always tell people, be careful. Be careful what you do. You don't even think it's in the records. It's in a record somewhere. And Larry knows about it. And if Larry knows about it, then the shot callers know about it. Everybody knows about it. So now, they lock us down at 9 o'clock. Now, some shit a lot of times happens at night. A lot of people had a whole day to figure out what's going on, who's fucking up, who owed somebody money, didn't pay it, and, they're going to catch you before 10 o'clock, lockdown. Now, some prisons, depending on the prisons, depending on what's going on, they lock you down. I never seen 9 o'clock unless there was shit going on. But 10 o'clock, I've seen 11 o'clock, but 10 o'clock is lockdown. So they count you at 9 in your cell, and then they'll let you out in 15 minutes because it's not a mandatory. They know what's going on. And then you go out, and then that's when I used to do acid and all the drugs I did in prison, which I don't condone. But I used to do my acid in prison, and I take acid about right after count time at 9 o'clock at night. So it's 9:15.
I hope you will continue to help me gather vital information.
You see everybody doing it. You lay your hand, your arms are on the tier, the railing of the tier, you're looking at shit. Then shit starts hitting you at 10 o'clock. Because it takes 30 minutes or 40 minutes, whatever it takes you to hit you. And you're watching the wall breathe. You're watching the paint come off the fucking wall. It was crazy shit. And then they lock you in. They come and they lock you in. And I would always have a radio. And if you did any kind of drug, you better have a lot of batteries. Because batteries are gold. You put your headphones on, and then there's this radio.
The Coliseum is open for business and hungry for fresh meat. So
I gotta say, man, everybody will tell you acid. I don't condone any drug. But acid, I did a lot of acid in prison. And it didn't fuck my brain up. It made me survive. It made me almost normal. Because I literally floated out of that fucking prison. But it's not about the drug. It was my getaway. If you don't stay normal, it's weird. You have to do things. I mean, obviously you're in your cell, you're jacking off. You all know about me getting caught at 1 in the morning in my own bunk, masturbating, jacking off. Like, who doesn't do that? What person doesn't do that? Fuck, if you're a young kid on this channel, you're probably doing it 5 times a day. I did when I was your age. I was a 41-year-old man.
No coming back, remember.
Not at anybody, not towards anybody. In my bunk, laying down with a Boral magazine, and they put me in a card, and they'll put you a shank, or they'll pass stamps, or they'll pass football, or they'll pass drugs.
So,
it's a
when this
maneuvering
is
game,
over,
and
you
it's
gonna
so
go
wild,
on
and
being a
so,
nerd?
I hate to say funny, but it's just,
That's the plan.
You start living this life,
Reckon
and
it
it's
suits
just
you.
such a manipulative, such
It does.
a sneaky life, that, you learn you don't trust people, period. I mean, people throw you in a hole, who's snitching, who's not. It's all over the place. And but this is so far the day. So now you're at lunch, and what do you do at lunch? Now you gotta go back to work at 1 o'clock. Now, in all the prisons I was in, they have what they call 3:30 recall. 3:30 recall. They'll recall work. Most of the work is recalled at 5 or 3 o'clock or 3:30, and everybody has to come back to their unit. Everybody comes back to their unit.
Go 1, kick some Shinra ass and save the planet. Go 2, save the girl while kicking more Shinra ass and get out.
They'll work there. In every single federal prison in the United States and Puerto Rico, and wherever we have a federal prison and they have holdovers and everything, they have what they call mandatory 4 p.m. count. That means
gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse or win.
On their feet being counted when they come from. They'll lock you in our cell from 5 to 4. They'll lock everybody, they'll say, lockdown, lockdown. Everybody puts their cell, they lock down. And they'll say, count time. On your feet. On your feet, they walk by your cell, and you get back. You could be in the hole. This is in the hole. And the reason they instituted this is because one time they counted a dead guy 3 days. 3 days. They counted him in his bunk, dead until they smell it. That's what happened. Anyway, so count time happens. They go count time. And after count time, you sit and bullshit with your cell and you wait. That's pretty open up, usually pretty quick. Once count clears, and what I mean by that is that count has to be called.
You guys might want to turn
A friend of ours needs help.
Literally.
It's too dangerous. For you, lady.
Which is in Washington, D.C. It's called a mandatory 4 p.m. count.
Do what you gotta.
Every prison has about 5 counts during the day. About 5. There's 1 at 10 in the morning, wherever you're at. Now, if you're working, they just count you. If you're on the yard, they don't. I mean, they might say, "Oh, who's here?" And they have the sheet and they call it in they hear. That's the prison count. They have 1 at 10 in the morning. They have 1 at obviously 4 p.m. is a mandatory count. Then they have 10 p.m. count. They have, I think, a 12 p.m. count and a 5 p.m. count, 5 a.m. count. So they have 5 counts every day. The mandatory count is the 4 p.m. prison count. That is mandatory. And that is the one that's called in Washington. If somebody gets killed, somebody leaves that prison, they're going to recount because they have to have that count right with Washington. There's no inmates being missed. You know, if somebody escapes, Washington, D.C. knows about it. Somebody dies, Washington, D.C. knows about it. And I'm talking headquarters, which is the Bureau of Prisons. When I was in, was a guy named Harley laughing, fucking jerk off. They're all jerk off. Anyway, 4 p.m. count. Now we're usually out by 4:30 is we're usually out by. So 4:30 comes and you're usually opening the doors and the bullshit, and then you go into the yard. Now you don't have to go to chow at night. You don't have to go. Well, you can skip chow and they'll have what they call rec call, and they'll give you 5 minutes to get to the rec yard, work out, do what you get in. But you can't go to chow. It's not like you can go to the rec yard and then come back and go to the chow. You can't do that. They'll take you out, put you and lock you on the rec yard, whoever wants to go out there, and you're out there until the next next movement. That movement's usually 6 o'clock. And they'll have a movement, that's when chow is over, everything like that is over, and they'll have, a count movement. 10-minute move, 10 minutes, then they'll have one. That depends. Sometimes I have them at 6:30, 7:30, they're on the hour, or whether it's on a half hour or on the hour, and they'll have every prison, and then the last count week is 8:30. In most prisons it was 8:30. It was recall for 8:30 because they had 9 o'clock count. So at 8:30 everybody's off the yard, is playing basketball, playing softball, whatever it is at night, you're handball, big in prison.
Focus.
Everybody from all the different units, people know each other, make deals, lovers hook up. There's so much shit goes on out there, from drugs to rock and roll to sex. You'll see them walking.
It's on you.
One gang is shot all from another
Was
gang.
never in doubt.
Hammer out whatever's going on in the prison. They gotta make sure everybody's on the same page. And don't think the prison don't know all this shit. Don't think they don't know or watch it, because when shit goes down, they're always asking. I got to know all the shot calls because I was pulling paperwork. And you came to prison, I'm pulling your paperwork. If you came to my prison, I'm
Take that. I got this.
You think you can take me on?
10 o'clock. Lockdown.
Like that.
Someone was going on, they locked you down. I've never seen 9 o'clock unless there was shit going on. But 10 o'clock, I've seen 11 o'clock. But 10 o'clock is lockdown. So, how would you end up in your cell? And then they'll let you out 15 minutes because it's not a mandatory if they know what's going on. And then you go out and then you go. That's what I used to do with acid and all the drugs I did in prison. That open zone. But I used to do my acid in prison, and I'd take a hit of acid about right after the count time at 9 o'clock at night. So it's 9:15, I take a hit of acid, I don't wait, and then you see everybody doing it. You lay your hand, your arms are on the tier, the railing of the tier, you look at this shit, then it just starts hitting you at 10 o'clock. Just take 30 minutes or 40 minutes, whatever it takes you to hit you. And you're watching the wall breathe, you're watching the pain come off the fucking wall. It was crazy shit. And then they lock you in.
Give them hell.
And I would always have a radio. And if you did any kind of drug like that, you better have a lot of batteries. Because batteries are gold. You put your headphones on, and a transistor radio.
Let's hustle.
All set. I gotta say, man, everybody will tell you, acid, I don't condone any drug. But acid, I think a lot of acid.
Keep it up.
It made me survive. It made me almost normal. I literally floated out of that fucking place.
Feel the breeze.
No thanks.
My kid, you don't normal. It's weird. How to do things. I mean, obviously you're in your cell, you're jacking off. You don't know about me getting caught at 1 in the morning.
Give him your all.
Here. Doesn't do that.
Gotcha.
Going in.
Doesn't do that. Fuck you, young kid on this channel. You're probably doing it 5 times a day. I was a 41-year-old man in my own bunk, not at anybody, not at 40.
Get your ass out of here.
Bunk laying down.
Nothing's gonna stop.
And then you put me in the whole
You
bed.
would say that.
That up, and I think I mentioned it in a whole video. But it makes you think, and it makes you say, man, how cruel are people to anything to control another man's any freedom, any little freedom he thinks he might get or might have. That's what that's about. It really is, and it's wrong, and it's been wrong, and it'll always be wrong.
So that's where we have to climb?
If it comes apart while we're up
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed a dozen times over by now. It's a dead end.
Wonder if this road belongs to search and rescue.
Think we might be able to climb up here?
Or 90 guys, or whatever the fuck it was. So you had 3 cells, and every prison has X amount of showers. And most guys figure out the best time to take showers.
Time for the grappling guns. Try to aim for that portable.
Don't screw up and fall. By the way,
Just remember.
Always leave one shower open for people who work different shifts. Usually, when people come off the yard, you gotta jump in the shower quick. You just working out, whatever you were doing, you want to jump in the shower, man. You don't want to go to bed not showering, obviously. So, you can
I
shower.
think I see a rope hanging off the top there.
Obviously, depending on the tension of the prison. If it was a bad prison and things were going down, if you were my buddy out there and we were in prison, I'd say, man, hey, John, I'm going to shower now. You come
Too
on.
easy.
Now, he would
This
come,
keeps up.
Now, he wouldn't come in the shower with me, but he would go, and I would go with my boots on. Did you hear what I just said? My boots and my shanks. Now, I would get in the shower, and he would wait out in front of the shower, and I'd take my boots off right there, shower, do all my shit. If he banged on that wall, bam, 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 I know somebody's coming. I grab my boots and throw my boots on, and got my shank in my hand. But I got my shank in my hand, because I'm going to tell you something, I saw it, and I watched this happen. Some young kid didn't know it, I don't know who he pissed off, what happened.
No escape.
These guys got him in the shower, pulled him up, he falls down.
Keep it together.
Coming down. Hey, what's your status? I think about those things, and he just didn't know we pissed off. I don't know the whole story. somebody or a friend in that prison, and that guy could have waited. Because you don't want to be left in a shower with bare feet, no weapon, no nothing. Who are you going to fight? Who the fuck do you think you're going to fight? You ain't fighting three
Why
guys.
don't we use our grappling guns to get up there? Jump over all this shit.
I don't give a fuck
Not
what
much
you think
choice.
you know. You don't know enough. And he didn't know that, you know. And those are the little things. You know, you better really know where you're at, what you're doing, and who you pissed off, I guess. I never pissed people off. I respected everybody. You know, prison's a place where you bump into somebody. You know, everybody wants their respect, and they deserve it. You're in there too. You don't know what they did. They could be a murderer.
You ain't getting out of there.
We got to know each other. You know, I was a violent guy too. You know, so people get to know that what it is, it is. And you know, it is
Don't
not
say I didn't warn you.
you know, being quiet is better and being reserved.
Nothing to worry. It's on you.
My turn.
Observing that to people. But that's the thing. The shower, they can ignore the things, the 3 meals, how it goes. So I hope you learn something about prison. I hope you don't go to prison. I hope you
Let's finish this.
Let's finish.
anybody tells me, yeah, you know, they think they got street cred because they went to the joint. You're a fucking idiot.
Now's our chance.
Watch this.
Let me hear you. Not so
Thanks for watching.
Good luck.
I got this.
Bombs away!
Focus.
He's an ex-jewel thief. Not thief, I was a robber. Thief sounds like you went in that person's house. I just went with a gun right there, baby. Larry's a former career criminal, once considered the biggest jewel thief in the United States. In 7 years, I robbed between $15 and $18 million.
Burn.
12 years. Today I'm gonna break down what's right and wrong in some of Hollywood's great movie heists.
Target spotted.
We're about to watch a lot of crime.
It's on you.
But let me be very clear. I am in no way endorsing or encouraging crime in any way.
Come on, hit it.
Criminals now and work with to prevent crime. So I want that to
Come on.
right off the bat. Let's look at some clips.
That it?
I got this. Here. It's over. See ya.
When Robin De Niro takes control and tries to calm everybody down by telling them that their money's insured, he's right. It's just like when the robbery died.
Watch yourself.
My turn.
Was insured, so they got their money. It wasn't the people who you're robbing that were getting robbed. The real people are the insurance companies who are
Deal with that.
I'll be okay.
right is wrong, but not their stuff they're losing. Most of the people I robbed
You better catch a cold.
Taking over.
Not taking it.
at one time the feds couldn't get the
Where
jewelry.
the hell would be settled?
They got a couple, but the guy shot me. Okay, now the things that stuck out right away on this clip is, how much do you think that money weighs? Cash is king. You'd like to rob cash, but cash is heavy. They're flinging around that cash like it's feathers. That cash is heavy. It's a gram per bill. Each one of those bags is 70 pounds. They're running through the streets like it's a 10-pound bag. You know, it's totally unrealistic. That's part of that struck out at me right away. Cash is heavy.
What do you think?
That's why people can rob a lot more diamonds.
Sure, with the grappling gun.
Diamond worth $100,000. That is the size of a penny. You know why cash is king? Because you don't have to deal with a fence. A fence is a middleman. A fence is the guy you take whatever stolen object you have, obviously the robbery itself. Why would I rob something not going on the other end? Morning, Mr. Grant. Okay. In the Thomas Ryan Remake, it's very tight. That's very common. When I get my robbers, I end up getting tight to the core or the salesperson in that joint. Who I was. When they got me hyper, they started talking about the place. And I would end up even sometimes asking to use the bathroom in the back, and they'd say, sure. And I'd walk in the back and normally about this one, where the cameras were. What I don't like about what I'm seeing in this clip is he's robbing for fun. He's getting a thrill. I know people who very well want something, but they don't do it themselves. They hire other people to do it. Try that something to do with that maybe. Try. No way.
I think I see a rope hanging off the top
$10
there.
million. Would you go rob something? If you got $10 million in your house, what are you gonna rob another million for to go to prison? That just doesn't make sense. Thrill, look more. Dummy. That's $100,000 on a goddamn gun swing. Beautiful Saturday morning, John. I had an opportunity to rob millions of dollars in Rembrandts and Picassos, and I couldn't get 2 cents on the dollar. That means if I robbed $1 million picture, I couldn't get $20,000. People don't understand when you rob things, rob something, get rid of it. If I rob right now a truckload of Apple Watches, I can get rid of it tomorrow. If I rob a truckload of Picassos, how am I going to get rid of them? Can't. I'll take the Apple Watches over the Picassos any day. It's not worth it. You have to be able to sell it. The only way you can do something like that is find someone who wants something specific. You set a price for it and then steal it. Other than that, stay away. You're better off robbing hubcaps. It's the truth. The Italian job.
No holding back. Don't overdo it.
Okay, let's go.
Ain't no thing.
Way out over the back of a 4x4, and they're all forgotten. So here's what I love about this.
Keep it up. This'll help.
No thing. Hell yeah!
Maybe dial it back a little.
Another area, so you have time to do what you're going to do in your area. In fact, I use misdirection in some of my robberies. I would actually light Molotov cocktails on the other end of the wall or a town. The cops and everything is going towards that, and that's misdirection, so I know I have more time for the robbery itself. So that's done very well in this movie, the misdirection, when the scene goes through the floor. But guards are idiots.
Give it all you got.
Always do.
All set.
You know, in this clip also it's timing. So timing is everything. And knowing when and where people
No need to.
is important. Alright, guys, so just call in. The police will send your way. 7 minutes to count. Let's go. So how do you do that? It's an easy way to do that. You can light their alarm off. You can start a little fire or something right next to it. Throw a brick through a window with an alarm and see if they'll how long it takes the police to come in.
You're up.
Hang back.
I used to know how many police cars the police had. I didn't know how many cops were on. You can call and notify the police department and just do the numbers. So now if they have 21 patrol divisions, you probably have 3 shifts. So at the most, you're going to have 7 cop cars in any given area. So how do you know who's not patrolling in that area right then and there? You do. The cops show up.
Double time.
You better know where the cops are.
Going in.
In this movie, right, the
Is that it?
Italian job to get away. They're out somewhere celebrating, and one character kills the rest of the people. Hey, what the hell are you doing? You play well. And in reality, that is more common. What would happen with that kind of money? Steve, how many times do I have to tell you? I trust everyone. Just don't trust the devil inside them.
Push them back.
We're gonna do a lot more than that.
All we're seeing here is 4 men walking in, dressed as the signatures to our
Let's hustle.
You think you can take me on?
These 4 guys go into a buzz door. The buzzer door professional
Seizing the opening.
smash and grab. When I went into a buzz door, I was never surprised after that. I would end up buzzing the person in and keeping them down. You don't want someone just walking in and then walking out. You know what
Hey, Chili?
your mind. You can't even run out of the store. Big buzz.
Let's pour on the paint.
Enough.
They're looking for specific.
Now fly.
You notice this is not
You're good at this.
Told you so.
board or a safe that's hidden in a drawer. It does not have to be in the actual safe itself. A lot of times that's the
Damn it. If any of this crumbles, we're all going down.
one basket. So if that safe they get robbed, maybe that higher end stuff doesn't get robbed. Because a lot of people don't know that. But when you see the store, you'll figure that out. This clip was actually very realistic. There's not much wrong with it. Robberies, you don't need to use violence, you need intimidation. And it's wrong. I want to emphasize that. I didn't hurt anybody in a robbery, but I scared people, and that's wrong. So I gave scar them sometimes for life. It's wrong. But I never had to physically hurt somebody ever in a robbery. Ocean's 11. So there's a couple of things this movie does really well. Casing the joint, getting inside information. First task was reconnaissance. Everything was going on in alternate casinos. Rotation of the dealers. Have every cash card. You want to know everything about every guard, every watcher, anyone with a security pass. Casing the joint is when you take the whole entire theft you're gonna do and get every detail. When you know that the sun comes up and there's glare on the window at a specific time, when you know when the mailman comes by, when the most people leave the place, what time they open, where they park their cars. When I was casing jewelry stores, I would know what time the sun come up so I get the maximum glare so nobody can look in. Casing a joint encompasses total control of the robbery. And you can see in this clip, they're doing exactly that. You can see they have inside information. They have a dealer who knows the ins and outs of that casino and is watching at all times. When you get inside information, you might have to do it a couple of ways. In the clip you're looking at, the girl got money. Next time, but in reality, it will be blackmail. And that's what usually gets
Don't you ever
when you
forget
blackmail
this
somebody. It's not just about getting dirt on them, it's getting dirt that's going to hurt somebody. And that's what's important. Because money will get somebody over their head only so much, but blackmail will keep them quiet forever.
Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
Don't need it, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going for days.
But if the person was blackmailed, you got them forever. And it could be really something as small as gambling, or it could be something sexual. Once you have all the blackmail, it's more powerful than money. In the Ocean's 11 movies, all of the Ocean movies, there's just too many people involved. These dozen guys doing a combination of guns. When you have 12 people who directly know about what's going on,
This is the only way.
and they're going to get the reward also. So even on mega money,
Do this.
$40 million,
Look down.
split it up 12 ways,
Going.
and they come up with $5 million
Don't
reward.
look down.
Get more money by snitching. And the snitches, somebody's going to snitch somewhere along the line, or somebody was in bed with their wife and they told them what's going on, and the wife doesn't like him anymore. When I was in Robin, nobody knew my friends.
Here I go.
Right behind you.
Let's be smart. Take the lead.
Okay, let's go. Ha!
That all
No
you
need to-
got?
In this clip here, everybody knows everything, and that wouldn't happen in real life. Never. Unless people know robbery shit, though. You know,
Don't overdo it.
Burn.
Say goodnight, asshole.
I got this. Ha! Here. Heads up. Watch yourself.
Let's do this. Time to burn. Take the lead.
Ain't no thing. Golden opportunity right here.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
Also, they didn't cover their eyes. If you ever notice somebody who really robs something, if they put pantyhose over their head, it disfigures their whole entire face, and you can still see. But you couldn't describe a person's eyes. If you left your eyes open, a person will look right at your eyes, and they'll recognize those eyes again. And it's a quick disguise. Wham! Put it right over your head, and you're gone, and nobody can recognize you. You're done. That's one way to do it. I'll bet look at people who do that. Yeah, you guys are gonna go home and find a pair of pantyhose from your mother. Hey, Mom, I need a pair of pantyhose. You're gonna see on the floor! We had one guy who was a little out of control, but that's actually what made the robbery work, because unpredictability. If a person doesn't know what you're gonna do, they're gonna give you whatever you need to get out of there, and that's the smart way to do it anyway. If you get robbed, don't get hurt. They should have cased it. They should have known about the safe and who can get into the safe and at what time you can get into the safe. Also, most safes have time locks. They can only be open at a certain time, and that's very common. Obviously, there's a couple of things banks do, from dye packs to GPSs in the money, and they'll give a certain pack of money to have the dye pack, and once it leaves the store, it blows, and all that money is done. People in banks are trained to do exactly what they're told and give away the money. This is all assured. Also in banks, if you ever notice when you go into your next bank, look at the door. There's actually a height marker in every bank right at the door. So when you walk out, you'll see it, and they can tell you how tall you are. Most people who rob banks don't rob one bank. They do a lot more. Obviously, with the bank, it's the FBI, so it will eventually get caught. I always say the best of the best, the FBI. The FBI got all the money in the world and all the time in the world. It won't get caught. The convenience store robbery in Fast Times at Ridgemont. Great movie. You guys like that movie? Yeah, it's a great movie. We've been borrowing a lot of clips from professional criminals. People who plan it out, people who know what they're doing, casing and doing, so to speak. In this clip, you see the exact opposite of a professional. The manager or that store clerk would never have access to a safe, and the safe wouldn't be there right behind you. Most of this is on the counter as well. It would be a drop safe. All convenience stores, 7-Eleven, Wawa's, they all have what they call a drop safe, which has a opening on the top that can handle an envelope of cash, and every $100 usually in a cash register. After they have $100, they drop that, and you can't get into that drop safe. They'll have a lock that's only open usually by the owner or a manager who comes in later, and to empty that, check the receipts. That's what they do. He walks in, he sprays paint over the camera like the camera didn't see him already. In today's world, we have cameras that have off-site monitoring and there's straight live feeds to another area. Back in the 80s, when this movie was made, they didn't have that, and they would have had a tape machine in the back office, and in the back office, you could actually go in there as a criminal and take the tape out, and it wouldn't have any kind of feed. You see the manager grab coffee, throw it in the face of the criminal. Obviously, he's defending himself, and he's allowed to do that, of course, and he is encouraged not to do that, though. Most police don't want you to get involved. They want you to give the money away as quick as you can and get rid of it and observe as much as you can, because you don't want to get killed. Nobody wants to get hurt. The first action of everybody involved should be safety, and that goes to safety of your
Gotta win at all costs.
Just in case.
You talk about the situation it could have been. You also saw the getaway driver take off. Believe it or not,
Keep it together.
that'd probably be
We need help.
It's on now!
That's that. Nothing to it.
The clips you just saw, I don't ever want people to believe that I'm endorsing crime in any way. People, criminals, should be smarter, closer, or that's why you're in prison.
Hi!
You want some of this? Then come get it.
Merchandising section. And they have a flamethrower in the merchandising section.
Okay, let's go.
And like the kids love that one.
We can do...
That's why that flame pulls up the flamethrower.
Better.
It's like their flamethrower.
Bring it on!
Does anybody know? Does anybody go for yourself? But selling the flamethrower.
Taking over.
You're selling this device to what kind of unhinged people are you buying the first one? Connect ourselves to all these potential arsonists? Yeah, it's a terrible idea. Terrible. It's my one. I said, don't buy this flamethrower. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. That's what I said. Still people wanted to. Yeah, just stop it. I said, don't buy it. It's a bad idea. How many did you make? It's dangerous.
Double time.
You think you can take me on?
Still people wanted to. Just stop it. How did you make? 20,000. And they're all gone. In 4 days. We sold out in 4 days.
One nice coke and a whoop ass. Damn it! It's on
I got it.
bit chilly.
It's on you.
How do you have the time to do that, though? I mean, I understand that it's not a big deal in terms of all the other things that you do, but how do you have time to do anything? I don't understand your time management.
No escape. Bring it. I'm waiting. Let's talk.
We're killed for a shower.
So far, yes. No, but you said you cannot ship a flamethrower.
how does one decide to fix LA traffic, break really holes in the ground, and who do you even approach with that? Like when you have this idea, who do you talk to about that?
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be successful or something, you know, I know it's like, especially if it's going to be successful. But so far, I've lived in LA for 16 years, and the traffic has always been terrible. And so, I don't see any other like, ideas for improving the traffic. So, in desperation, we're going to dig a tunnel, and maybe that tunnel will be successful, and maybe it won't. Listen. Yeah. I'm not trying to convince you it's going to work.
And are the people going to already work? But we're starting this though. This is actually a project you're starting to implement, right?
Yeah, no, we've done about a mile. It's quite long. It takes a long time to walk it.
Yeah. Now, when you're doing this, what is the ultimate plan? The ultimate plan is to have these in major cities and where there's mass congestion, and just try it out in LA first.
Yeah, it's in LA because I mostly live in LA. That's the reason. It's a terrible place to dig tunnels. This is one of the worst places to dig tunnels because mostly because of the paperwork. I don't think it's like what about size, because like actually the tunnels are very safe in earthquakes.
Why is that?
Earthquakes are essentially a surface phenomenon. It's like waves on the ocean. So if there's a storm, you want to be in a submarine. So being in tunnels like being in a submarine. Now the way the tunnel's constructed, it's constructed out of these interlocking segments, kind of like a snake, sort of like a snake exoskeleton.
Give me a break. Let's be smart.
The tunnel actually is able to shift along with the ground, like an underground snake.
Calling fire. Keep it up.
It's extremely likely that both seals will be broken, and it's equivalent to 5 atmospheres of pressure. It's waterproof, methane-proof, gas-proof of any kind, and it's California seismic requirements.
So when you have this idea, who do you bring this to?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, when you're implementing it, so you're digging holes in the ground, you have to bring in someone that lets you do it.
Yeah, so there were some engineers from SpaceX who are working able to do this. And the guy who runs it, like, day-to-day, is Steve Davis. He's a long-time SpaceX engineer. He's great. So he was like, I'd like to help make this happen. It's like, cool. So we started off with digging a hole in the ground. It's got like a permit for a pit. Big
Cloud.
pit. And just dug a big pit.
And you have to tell them what the pit's for, or you just said, hey, we just want to dig a hole.
I just bought this form.
And that's it.
Yeah, it was a pit in our parking lot.
But do you have to give them some sort of blueprint for your ultimate idea? And do they have to approve it? Like, how does that work?
No, we just started off with a pit. Okay, a big pit. And, you know, it's not really,
Yes.
I don't really
We'll build another bar.
care about the existential nature of it.
Yeah.
You just say, like, I want a pit.
We will.
You know, and, it's a hole in the ground. So then, we got the permit for the pit, and we dug the pit, and we dug it in, like, I don't know, 3 days, 2-3 days, actually, like 48 hours, something like that. Because Eric Garcetti was coming by for the he was going to attend the Hyperloop competition, which is like a student competition we have for who can make the fastest pod in the Hyperloop. And he was coming. The finals are going to be on Sunday afternoon, and so Eric was coming by on Sunday afternoon. He was like, you know, we should dig this pit and then like show Eric. This was the finals were going to be on, so it was like Friday morning. So and then so it's about 48 hours. We should dig this pit and then like show Eric. It was like 24/7, 48 straight hours, something like that. And dug this big pit, and we like showed Eric the pit. Like obviously
like, what other person can go to the people that run the city and go, hey, I'm gonna dig some holes in the ground, put some tunnels in there. And they go, oh yeah, okay. Nothing wrong with a hole in the ground. But it's, people dig holes in the ground all the time. Well, but my question is, like, I know how much time you must be spending on your Tesla factory. I know how much time you must be spending on SpaceX. And yet you still have time to dig holes. You must be spending in LA. Tesla factory's ideas. I know how much time you must be spending on SpaceX. I'm sure you do.
There's no shortage of that.
Yeah. I just don't know how you manage your time. I don't understand it. It doesn't even seem humanly possible.
You know, I do. Basically, I think people like don't totally understand where I spend my time. They think like I'm a business guy or something like that. Like my Wikipedia page says business magnate.
What would you call yourself?
I'm a business magnet. Can someone please change my Wikipedia page to magnet?
Don't change it right now.
It's already changed. It's locked. So somebody has to be able to unlock it and change it to magnet.
Someone
I want to be a magnet. No, I do engineering and and manufacturing and that kind of thing. It's like 80% more of my time.
Ideas and then the implementation of those ideas.
That's like hardcore engineering. Like,
Yeah.
design things,
Right.
structural, mechanical, electrical, software, user interface, engineering, aerospace engineering.
But you must understand there's not a whole lot of human beings like you. You know that, right? So you're an oddity.
Yes,
Typical chimps like me.
we're all chimps.
Yeah, we are.
We're one notch above a chimp.
Some of us are a little more confused. When I watch you doing all these things, I'm like, how does this motherfucker have all this time and all this energy and all these ideas, and then people just let him do these things?
Because I'm an alien.
That's what I've speculated. I'm on record saying this in the past. I wonder if there was one. I was like, if there was like maybe an intelligent being that we created, like some AI creature that's superior to people, maybe it'd just hang around with us for a while like you've been doing, and then fix a bunch of shit. Maybe that's the way.
I might have some mutation or something like that.
You might. Do you think you do?
Probably.
Do you wonder? Like, are you around normal people? You're like, what's up with these boring dumb motherfuckers? Ever?
Not bad for a human. But I think we'll not be able to hold a candle to AI.
You scared the shit out of me when you talk about AI. You and Sam Harris. I didn't even consider it until I had a podcast with Sam once.
That's right.
He made me shit my pants. Talking about AI, I realized, like, oh, this is a genie that once it's out of the bottle, you're never getting it back in.
That's true.
There was a video that you tweeted about one of those Boston Dynamic robots. You're like, in the future it'll be moving so fast you can't see without a strobe light.
Yeah. You could probably do that right now.
And no one's really paying attention too much other than people like you or people that are really...
Move aside.
Make way, coming through.
These robots are...
Just in case.
PETA, Ohio State, you shouldn't keep robots.
Probably not wise.
Need a light. Let's go.
I bet it's really good.
It's really good.
I bet it is.
Yes.
And getting better every day.
It's really good.
Are you honestly, legitimately concerned about this? Is like AI one of your main worries in regards to?
Yes. It's less of a worry than it used to be.
No holding back.
When have I ever?
So you used to have more hope, and you gave up some of it, and now you don't worry as much about AI. You're like, this is just what it is.
Double time. Let's hustle.
See it now!
Let's go.
Right? It's not necessarily bad. It's just
You're up.
I got this.
is that this is going to be very tempting to use AI for. It's going to be very tempting, in fact, to use as a weapon.
Time to end this. Here.
It's going to be more humans using it.
Don't overdo it.
So, whether or not it wants to protect itself from people.
No, it's not.
Be a fool not to use this.
Not bad.
Well, you can argue that any group of people, like a company, is essentially a cybernetic collective of people and machines. That's what a company is. And then there are different levels of complexity in the way these companies are formed. And then there are sort of there's this sort of collective AI in the Google sort of search, where we're also plugged in as like the nodes on the network, like leaves on a big tree. We're all feeding this network with questions and answers. We're all collectively programming the AI, and then we plus all the humans that connect to it are one giant cybernetic collective. This is also true of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all these social networks. They're giant cybernetic collectives. Humans and electronics all interfacing and constantly connected. Yes. Constantly. One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot over the last few years is that one of the things that drives the world crazy is how many people are obsessed with materialism and getting the latest, greatest thing. And I wonder how much of that is, a lot of it is most certainly fueling technology and innovation. It almost seems like it's built into us. It's like what we like and what we want, that we're fueling this thing that's constantly around us all the time. And it doesn't seem possible that people are going to pump the brakes. It doesn't seem possible at this stage when we're constantly expecting the newest cell phone, the latest Tesla update, the newest MacBook Pro, everything has to be better. And that's going to lead to an incredible point. And it seems like it's built into us. It seems like it's an instinct that people are working on.
Oh, run, damn it, run! Move your ass! Shit, look out! Was getting tired of playing tag, ain't it?
Online through the social media networks as some sort of an organism that's
Wait! Grab on!
It's not done with us yet.
Double time.
The inevitability of our future.
So,
I got this. It's on you.
Let's hustle.
People are inclined to listen today. It seems like an issue that's been brought up more often over the last few years. But 10 years ago, it seemed like science fiction.
pushing it. Great.
Seizing the open.
But it's about to get real.
Bring it.
Second wing. Get him.
We still got a job to do.
Let's turn this around.
Do you feel like this is decades away or
What the hell?
Bring it. Don't overdo it.
I can still fight.
control countdown? Out of control, yeah. We were both the singularity. And that's really the big thing about it. It's a singularity. It's hard to predict. Like black hole, what happens past the event horizon. Right. So once it's implemented, it's very difficult. Once it goes out of the bubble, what's going to happen?
My turn.
Yes. That's where it gets yeah. And then we'll be just ridiculous.
Keep it together.
You think you can take me on? Get a load of this.
Now's our chance.
Leave it to me. Don't get caught in the open.
Let's turn it up.
Finish it.
We win again. Not that there was ever any doubt.
The purpose of Neuralink is to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain such that it can be symbiotic with AI. Because we have a bandwidth problem. You just can't communicate through because it's too slow. And where's Neuralink at right now? I think we'll have something interesting to announce in a few months. That's at least an order of magnitude better than anything else. Probably, I think better than probably anyone thinks is possible. How much can you talk about that right now? I don't want to jump the gun on that. But what's like the ultimate? What's the idea behind it? Like, what are you trying to accomplish with it? What would you like, best case scenario? I think best case scenario we effectively put AI, where AI serves as a tertiary cognition layer, where we've got the limbic system, kind of the primitive brain essentially. We've got the cortex. So you're currently in a symbiotic relationship. Your cortex and limbic system are in a symbiotic relationship. And generally people like their cortex and they like their limbic system. I haven't met anyone who wants to delete their limbic system or delete their cortex. Everybody seems to like both. And the cortex is mostly in service to the limbic system. People may think that the thinking part of themselves is in charge, but it's mostly their limbic system that's in charge. And the cortex is trying to make the limbic system happy. That's what most of that computing power is oriented towards. How can I make the limbic system happy? That's what it's trying to do. Now, if we do the third layer, which is the AI extension of yourself, the cortex and the AI extension of yourself, such that the AI doesn't de facto separate, then that could be a good outcome. That could be quite a positive outcome for the future. So instead of replacing us, it will radically change our capabilities. Yes, it will enable anyone who wants.
Security is looking pretty tight.
So they know what they're up against.
Somehow, I don't think it's all for us. Could be for Avalanche. Or maybe even Wu-Tai.
Can't be for Wu-Tai. What about the ceasefire?
That only put the war on pause.
In theory, that's the theory. And if that's the case, then, and let's say billions of people do it, then the outcome for humanity will
Either way, I'm gonna the days of sitting smug in this glass tower are over.
We're here to rescue Aerith, remember? We don't need more attention than what we're gonna get. We need to be smart.
Yeah, I hear you. But my soul's screaming for payback, you know? I'm a ticking time bomb. And sooner or later, I'm gonna have to blow up.
Well, then make it later.
explain it to a person who really doesn't understand how much different you're talking about. When you say radically improvement, what do you mean? You mean mind reading? Or do you think that it would be difficult to really appreciate the difference? It's not how much smarter to be from vastly smarter individually. You can answer any question. You can answer any question pretty much instantly. Any calculation. Like your phone's memory is essentially perfect. You can remember flawlessly. Your phone can remember videos, pictures, everything perfectly. Your phone is already an extension of you. You're already a cyborg. You know what I mean? Most people advise they are already a cyborg. That phone is an extension of yourself. It's just that the data rate, or rate at which, of the communication rate between you and the cybernetic extension of yourself that is your phone, the computer is slow. It's very slow. And there's like a tiny straw of information flow between your biological self
That one there.
and the digital self.
That's a Shinra truck, isn't it?
And we need to make
Come
that
on.
tiny straw like a giant rotor. Huge. High power interface. So that's a problem. Data rate problem.
Come on.
We essentially snapped back. Uploaded to new unit. Literally.
Time to burn.
Going in.
Hey, what's going on? The idea was to not get noticed. You never planned to be stealthy in the first place. No escape. Let's do this.
Okay, let's go.
By communicating the potential for me, for sure you're getting more.
It's feeling like a proper party now.
Let's keep moving. Should be a service entrance in the back.
What's the situation? Can't get in contact with HQ. Did
Is it that, or do they just assume something's wrong with us right there? It's almost abstract. It's almost like it's so...
For you!
Time to burn.
Intruders, get up!
Need a light? Burn. Going in.
Feeling a bit jelly?
Take him down.
Get your ass out of here!
That's a win.
You're going down! Who's that? One way or another!
Just in case. No escape.
Coming for you!
Let's do this.
See
It's
ya!
on you.
It's on now! Get them! Go!
Come on.
Why would I keep this stupid thing alive? Because sometimes it makes good music. You know, sometimes it makes great movies. Sometimes it makes beautiful art. And sometimes it, you know, sometimes it's cool to hang out with. Yeah, it's all those reasons. Yeah, for us, those are great.
Finish him off.
I'm waiting.
Keep it up. Cut.
Let's go.
some escape.
Wasn't planning on it.
Yeah, they might go, why are they doing this? They might like look at our politics, look at what we do in terms of our food system. Forced out just throats.
Whatever.
I'm not sure.
Going in.
Going in.
Get your ass
Don't overdo it.
All set. Give him your all.
I saw that many years ago. It just changed how I go, oh, this is what people came from that.
Yeah, you're up.
Hang back.
Or this the bonobos. Yeah. They're like better flossy. Yeah, they're like swingers. Shit, that really is. They seem to be way more than us.
Nothing more.
Let's finish this.
They have is the mom will back the sun. That's it. Okay. That's it. Mom will back the sun. Everybody else is banging it out. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do this.
That's that.
Sure hope no one else knows.
Come on. We need to move.
What's that they up in San Diego? Yeah, I mean, how many other brides get pretty times with their house? Yeah, we're a weird thing, you know, and I've often wondered whether or not we're, you know, our ultimate goal is to give birth to some new thing, and that's why we're so obsessed
Something's incredible.
A lot of people is giving them the opportunity to be who they are again. And they always go towards the glamorous. You know? And when
But not today.
does show, you know, hashtag no filter. They really do that. Like, oh, you're so brave. Look at you. No makeup. You know? Yeah. They look good anyway. You look great. What are you doing? Oh my god, you have makeup on. You still look hot as fuck. You know what you're doing. I know what you're doing too. They're letting you know. And then they're feeding off that comment section. Just a little sitting there like it's a fresh stream of love. Like you get right up to the source as it comes out of the earth and you're sucking that sweet, sweet water. Emojis. Yeah. A lot of emojis. My concern is not so much what Instagram is that I didn't think that people had the need for this or the expectation for some sort of technology that allows them to constantly get love and adulation from strangers and comments and this ability to project this sort of distorted version of who you really are. But I worry about where it goes. Like, what's the next one? What's the next one? Like, where is it? Is it going to be augmented? Some sort of a weird augmented or virtual sort of Instagram type situation where you're not going to want to live in this real world. You're going to want to interface with this sort of world that you've created through your social media page. Some next level thing. Yeah. Go live in the simulation. Yeah, maybe in the simulation. Some Ready Player One type shit that's real. That seems, we have that HTC vibe here. I've only done it a couple times, quite honestly, because it kind of freaks me out. Sure. My kids fucking love it, man. They love it. They love playing these weirdo games and walking around with that headset on. But part of me watching them do it goes, wow, I wonder if this is like the precursor. Just sort of like if you look at that phone that Gordon Gekko had on the beach. Yeah. And you compare that to like a Galaxy Note 9. Like, how the fuck did that become that, right? And I wonder when I see this HTC Vive, I'm like, what is that thing gonna be 10 years from now when we're making fun of what it is now? What is it? How ingrained and how connected and interconnected is this technology going to be in our life? It will be, at some point, indistinguishable from reality. Or we'll lose this. We'll lose this. Like, you and I are just looking at each other through our eyes. I see you, you see me, I think, I hope. You think so? I think you probably have regular eyes. This could be some simulation. It could. Do you entertain that? Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong. Because if you assume any improvement at all over time, any improvement, 1%, 0.1%, just extend the time frame, make it 1,000 years, a million years, the universe is 13.8 billion years old. What civilization, if you counted, if you're very generous, civilization is maybe 7,000 or 8,000 years old. If you counted for the first writing. This is nothing. This is nothing. So, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, then games will be indistinguishable from reality. Or civilization will end. One of those two things will occur. Or we are most likely in a simulation. Or we're on our way to one, right? Well, which is because we exist. We could most certainly be on the road. We could be on the road to that, right? It doesn't mean that it has to have already happened. Reality. It could be a base reality. We could be here now, on our way to the road, or on our way to the destination where this can never happen again. Where we are completely ingrained in some sort of an artificial technology or some sort of a symbiotic relationship with the internet or the next level of sharing information. But right now we're not there yet. That's possible too, right? It's possible that a simulation is one day going to be inevitable. That we're going to have something that's indistinguishable from regular reality. But maybe we're not there yet. That's also possible. We're not quite there yet. This is real? I touched that. Feels very real. Maybe that's why everybody's like into like mason jars and shit. Mason suede shoes. People are into like craft restaurants and they really want raw wood. Everyone wants to see metal. It seems like people are like longing towards some weird log cabin terrible. Yeah. There's like fake breasts that are designed to be hard, like fake breasts from the 60s. It's like, if you really long for the ones with ripples, here we go. Yeah, that's almost what that is. Yeah. What are you gonna do, man? It's not, nothing, you know, it's not you do stop certain terrible ideas from propagating. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to sound like things are too dark, because I think like you kind of have to be optimistic about the future. There's no point in being pessimistic. It's just too negative. It doesn't help. It doesn't help, you know. Like you want to be. I mean, my theory is like you'd rather be optimistic. I think I'd rather be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right. Right. At least we're on that side. Right. Yeah. Because if you're pessimistic, it's going to be miserable. Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to be around you anyway. It's the end of the world. Like, I told you, bro. Yeah. The world's ending. Yeah. It is what it is for all. I mean, enjoy the journey. Right, if you really want to get morose, it is what it is for all of us anyway. We're all going to get less. Something changes. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, you know, even if we just sort of existed as humans forever, we'd still eventually that'd be like the death of the universe. Right. It's only years from now. Right. Even if we get past the sun, if we figure out a way past the sun, running out of juice, eventually it's going to end. It's just a question of when. Right. So it really is all about the journey. Or transcendence from whatever we are now to something that doesn't worry about that. The universe as we know it will dissipate into a fine mist of cold nothingness eventually. And then someone's gonna bottle it and put a fragrance to it. Sell it to French people in another dimension. This is a very long time. So I think it's really just about how can we make it last longer. Are you a proponent of the multi-universes theory? Do you believe that there are many, many universes, and that even if this one fades out, that there's other ones that are starting fresh right now, and there's an infinite number of them, that they're just constantly in this never-ending cycle of birth and death? I think most likely, this is just about probability, there are many, many simulations. These simulations are, you might as well call them reality, or you could call them multiverse. These simulations, you believe, are created? Like someone has made. They're running on the substrate. So, that substrate is probably boring. Boring? How so? Well, when we create a simulation, like a game or a movie, it's the distillation of what's interesting about life. You know, like, it takes a year to shoot an action movie, and then that's all distilled down into 2 or 3 hours. So, let me tell you, you can see an action movie being filmed, it's boring, it's super boring. There's like lots of takes, everything's in a green screen, it looks pretty goofy, doesn't look cool. But once you have the CGI, you can have great editing, it's amazing. So, like most likely, if we're a simulation, it's really boring outside the simulation. Because why would you make a simulation that's boring? You make a simulation way more interesting than base reality. That is if this right now is a simulation. Yes. And ultimately, inevitably, as long as we don't die or get hit by a meteor, we're going to create some sort of simulation. We continue on the same technological path we're on right now. Yes. But we might not be there yet. So it might not be a simulation here. But it most likely is you feel other places. This notion of place or where is flawed. Yes. Flawed. Like where, like that, if you have this sort of that vibe, you know, which although was made by Valve and it's really Valve that made it. HTC did the hardware, but it's really a Valve thing. Makers of Half-Life. Yes. Well, great company. Great company.
but I don't think we should try to...
Shit, making life hard.
Let's just keep heading up.
Well, where's in the computer? What defines where you are?
Exactly.
Right.
It's your perception.
Is it your perceptions, or is it, a scale that we have under your butt? You're right here. I've measured you. You're the same weight as you were when you left. But meanwhile, your experience.
Why do you think you're where you are right now? You might not be.
I'll spark up a joint if you keep talking. The manager's gonna come in here. We might have to lock the door.
Right now you think you're in a studio in LA.
That's what I heard.
You might be in a computer.
Oh, listen, man. I think about this all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's unquestionable that one day that'll be the case. As long as we keep going. As long as nothing interrupts us, and if we start from scratch, and, we're single-celled organisms all over again, and then millions and millions of years later we become the next thing that is us, with creativity and the ability to change its
So,
environment.
how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I vote we take the elevator.
This thing into what it wants it to be, and create new things, and then those new things will intersect with other people's new things, and it'll be this ultimate pathway of infinite ideas and expression, all through technology.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna wonder, like, why are we here? What are we doing?
Let's find out.
Well,
I think we should take the actions, the set of actions that are most likely to make the future better.
yes. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then reevaluate those actions to make sure that it's true.
Well, I think there's a movement to that. I mean, in terms of like a social movement, I think some of it's misguided and some of it's exaggerated, and there's a lot of people that are fighting for their side out there. But it seems like the general trend of like social awareness seems to be much more heightened now than has ever been at any other time in history, because of our ability to express ourselves instantaneously to each other through Facebook or Twitter or what have you. And then the trend is to abandon preconceived notions, abandon prejudice, abandon discrimination, and promote kindness and happiness as much as possible. Look at this item somebody gave it to me. Sorry.
Yeah, what is this?
What did you do? My friend Donnie brought this with him and it just stayed here. I have a real samurai sword if you want to play with that. I know you're into weapons. That's from the 1500s. Samurai's right at the end of the table. Yeah, let's go. I'll grab it. Hold on. Yeah, that's a legit samurai sword from an actual samurai from the 1500s. If you pull out that blade was made the old way, where a massive
No getting upstairs without a key card, huh?
I think we're gonna need a few before this is over.
Over a long period of time.
Pretty sure I saw one lying around.
What's crazy is that more than 500 years later, that thing is still pristine. I mean, whoever took care of that and passed it down.
Okay, guys, wish me luck.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
It's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah. One day, someone's gonna be looking at a Tesla like that. These fucking back doors, they pop up sideways. Like a Lamborghini.
You should see what the Tesla can do. I'll show you how to do
Well, I've driven one. I love them.
Yeah, but most people don't know what it can do.
In terms of like ludicrous mode. In terms of like driving super fast and responsible.
Tifa!
Oh shit! Tifa!
What do you call it?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
What can it do that?
I thought I was dead for sure.
I would like to do this like ballet thing to the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. It's pretty cool.
Where it dances?
Yeah.
Legitimately, like moves around.
Yeah.
Why would you program that into a car?
It seemed like fun.
That's what I get about you. That's what's weird. Like when you showed up here, you were all smiles, and you pull out a fucking blowtorch, not a blowtorch. But I'm like, look at this dude.
A flamethrower.
Not a flamethrower. Like he's
Wonder
having
Clear
fun.
is definitely not a flamethrower.
You're having fun. Like this is like this thing when you program a car to do a ballet dance. You're having fun. But how do you have the time to do that? I don't understand. While you're digging holes under the earth, sending rockets into space, and powering people in Australia, like how the fuck do you have time to make the car dance ballet?
Well, I mean,
attack for Christmas. We did. Is there concern about someone just losing their mind and making do that on the highway? No, it won't do that. What if it's in bumper to bumper traffic? No. No, won't do it. No, it's actually, you have to, it's an Easter egg. It's an Easter egg. Yeah, that's why people don't know.
Hand over hand, huh? That's fine. Bring it on.
Lots of things. Once Reddit gets a hold of it, oh, you just have to, everyone, if you search for it on the internet, you can find out if people don't do it. They should even search for it. Oh, well, they do now. Yes. There's so many things about the Model X and the Model S and the Model 3 that people don't know about. We should probably do a video or something and explain it. Because I've had close friends of mine and they say, you know, how to do this, and they're like, nope. Do you want to do a video of that? Do you like the fact that some people don't know? No, I think it's probably not. We should tell people. Yeah, probably. Yes, that would help your product. It's not like you don't sell enough of them. You sell almost too many of them, right? I think a Tesla is the most fun thing you could possibly buy ever. That's what it's meant to be. Well, our goal is to make it's not exactly a car. It's actually a thing to maximize enjoyment. Thing that's maximum fun. Okay. Electronic. Like big screen, laptop, ridiculous speed, handling, all that stuff. Yeah. Do you have and we're gonna put video games in it. You are? Yeah. Yes, that's wise. Well, you won't be able to drive while you're playing the video game. But for example, we're just putting the Atari emulator, ROM emulator in it. So we'll play Missile Command and Lunar Lander and a bunch of other things. Yeah, that sounds cool. It's pretty fun. I like that. Yeah, and we improved the interface of Missile Command because it was too hard with the old trackball. So this is a touchscreen version of Missile Command.
This isn't so bad.
Do you have an old car, don't you? Don't you have like an old Jaguar? Yeah, that's what's called another 61 Series 1 E-Type Jaguar. I love cars. It's great. Yeah, I love old
Pretty
cars.
close now. Just need to make it over there.
The only two gasoline cars I have with that, and an old, like a Ford Model T that a friend might give me. Those are the only two gasoline cars. Is the Ford Model T all stock? Well, no, there's your car. That is a cool car. God, that's a good looking car. Yeah. Is that yours? That is. If not mine, it's extremely close to mine. I don't have a first license plate of mine. Oh, that's a beautiful car. They nailed that. Mine looks like that. God, they nailed that. That's what mine looks like. Maybe that is mine. There's certain iconic shapes. Yeah. And there's something about those cars too. They're not as capable, not nearly as capable as like a Tesla, but there's something really satisfying about the mechanical aspect of like feeling the steering and the grinding of the gears and the shifting. There's something about those that's extremely satisfying, even though they're not that competent. Like I have a 1993 Porsche 964. It's like a lightweight. It's not RS America. It's not very fast. It's not like in comparison to a Tesla or anything like that. But the thing about it is like it's mechanical. You feel it. Everything's like. It's like it gives you this weird thrill, like you're on this clinky ride, and all this feedback. There's something to that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, my E-Type is like basically no electronics. Yeah. It's just you like that, but you also like electronics. Yeah. Like your Tesla's it's like the far end of electronics. Yes. It drives itself. It's driving itself better every day. Yeah. It's like we're about to release software that will enable you to just turn it on and it'll drive from highway on ramp to highway exit to lane changes to overtake other cars. This go from one interchange to the next. If you get on, say the 405, get off at 300 miles later and go through several highway interchanges. You overtake other cars.
Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
And then you just meant it. Oh. Yeah, just traveling. Alright. It's gonna be eerie. It's gonna be
change the software. We change the software. That's how you get old video. We change software where if you don't touch the wheel, it will gradually slow down and put the emergency lights on and wake you up.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Can you choose what voice wakes you up?
Well, it's sort of more of a sort of honks.
Honks? Yeah, they should be like, wake up, fuckface.
Well,
And bring your fellow humans.
we could gently wake you up with a sultry voice.
That would be good. Like something with a southern accent. Hey, wake up.
Wake up, sunshine.
Hey, sweet.
Exactly.
Don't you wake
You
up.
like pick your
Right, like
pick what
Siri.
you want.
Yeah, I chose the Australian girl for Siri.
Yeah.
I like her voice.
Do you want it
My
seductive?
favorite. I like Australian.
What flavor? Do you want to be angry? Give me anything.
One of those Australian lady jeans. Now, when you program something like that in, is this in response to a concern, or is it your own?
Yeah.
Do you look at it and go, hey, they should just be able to fall asleep? Let's wake them up.
Yeah. Yeah, falling asleep, we gotta do something about that.
Right, but when you first released it, you didn't consider it, right? You're just like, well, no one's gonna just sleep
People fall asleep in cars all the time.
all the time.
Crash.
Yeah.
At least our car doesn't crash. That's better. It's better not to crash. Man, it's like guy falling asleep in a gasoline car in the all the time.
For sure. Yeah.
They never crash into somebody.
Yeah.
In fact, the thing that really got me to, it's like, man, we better get a water park going and get it out there, was the guy was in an early Tesla, driving down the highway, he fell asleep, and he ran over a cyclist and killed him. And it's like, man, we had a water pilot, when they run out of the, we might have fallen asleep, but at least he wouldn't have run over that cyclist.
So how did you implement it? Like, did you just use cameras and
Yeah.
programmed with the system so that if it sees images, it slows down? And how much time do you give it? Is the person who's in control of it allowed to program how fast it goes?
Yes. Yeah, you can program it to be more or less like more conservative, or like more aggressive driver. And you can say what speed you want it to, what speed is okay. Well,
It just gets people off.
well, for lane changes, it's tricky because if you're in like LA, unless you're pretty aggressive, right? It's hard to change lanes.
It's hard to be it's hard to be Namaste. Out here in LA.
Yeah.
If you want to hit that Santa Monica Boulevard off rip,
I mean, you gotta be a little pushy.
you gotta be a little pushy. Yeah, especially if you're angry.
Yeah.
A little angry, they don't want you to speed up.
Sometimes, I think people like overall are pretty nice on the highway, even in LA, but sometimes they're not.
Do you think the roadway will help that? Like,
Probably.
everybody be locked in together, this hive mind.
That'll help it when I'm traffic.
That'll help a lot.
Yeah.
How many of those can you put in there?
I was thinking about tunnels is you can go 3D. So you can go many levels.
You have got to be shitting me.
Nope.
Yeah. But you can go,
We're a lot
you
less
can go
likely to
100
get caught this
levels
way.
But a lot more likely to die.
99. Not to be on 99, negative 99 floors.
This is one of the fundamental things people don't appreciate about tunnels is that there's
It's
not
only
like
59
roads.
floors.
Fundamental issue with roads is that you
Nothing
have
to it.
3D
Well, at least it ain't a race.
and 3D living and workspace environment. So you got all these tall buildings, or concentrated work environments, and then you want to go to this like 2D transport system, which is pretty low density because cars.
Wonder what it's like up there.
More security and restrictions.
Obviously,
It's not gonna get any easier.
We're gonna be exhausted by the time we finally get to the top.
As long as you pace yourself, you'll be fine.
Maybe we should take a quick break.
Come on, Barrett.
With 3D down with tunnels, you can have as many tunnel levels as you want. You can arbitrarily relieve any amount of traffic. You can go further down. With
You can
tunnels
stop
and
if
go
you
up
want.
buildings.
Can even say it's for me.
10,000
Just say you can't hack it.
I'll hack you, jackass.
Oh, that's enough from both of you. Stupid arguments aren't gonna get us there faster.
But Tifa, I wasn't...
Not now. Save it for the top.
Was Batman? Christian Bale, where they fought dragons, him and Matthew McConaughey. They went down deep into the earth. How high
these labs and shit are all the way at the very top?
Yep. The very top.
That's good to know.
Wow. Keep an eye on Barrett.
Copy.
What was that? I don't think I heard you.
I'll keep an eye on Barrett.
Thanks for the assist.
Watch YouTube videos which go on uninterrupted.
Whatever.
So you got a bunch of fucking fake facts, very eloquently and articulately. And they really believe. These people really believe. I mean, it works for them. Sure.
I said, wait up.
But fine. It's weird though, right? At this age where, you know, it's ludicrous mode in your car, goes 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60. 2.2. 2.2? Which one's 1.9? The next generation Roadster.
Hey guys, where are you?
Hey! Just a few floors behind you.
Oh, you're sounding better.
I think I've got like a stair climber's high.
Glad to hear it.
Ultra-high pressure compressed air. Just air coal gas thrusters. Do you have to have air tanks, or are they just sucking air out? Okay. Yeah, so an electric pump.
I said, wait up.
And how fast are we talking? 0 to 60. How fast do you want to go? I want to go. You make it stay.
Tired?
I want to go back in time.
I was.
Fly. You make it fly. Sure.
I'm feeling
Do
okay
you
now.
anticipate that as being when you're talking about the tunnels and then flying cars? Do you really think it's going to be real? Noisy. And there's too much airflow.
What are we waiting for?
Flying cars.
Let's roll!
We get one of those like toy drones.
You really are doing better.
How loud the car. And how much
We gotta keep moving. To keep moving. Woo.
If you want a flying car, just put some wheels on a helicopter. Is there a way around that? Like, what if they figure out some sort of magnetic technology, like all those Bob Lazar type characters were thinking it was part of the UFO technology they were doing in Area 51? Remember, didn't they have some thoughts about magnetics? No. No? Bullshit? Yes. Yeah, it does a fundamental momentum exchange with the air. So you must, you must accelerate. There's a certain, you have a mass and you have gravitational acceleration. And your mass times gravity must equal the mass of airflow times the acceleration of that airflow to have a neutral force. So it's impossible.
But tell me, these stairs, are these stairs ever gonna end?
MA is great. That's how it works. There's just no way around that. There is definitely no way around it. There's no way to create some sort of magnetic something or another that allows you to.
I don't think the stairs are talking.
You could have a strong enough magnet. That magnet
I was
so strong
joking.
that if you were to create a lot of trouble, you would just suck cars up into your car. Just pick up. I mean, you'd have to repel off of either material on the ground or in a really nutty situation off of Earth's gravitational field and somehow make that incredibly light. But that magnet would cause so much
Worst route ever. Give me a suicidal last stand.
So
At least,
if there was some sort of
at least,
magnet road,
at least that'd have an
you have
end.
two magnets and they repel each other. If you had some sort of a
Let's
magnet
shut
road
up.
that was below you and you travel on that magnet road, that would work.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, you can have a magnet road. A magnet road. That's ridiculous. No, it's would work. You might do that.
Yep.
I would not
And you're in
recommend
no
it.
state to fight anyway.
I would super not recommend that.
So,
Not good, not wise.
what should I do?
No, definitely not.
Shut up and move.
Because that would cause a lot of trouble. So you put some time and consideration into so that, you know, instead of like my foolishly rendered thoughts. So you think the tunnel drop that hole in the ground, there's a sled on it, and the sled goes very fast, like 100 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, you can go real fast. You can go as fast as you want. And then if you want to go long distances, you can just pull the air out of the tunnel. Make sure it's real straight.
I want to go back.
Draw the air out of the tunnel.
Yeah, just have a vacuum tunnel. Because
You want to go down all those stairs you just climbed?
wheels, or you could use air bearings, depending on the ambient pressure in the tunnel, or you could maglev it if you want to go super fast.
So magnet road.
Yes, but underground magnet road. It's underground magnet. Otherwise, you're gonna really bring a lot of trouble because those metal things. So magnet road's the way to go. Just underground.
Another
You
struggle.
want to go really fast?
Climbing stairs. So much trouble.
Vacuum tunnel. Vacuum tunnel. Like that flotation. Vacuum tunnel. But with rocket launchers. No, I would not recommend putting any exhaust gas in the tunnel. Oh. Okay.
Cloud, slow down.
Then you gotta pump it out.
Right, you have to pump it out, and you probably have a limited amount of air in the first place. Like, how much can you breathe? Do you have to pump oxygen into these cubicles?
Cloud, slow down.
Pressurized pod. It'd be like a little tiny underground spaceship, basically.
Like an airplane. Because you have air in an airplane, it's not getting new air in.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
It's like a little hole.
Yeah, that would pump.
Really? Yeah. It gets it from the outside?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't know
And it's like and the airplanes have it easy because like essentially they're pretty leaky.
Man.
Yeah, as long as the air pump.
The real challenge starts now. Okay.
It needs to be that backup
Let's
pumps.
go.
So they're like 3 pumps or 4 pumps or something, and then there's it exhausts
70, 80, 90, 100%, 110.
whatever.
Mako supersaturation confirmed.
Usually the door doesn't seem quite right on the plane. We can drop the door. And
Engaging materia cooling to reduce temperature.
the outflow rate, and then that sets the pressure in the cabin.
Now, have you ever looked at planes and gone, I can fix this? I just don't have.
They have a design for a plane. You do? Yeah.
Madam Director, you have a meeting shortly.
Stop. Your timing is impeccably atrocious.
Mako density and materia integrity are both holding steady.
Registering mass increase in core materia.
Well, I mean, the exciting thing to do would be vertical takeoff and landing, supersonic jets or something.
Vertical takeoff and landing being no need for a runway. Just shoot up, straight in the air, and jump. How would you do that? They do that at some military aircraft, correct?
Show me something truly exquisite.
Transition to level flight, and then
Contaminants registered.
vertical takeoff and landing is not suitable for high
We're leaving.
Materia growth accelerating, outpacing models. Registering crystallization within the reserve tank.
The reaction is out of control! We have to stop it quickly!
Clean up the mess, would you?
is that you want to go as high as possible. You need a certain energy density in the battery pack. Because you have to
So this is the Skyview Hall, huh? Bet this place costs.
Let's look for reception.
At a high altitude, the energy you use in cruise is very low, and then you can recapture a large part of the gravitational potential energy on the way down. So you really don't need any kind of reserve fuel, if you will, because you have the energy of height gravitational potential energy. This is a lot of energy. So once you can get high, you like the way to think about a plane is it's a force balance. So the force balance. So a plane that is not
You must
accelerating.
be here for our grand tour. Visitors have access to floors 60, 61. You will proceed in that order. By the exit of each floor, you will find a device that will allow you to update, thereby allowing you to access. And now begins your grand tour.
Why is this whole thing gotta be such a...
I don't know about you.
You think everything's going too well?
Yeah, I do.
If it is, then bring it on.
Air density drops exponentially, but drag increases with the square. An exponential beats a square. The higher you go, the faster you will go for the same amount of energy. And at a certain altitude, you can go supersonic with less energy per mile, quite a lot less energy per mile than at aircraft at 35,000 feet. Because it's just a force balance. I'm too stupid for this conversation. It makes sense, though.
No, I'm sure it does. Now, when you think about this new idea of designing, when you have this idea about improving planes, are you gonna bring this to somebody? Or you just chuck
Well, I have a lot on my plate.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you do what you do now, but if you keep coming up with these, but it's gotta be hard to pawn these off on someone else either. Hey, go do a good job with this vertical takeoff and landing system that I want to implement to regular planes.
The electric airplane isn't necessary right now. Electric cars.
Man, why we gotta get all these damn key cards just to get anywhere?
This is Shinra HQ. Now, how did you expect?
Says the former company man himself. Guess you know about all the rules, regulations, and red tape. It's like coming home, huh?
For an aircraft, and this is improving over time. So, you know, it's important that we accelerate transition to sustainable energy.
How do you think you'll be before
That's
we
why
put a
electric
new
cars,
plate?
it matters whether electric cars happen sooner or later. You know, we're really playing a crazy game here with the atmosphere to the grounds. We're taking vast amounts of carbon from deep underground and putting this in the atmosphere. So it's crazy.
Hey, check it out.
It's very dangerous. So we should accelerate the transition to sustainable energy.
Hey, check it out.
I mean, the bizarre thing is that obviously we're going to run out of oil in the long term. You know, there's only so much oil we can mine and burn. It's tautological. We must have a sustainable energy transport and energy infrastructure in the long term. So we know that's the end point. We know that. So why run this crazy experiment where we take trillions of tons of carbon from underground and put it in the atmosphere and oceans? This is an insane experiment. It's the dumbest experiment in human history. Why are we doing this?
I don't know if I can work right now.
Do you think this is a product of momentum, that we started off doing this when it was just a few engines, a few 100 million gallons of fuel over the whole world, not that big of a deal, and then slowly but surely over a century it got out of control. And now it's not just our fuel, but it's also, fossil fuels are involved in so many different electronics, so many different items that people buy. There's just this constant desire for fossil fuels, constant need for oil, without consideration of the sustainability.
The things like oil, coal, gas, those are easy money. Right, it's easy money. So,
have you heard about clean coal? The president's been tweeting about it. It's gotta be real. Clean coal, all caps. Did you see? He used all caps. Clean coal.
Well, you know, it's very difficult to put that CO2 back in the ground. It doesn't like being in solid form.
Yes, every reactor, every pillar. Like I said, a full inspection. There's no telling what kind of damage there might be.
No, it's not possible. No, definitely not fucked. No, we're not fucked. I mean, this is quite a complex question, right? You know, we're really just, the more carbon we take out of the ground and add to the atmosphere, and the more it gets into the oceans, the more dangerous it is. Like, I don't think right now, I think we're okay right now.
Welcome to the Shinra Building, our humble home.
Oh, hell no!
Here in the Memorial Museum, you can learn all about our president, as well as the various divisions that make up the company.
Vast transportation system like this, there's 2.5 billion cars and trucks in the world. So,
I think I just threw up a little.
Car and truck production
Thinks very highly of himself.
That's only about 100 million per year. So,
Hey everybody, how's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool.
Makes sense.
subsidies or some encouragement from the government financially?
Well, the thing that is going on right now is that there's an inherent subsidy in any oil-burning device. Any power plant or car is fundamentally consuming
the next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions.
So like
I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
Bad happening past a certain carbon
These all look so
concentration in the
familiar.
atmosphere.
Because we've destroyed a
So
bunch
there's
of them
some
already.
uncertain number where if we put too much carbon in the atmosphere, things overheat, oceans warm up.
The advanced weaponry exhibit is currently undergoing maintenance.
Becomes a lot less
We
valuable.
apologize for the inconvenience.
Buildings underwater. But it's not clear what that number is, but it's definitely the scientists it's really quite the scientific consensus is overwhelming.
Welcome to my duties as Director of Research and Development in all likelihood. So there will be no complication, as it would be a waste of my time and yours. Albeit not at this particular moment, because I'm filming this. I believe I've wasted enough of my precious time as it is. Science waits for no one.
There's fundamentally a subsidy occurring with every fossil fuel.
Welcome to the Shinra Building. Our mission here, we also take pride in maintaining public infrastructure. But currently, we are working to when this project has been completed, it will provide much easier access to numerous locations. We appreciate your patience and understanding in the meantime.
The only way. But with cars, there's definitely a better way with electric cars.
The public security exhibit is currently undergoing maintenance. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Nuclear reactor in the sky called the sun. It's great. It shows up every day. Very reliable. So if you can generate energy from solar panels stored with batteries, you can have energy 24 hours a day.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
A lot of hydropower as well. But anyway, all fossil fuel powered things have an inherent subsidy, which is their consumption of the carbon capacity of the atmosphere and oceans. So people tend to think like, why should electric vehicles have a subsidy? But they're not taking into account that all fossil fuel burning vehicles fundamentally are subsidized by the environmental cost to Earth.
Now, moving along, the next exhibit will teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on!
Now, what is the bottleneck in regards to electric cars and trucks and things like that? Is it battery capacity?
Created in 1/10,000th scale.
Yeah, we're scale up production.
As you can see here, 8 Mako reactors form a ring around the center of our city and keep Midgar running day and night.
Yeah, we're going to be able to go far enough, recharge fast.
Your resource.
You're anticipating 600
We've
miles, is
developed
that correct?
technologies to extract it and transform it into the fuel and
Is
electricity
that
that
right now?
powers
Like, have you
everything we
driven
do.
one 600 miles now?
Thanks to the
No, we
miracle
can
of
totally make one
Mako
right now.
energy,
We do 600
our
miles,
lives
but
are
the thing
richer
is too
and
expensive.
better than ever before.
So, like the
Mako
cost
keeps our lights on at night
well,
and made Midgar
just
into
have
the
a
city
200
that never
kilowatt
sleeps.
battery pack.
The triumph of technology
Regular steroids, what do you have
to man's
now?
potential.
330.
Nothing but a bunch of lies.
30-mile range, what is that in terms of kilowatts?
Except that Mako has made people's
Well, that
lives
would be
better.
for Model S.
It's made people blind.
Pack.
Blind to the cold hard truth.
Miles, maybe 335. But some people have hypermiled it to 500 miles. Yeah, I just like go on 45 miles an hour or something. Yeah, like 30 miles an hour or something. It's like on level ground with, you pump the tires up really well on a smooth surface, and you can go for a long time. But you like definitely comfortably do 300 miles. Is there
Congratulations! You can call yourself a proud Shinra scholar. Now, moving on, please proceed to the 61st floor, the visual entertainment.
possibility
Welcome to the Visual Entertainment Hall, where we showcase Shinra's cutting-edge technology through an immersive visual and audio experience. Please relax and enjoy the show.
Power all these cars, just on solar power. I mean, we don't ever have cloudy days. If we do, there's 3 of them.
Please stay and enjoy the show.
The theory of a car is, without making the car like really blocky, or having some like a G-Wagon. Yeah, like, and just like if I look a lot of stuff, where like maybe like solar panels fold out or something. Like your E-Class.
This place is empty.
That's what we needed. The E-Type? Yeah, the E-Jaguar with a giant long hood that can be a giant solar panel. What the game does, like, what I have this like unfolding solar panel thing. So you press a button and it would just like unfold these solar panels and like recharge your car in the parking lot. Yeah, we could do that, but I think it's probably better to just put that on your roof. Right. And then it's gonna just be facing the sun all the time.
In the distant past, our planet was home to a people we call the Ancients. Many millennia before we discovered Mako, these precursors were already pioneering its use. Somehow they learned of the great reservoir of energy pulsing beneath their feet.
Do you remember what happened? What? Yeah, they had a...
And once they had,
oh yeah, Fisker Karmas were part
the Ancients developed the means to harness this powerful energy and bend it to their will. The fruits of their labors have survived to this very day in the form of certain kinds of material. Their scripture, too, has endured. We who are born of the planet, with her we speak, her flesh we shape. Unto her promised land shall we one day return. By her loving grace and providence, may we take our place in paradise. Alas, the ancients themselves are long gone. 2,000 years ago, a meteor brought an end to their civilization. But before their fiery end, did the ancients find their promised land? Even now, we have only to wonder. Times have changed, and the Shinra Electric Power Company is committed to changing and evolving with them. Like the ancients, we have harnessed the power of Mako.
Oh yeah, no, it's really good. He knows how to do it. Yeah, well, it's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy.
Are they out there watching us, waiting for us to join them in some blessed corner of the world? A green and verdant land where boundless Mako energy will provide for our every need. Shinra is working for you to fulfill the hope of the ancients and lead us to that promised land. We shall not rest until our dream is realized.
Incredible driver. I believe it. Yeah. Now, how do you program? We do have testing on like an ice lake in Sweden. Oh, really? Yeah, and like Norway and Canada and a few other places. Porsche does a lot of that too. New Zealand as well. They do a lot of they do some of their drivers. The car moves sideways whether you like it or not. You have to learn how to slide into corners and how to electric cars have really quick crash. The action time is so fast, right? So like, we gotta see cars you've got a lot of latency. It takes a while for the engine to react.
No!
Electric cars are incredibly precise. So you can imagine you get like a printer or something. You wouldn't have a gasoline engine printer. That would be pretty weird. Or like a surgical device. It's gonna be an electric motor on the surgical device on the printer.
Oh dear. Oh dear. A man of my refined taste running out of butter. Short of its proper accompaniment, this tea might as well be boiled pond water.
It can turn on and off traction. Within like inches of getting on the honest, like let's say drive a patch of ice, it'll turn traction off and then turn it on a couple inches right after this.
It couldn't possibly have been...
Crazy ass thing made me want to puke. And not just because of the presentation, but the content, too. Ought to come with a warning. That ain't for kids.
That wasn't just a movie.
That huge meteor. What was that about?
Like I said, nothing you should show a kid.
It just thought about things 1,000 times. So it's realized that your wheels are not getting traction. It understands there's some slippery surface that you're driving on, and it makes adjustments.
Congratulations! You can call yourself a proud. Your mission is next. You'll please make your way to the 62nd.
What the?
It is just that alone. For loved ones, you'd want them to be driving your car. Yes.
Greetings and welcome. Avalanche, I presume. My name is Hart, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I've come to escort you to Mayor Domino, per his request.
The mayor of Midgar? The empty suit that's just a mouthpiece for Shinra?
People still sue us. Like they'll have like some accident.
Yes. The mayor of our dear Midgar. The most magnificent city ever built.
Like, they'll be dead in another car. They still sue us. But that's to be expected. It is to be expected. Do you take that into account with like the same sort of fatalistic...
The mayor is waiting.
Just sort of just go, you gotta just let it go. This is what people do.
The mayor is waiting.
A lot of respect for the justice system. Judges are very smart. And they see, like I have. So far, I've found judges to be very good at justice. Because I worked, and juries are good too. Like, they're actually quite good. People, you read about
This can't be right.
errors in the justice system.
Wonderful.
They're very good.
You finally made it.
The other guy mentioned that
I am the mayor of the great metropolis of Mako. Domino, at your service. I must say you three haven't exactly been discreet.
Huh? I'm not kidding. He blamed it on the new car.
I wonder who's been cleaning up all your messes.
What the hell's going on?
Come on, think about it. You've been caught by security several times, walked in front of every other camera, and scared an accountant half to death. You hear the alarm? No? You're welcome. I can only assume your cell wasn't looped in. I am Avalanche's man on the inside.
Say what?
Huh. Is it really that surprising to you? You've seen where they put me. The mayor of the greatest city in the whole wide world, tucked away in a secret broom closet in the damned archives. The nerve. Those stupid Shinra pricks thought I'd just shut up and accept their treatment. But they were wrong. Dead wrong.
Well, this ought to make things easier.
We need to break into Professor Hojo's lab.
What? Why? You mean you're not here to give President Shinra his comeuppance?
We're here to save a friend who was taken.
But the president's gonna get his too, if I have anything to say about it.
Well, I don't particularly care what you end up doing, so long as it hurts Shinra. So, I can get you as far as the 64th floor.
Hold up. You telling me that that's the best you can do?
That is indeed the best that I can do.
But you're the mayor.
But you're the mayor? Does this look like the office of a mayor? I'm a glorified librarian, nothing more. They don't even invite me to their meetings. Sorting records and reports, that's all I do. My hands and fingers have more paper cuts than...
Yes. That judge is in prison. Thank God. Yes.
If you think you've found the collaborator, say, Mayor, and see if he says, the best. You got it now?
The vast majority of judges are very good. I agree. And they care about justice, and they could have made a lot more money if they wanted to be a trial lawyer. And instead, they cared about justice, and they made less money because they care about justice. And that's why they're judges. I feel that same way about police officers. I feel like there's so many interactions with so many different people with police officers that the very few that stand out that are horrific, we tend to look at that like this is evidence that
I
police
still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should have kept us in the loop.
And obviously, if somebody is given a trusted place in society, such as being a police officer or a judge, and they are corrupt, then we must be extra vigilant against such situations and take action. But we should not think that this is somehow broadly descriptive of people in that profession. I couldn't agree more. I think there's also an issue with one of the things that happens with police officers, prosecutors, and anyone that's trying to convict someone or arrest someone is that it becomes a game. And in games, people want to win. Yes. Sometimes people cheat. Yes. Yes, I mean, if you're a prosecutor, you should not always want to win. There are times when you should, like, okay, I should not want to win this case, and then, just pass on that case. Sometimes people want to win too much, that is true. I think also, it becomes tough if you're like a district attorney. You tend to sort of see a lot of criminals, and then your view of the world can get negatively, have a negative, you have a negative view of the world because you're just interacting with a lot of criminals, but actually most of society is not consist of criminals. Right. And I actually had this conversation at dinner earlier this year with District Attorney. I was like, man, it sometimes seem pretty dark because, man, there's some terrible human beings out there. And he was like, yep. And he was like dealing with some case which consisted of a couple of old ladies that would run people over somehow for insurance money. It was rough. I'm like, wow, that's pretty rough. It's like hard to maintain faith in humanity if you're a district attorney, but it's only a few percent of society that are actually bad, and then if you go to the worst, say 0.1% of society, or the worst 1 in 1,000, 1 in a million, like how bad is the millionth worst person in the United States? Pretty damn bad. Like damn evil. Like the millionth, or 1 in a million of evil is so evil, people cannot even conceive of it. But there's 330 million people in the United States, so that's 330 people out there somewhere. But by the same token, there's also 330 people who are incredible angels and unbelievably good human beings. Yeah. On the other side. But because of our fear of danger, our thoughts tend to gravitate towards the worst case scenario. Yes. And we want to frame that. And this is one of the real problems with prejudice. Whether it's prejudice towards different minorities or prejudice towards police officers or anything. It's like we want to look at the worst case scenario and say this is an example of what this is all about. And you see that even with people, how they frame genders. Some men frame women like that. They get ripped off by a few women and they decide all women are evil. Some women get fucked over by a few men, all men are evil. They all deserve to die. It's very toxic. And it's also, it's a very unbalanced way of viewing the world, and it's very emotionally based, and it's based on your own experience, your own anecdotal experience, and it can be very influential to the people around you, and it's a dangerous way, it's a dangerous thought process and pattern to promote. It is a very dangerous pattern, and I really think,
check it out.
People should give other people the benefit of the doubt, and assume that they're good until proven otherwise, and really most people are actually pretty good people. Nobody's perfect. They have to be. If you think of vast numbers of us that are just interacting with each other constantly, we have to be better than we think we are. Yeah, there's no other way. I mean, you have these weapons, but how many times, nobody's presumably trying to murder you, and you're... Nobody yet. Yes, nobody's, but it's right there. Fake flamethrower, guys. Not a flamethrower. Now we got a real problem. I'm gonna put it on that side, too. I'm gonna leave it for the guests. Yeah. I'm like, look, man, if I say something that fucked up, it's right there. It's gonna liven things up for sure. Guaranteed to make any party better. Yeah. Well, that's the armed civilization theory, right? The armed community is a safe and polite community. Yeah. Texas, it's kind of true. Yeah, I mean, people in Texas are super polite. Everyone's gonna go and get madness. Somebody angry. Yeah, don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's not a good move. Yeah. Piss people off when everybody can have a gun. Yeah. Better off to just let that guy get in your lane. Yeah. certain amount of, right-wing type characters. It doesn't mean you have to be that way. And honestly, there's a lot of those people that are pretty fucking open-minded and let you do whatever you want to do. Right. Just don't bother them. Yeah, exactly. That's my hope right now with the way we're able to communicate with each other today and how radically different it is than generations past, is that we all just, the dust settles and we all realize, like what you were saying, that most people are good. Most people are good. The vast majority. Yes. I think you should give people the benefit of the doubt, for sure. I think you're right. Yeah. You know what can help that? Well, mushrooms. Mushrooms. Don't you think? They're delicious. Yeah, right? They're good for you, too. Yeah. All of them. All kinds of them. What do you see in terms of, like, when you think about the future of your companies, what do you see as, like, bottlenecks? That's more. Sure. What do you see in terms of, like, bottlenecks of things that are holding back innovation? Is it regulatory commissions and people that don't understand the technology that are influencing policy? Like, what could potentially be holding you guys back right now? Is there anything that you would change? Yeah, that's a good question.
If you require additional assistance, please do not hesitate to ask.
So can you tell us anything about this collaborator?
Certainly I could do just that, but a man in my position must, which is to say that which has been requested cannot be...
You want money!
Disclosing confidential information entails considerable risk. In this particular instance, that would amount to 10,000.
Rip us off more, why don't you?
I met them, and Mayor Shanghai is really smart, and you're up on technology. What do you think
Do feel
about
free
this
to come again at any
policy
time.
of stopping use of Huawei phones, and there's something about the worry about spying. I mean, from what I understand from real tech people, they think it's horseshit. Oh, I like phones? I don't know. Like the government say, don't buy Huawei phones. Is that, are you up on that at all? No? Should we just abandon this idea? Well, I think, I guess if you have like top secret stuff, then you want to be pretty careful about what hardware you use. But like most people do not have top secret stuff.
So,
Unlike
about this precious promised land of yours.
Like the world is like nobody actually cares.
Come now, you misunderstand my intentions. I wish only to satisfy their material greed, so I can be left to pursue my great work.
They do not care.
Our great
So,
work, my
like,
dear.
what secrets does a national spy agency have to learn from the average citizen? Practically nothing. Well, that's
You're the
argument
spitting image of her
against
now.
the narrative. And
I
the
regret
argument
it
by
to
a lot of
this
these tech
day.
people is that the real concern is that these companies like Huawei
If she had only trusted me instead of trying to run,
and they try to
could
stop
have played
them
out
from
quite
integrating into our culture
differently.
and
What a
letting this.
terrible
Right
tragedy
now, they're the
to
number
lose the
2
last
cell
of the
phone manufacturer
pure-blooded
in the world.
ancients.
Okay. Samsung's number 1, Huawei is number 2, Apple is now number
Though
3.
not
They surpassed
completely,
Apple's number
would
2.
you like to see your
And the
mother?
idea is that this is all had taken place without them
Albeit
having
through
any
the lens
control
of one of
whatsoever
my
in America.
microscopes.
There's no carriers that have
Did you
phones.
really think
You
we'd
have to
leave
buy
such
the
a
phone
precious
online
specimen to
through
rot
some sort of
in the
third
gutter?
party and then put
We collected and cataloged every last bit of her.
that these
Hair, skin, organs, every fragment of every bone.
Chinese government is gonna distribute
As
these phones
breathtaking in death as in life.
economic
As you, my dear,
we
found that was arrogance right down to her cellular
I don't
structure.
think we should worry too much about Huawei phones. Maybe our national
And there it
security
is,
agencies should have
that
a
same
Huawei phone. Maybe that's a question mark. But I think for the average
Yes.
citizen, this doesn't
Time for yet another meeting.
they're not pretty sure the
Sit
Chinese
tight.
does not care about
I won't be long.
goings on of the average American citizen. Is there a time where you think that there will be no security?
Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
Stay focused. We need to find this guy.
Guess I better get working on my conversations.
Well, right now I'm confused, but when you're talking about your Neuralink and this idea that one day we are going to be able to share information and we're going to be some sort of a thing that symbiotically connected.
Yeah, I think we really need to worry about security in that situation.
And when,
for sure, that's like a security will be paramount.
Sure.
Yeah.
But also, what we will be is we'll be so much different. Our concerns about money,
They look
about
busy.
status, about all these things.
The plate did just fall.
What kind of
particulates in the air? Seeing them like this somehow makes me feel a little bit better.
Interface where we have this symbiotic relationship with some new internet type connection to information. What happens then? What is important? What is not important? Is privacy important when we're all gods?
Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
Information, right? What do you hide? Emotions?
Today we welcome a special guest, Shinra's Director of Public Security, who has an important message to share with us.
Everyone here at Shinra is deeply saddened and outraged by this unconscionable act of terrorism. But at the same time, we will not be cowed by threats or violence. To the people of Midgar, I make this vow. We will find the villains responsible and bring them to justice. Are you listening, Avalanche? You cowardly dogs! Run all you sunrise coming.
Do you think the other plates are in danger? Is it true that Utah is going to attack us again?
There should be safety.
Probably shouldn't have. Somebody let it go and they put it online and alright. She seems to be doing okay as a person. She's just you and me and it's the same thing. She's in some weird place where she's on a 35-foot tall screen with music playing every time she talks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's talking about it. She's not happy about it, but she's really doing fine.
But once this interface is fully realized, where we really do become something far more powerful in terms of our cognitive ability, or our ability to understand
Combat sim.
irrational thoughts.
You can use it to train for battle in a virtual space.
Does training in that thing really make you better?
Our thoughts on wealth,
You work here?
our thoughts on
I don't recognize you.
like how many of
Can I
those
help?
just
The mayor.
evaporate in our need for
He's
privacy?
the best. I was told to expect you. Need access to...
That's right.
That we'll have to surpass.
Before I trust you with this key card, I need to see what you can actually...
Say what?
Do you know what would happen if you got caught? We're putting our proof worth it. We have a state-of-the-art combat simulator. It can provide a real... If you beat the sim, then the key card is open.
There might be some war of ideas, potentially. I don't think Darwin's going away.
Right.
No one's going to be there. No one will be there forever.
Forever. Yeah.
It would just be a different arena. Different arena.
A digital arena.
Different arena. Darwin's not going away.
What keeps you up at night?
Well, it's quite hard to run companies,
Yeah.
especially car companies. How do they? It's quite challenging.
Cars. One of all the things you do?
Yes.
Because it's a consumer-oriented business as opposed to like SpaceX and...
Not that SpaceX is no walk in the park. But a car company, it's very difficult to keep a car company alive. It's very difficult. You know, there's only two car companies in the history of American car companies that haven't gone bankrupt, and that's Ford and Tesla. That's it.
Yeah, Ford rode out that crazy storm, huh? They're the only one.
By the skin of their teeth.
Shout out to the Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth. That is interesting, right?
Same with Tesla.
barely survived. How close did you get to fall? Very close. We 2008 is not a good time to be a car company, especially a startup car company, and especially an electric car company. That was like stupidity squared. And this is when you had those cool roadsters with the T-top, with the target top. Yeah, we had like it was a highly modified lease chassis. The body was all completely different. That was a super dumb strategy that we actually did. What was it dumb? It was based on two false premises. One false premise was that we'd be able to cheaply convert the Lotus Elise and use that as a car platform, and that we'd be able to use technology from this little company called AC Propulsion for the electric drivetrain. The battery problem is the AC Propulsion technology did not work in production, and we ended up using none of it in the long term. None of it. We had to redesign everything. And then once you add a battery pack and an electric motor to the car, it got heavier, 50% heavier. Validated the entire structure, all the crash structure, everything had to be redone. Nothing, like, I think it had less than 7% of the parts were common with any other device, including cars or anything. Less than 7%? Yes. Everything, including tires and wheels, bolts, brakes. Yeah, even the steering wheel. See, the steering wheel was, I think the steering wheel was almost the same. Yes, the windscreen. The windscreen, right? No, I think the windscreen is the same. Yes, I think we were able to keep the windscreen. Less than 7%, so that's where basically every body panel was different. The entire structure was different. We could use the HVAC system, the air conditioner, which was belt-driven air conditioner, or auto-fired. So now we needed something that was electrically driven. We needed a new AC compressor. And all that takes away from the battery life as well, right? Yeah, we needed a small, highly efficient air conditioning system that fit in a tiny car and was electrically powered, not belt-driven. It was very difficult. How much did those weigh? Those cars? The Roadster? I think it was about 2,700 pounds. It's still very light. Depending on which version, 2,650 to 2,750 pounds, something like that. And what was the weight distribution? It was about 50. Well, there were different versions of the car. So it was about 55 on the rear. It was rear bias. Right, but not bad. Like, considering like a 911, which is like one of the most popular sports cars of all time, heavy rear end bias. Well, I mean, yeah, the 911, like the joke, is like they managed to do it despite Newton not being on their side. Yeah, if you're fighting Newton, it's very difficult. Well, it's like you've got the moments of inertia on a 911 don't make any sense. They do once you understand them. Once you understand, you don't want to hang the engine off the gas. This is not a wise move. You don't want to let up on the gas when you're in a corner. The problem with something that's where the engine is mounted over the rear axle or off the rear axle towards the rear is that your pull moment of inertia is fundamentally screwed. You cannot solve this. It's unsolvable. You're screwed. Pull moment of inertia is you're screwed. Right. Like essentially, if you spun the car like a top, that's your pull moment of inertia. You're just. I promise I wouldn't swear on this show, by the way. Really? Yeah, it's a little friend. Tell that friend to go fuck himself. Who told you not to swear? A friend. It's not like a friend. Yes, only I would swear. Realize you're fucking Elon Musk. Do whatever you want, man. If you ever get confused, call me. I'll swear in private. Swear up a storm. Just say friggin'. It's fun way. It was like old house moms. Wives and shit that have children. You know, this frickin' thing. Yeah. But anyway, like for the Porsche, it's kind of incredible how well Porsche handles given that its physics, the moments of inertia are so messed up. To actually still make it work well is incredible. Well, if you know how to turn into the corner, once you get used to the feeling of it, there's actual benefits to it. You know, there are some benefits. The car I had before Tesla was the 911. Oh, okay. That was 997 or 6? Yeah. 997. Yeah. Great car, man. Yeah, I mean, particularly with the Porsche, when they had the variable vanes not fast. It's not the best handling car, but it's more satisfying than any other car I have because it's so mechanical. It's like everything about it like crackles and bumps and it gives you all this feedback. And I take it to the comedy store because when I get there, I feel like my brain is just popping and it's on fire. And it's like a strategy for me now that I really stopped driving other cars there. I drive that car there just for the brain juice, just for the interaction.
I mean, you should try the Model S P100D.
I'll try it.
It'll blow your mind out of your skull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me what to order. I'll order it.
Model S P100D.
Okay. Janie,
That's the car that I drive.
Okay. With the car you drive. Okay.
It will blow your mind out of your skull.
I believe you. How far can I drive? How far?
About 300 miles.
That's good. For LA regular days.
You'll never notice the battery.
Never. How hard is it to get like one of them crazy plugs installed in your house? Is that difficult?
No, it's super easy. It's like a dryer plug. It's like a dryer outlet.
Didn't you come up with some crazy tiles for your roof that are solar paneled?
Yeah, I have it on my roof right now actually. I'm just trying it out. It's like the thing is, it takes a while to like test roof stuff because roofs have to last a long time.
Right.
So like you want your roof to last like 30 years.
Over a regular roof?
Now, so there's two versions. There's like the solar panels you put on a roof. So like depends on whether your roof's new or old. So if your roof's new, you don't want to replace the roof. You want to put like solar panels on the roof.
Right.
So that's like retrofit, you know. And they were trying to make the retrofit panels look real nice. But then the new product we're coming out with is if you have a roof that's either you're building a house or you're gonna replace your roof anyway, then make the tiles.
You're gonna train in the sim and get
the tiles. And then it's quite a tricky thing because you want to not see the solar cell behind the glass tile. So you have to really work with the glass and the various coatings and layers so that you don't see the solar cell behind the glass. Otherwise it doesn't look right. Right. So it's really tricky.
There it is. Jamie put it up there.
Yeah.
Man, that looks good.
See,
is there any
see, like, if you look closely, you can see, if you zoom in, like, you can see the cell. But if you zoom out, you can't see the cell.
Right. Well, it looks cool, though.
Like that. That's hard. That's really hard, because you have to sunlight go through.
You're military, right?
But when it
Give me any tips for doing better in the sim?
It doesn't, it hides the fact that there's a cell.
Well, you gonna call it quits?
Right now? Well, we have, I think, those on that roof right there?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like
that one's hard.
Oh, so you got that kind of fake Spanish-looking thing. I like that.
That's French slate.
That's white people in Connecticut smoking pipes. Look at that one.
Yeah.
That's badass, dude. So
it
now
will actually work.
I believe you. So the solar panels that are on that house that we just looked at, is that sufficient to power the entire home?
It depends on your energy, on how efficient. Yeah. So, generally, yes. I would say it's probably for most. It's gonna vary.
Bring it.
Maybe half to 1.5 of the energy that you need, depending on how much you have, living space, and how many you'll zero with the TV. TV's no problem.
That's awesome. You think you can take me on?
If you have your air conditioner, and you don't, depending on how, like, are your air conditioning rooms when they don't need to be air conditioned, which is very common. There's like programming VCR.
Nothing to worry about.
Right, there's just a working 12 that actually make this every all day long. Right. A smart home where if you're in the room,
let's turn it up.
Yeah, just predict where you're going to be home, and then cool the rooms that you're likely to use. Those are intelligence. We're not talking about like GM computers of like elementary basic stuff. Right. You know, like if you can compare it to the car, like as soon as you're coming home, like there's no point in cooling the home. Right. The home.
Nothing to worry about.
I got it.
You're going home. Cool. Going temperature. Like you have an app that works with your solar panels or anything like that? Yeah.
No escape.
So
Double time.
Calling fire. 4 months, or 5 months, or 6 months. A couple minutes fast. Always fast. Fucking kicked out into our Rolex.
Still here.
It's kind of amazing that I'm mechanically on a wristwatch. These tiny little gears. It's amazing. Yeah. I mean, so it's a whole little quality. I don't buy them. I bought them as gifts. I don't buy them myself. When I look at them online, there are watches out there now. They're like, they have like little rotating moons and stars and I like yours. I don't love them. I know I'm coming for you. But there's something.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
It's on you.
I'll see you now. Time in the sun. Nobody knows. It's not any better than some Casio that you just buy online. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't just want, the time. You want craftsmanship. You want some artist's touch. You want innovation in terms of like a person figuring out how neurons all line up perfectly to every time it turns over, it's basically a second. That's just smart to that. Exactly. It's not just bring it. And I like this watch a lot. There's art in that. No, I agree. Yeah. There's something amazing about it. It represents the human creativity. It's not just
Don't overdo it.
Let me
Taking over. Going in. Not my best work.
Marvelous. Wow. He said that's the reason why they do it. He said, would you look at someone who has a rifle? Why would they do that?
seen enough. Here, this key card will grant you access to... Once you're up there, just what is it you plan on doing?
We came to get one of our friends. She's being held in a research lab somewhere.
A lab? Then she must be with Professor Hope. Access to R&D is limited to authorized persons.
We'll find a way in.
A board meeting is scheduled to start soon. It's being held in the main conference room. President Shinra, Professor Hojo, and the other directors...
Think they like surprises? We can even take the president as a hostage.
Try it, and security will be on your app.
We need to find out what they're planning.
So you want to spy in their meeting? You can climb into the air ducts there.
Thanks for the tip.
It's marijuana inside of tobacco. Oh, okay. So it's like posh, tobacco posh. You ever had that? Yeah, I think I tried it. Come on, man. You probably can't be the stockholders, right? I mean, it's legal, right? Totally legal. Okay. How does that work? Do people get upset at you if you do certain things? Tobacco and marijuana there. That's all it is. The combination of tobacco and marijuana is wonderful. First turned onto it by Charlie Murphy and then reignited by Dave Chappelle. There you go. Plus whiskey. Exactly. Perfect. Balances it out. Oh yeah, alcohol's a drug. It's been grandfathered in. Well, it's not just a drug. It's a drug that gets a bad rap. Because if you just have a little, it's great. Fine. Yeah, a little sip here and there, and you just see your inhibitions are relaxed, and yourself, and hopefully you're more joyous and present and happy. Yep. Don't worry about people who can't handle cars that go 0 to 61.9 seconds or anything. Have you ever...
I'm ending this.
That, like, imagine one day everyone has...
Let's move!
Not so fast.
These technological standards is one of your cars. And everyone agrees that the smart thing to do is not just to have bumpers, but to perhaps have some sort of
Let's be smart.
repellent device. Some sort of magnetic field around the cars that as cars come close to each other, automatically, radically decelerate.
It's on now!
Well, I mean, our cars brake automatically.
Don't look now, but it's about to get real.
I got this.
One day, all your cars will be on the road, and then they'll still be...
You're up.
Hang back.
Years from now, that'll get in the mix and be the main problem. Yeah, I think it's
No escape. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't want to see the training analyst back in
Do your thing. Keep it up.
All set.
Back in the gangs in New York days. That movie. Yeah, it's a lot of dead horses, but you need a
We'll send you around the world in fast.
Let's go.
My Don't stop now.
Let's finish it.
I'm coming for you!
Let me handle it.
I got this.
Like everybody else seems to be. I mean, obviously, you make a lot of money. A lot of money. Like that. Yeah. Totally right.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do this.
Don't say I didn't warn.
It's on you.
I got this.
Okay, one clock coming up.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure.
Just in case.
There was a million Teslas instead of like one Tesla. There was a million Teslas.
Deal with that.
Okay, let's go.
A million people like him who were radically innovative. It was a weird dream, man. It was so strange. And I've had it more than once. Resulted in very rare.
We can do better. Nothing to worry about.
Bring it.
Everyone is flying things with like LCD screens on the side of them and everything's hard and straight.
Hang back.
And it stuck with me for whatever, obviously it's just a stupid dream, but for whatever reason, all these years that stuck with me.
You're mine.
To have more than 100 inventions that were patents, right? I mean, he had something pretty great. Yes, but definitely in his day, there was very few people like him.
Don't overdo it.
Right? It's not my house. It's fun, motherfucker.
Ain't dead yet. Going all out. Nothing personal. Take the lead.
And there you have it.
Need a light. Let's switch it up.
Time to
Maybe some sort of strategy or sacrificing or biological, not sacrificing, but enhancing biological recovery.
No need to.
Meditation or some other ways to shut off that.
Yeah.
You must have like a constant stream of ideas running in your head all the time.
Gonna pull back.
My turn.
There.
Let's
Give me your
finish
best
this.
shot.
Calling fire. Nothing to it.
I don't actually notice any effect. Well, there you go. It was much faster.
Give me the light. Burn. Steady. Let's be smart.
like to get things done, like in terms of like what gives you satisfaction when you complete a project, when something that you invent comes to fruition and you see people enjoying it, that feeling. Yes, doing something useful. Yeah. Get back! So, that, you think that is
What's awesome?
Bring it! You essentially have a gift, right? I'm sure it's been fueled by many, many years of discipline and learning. Radical sort of creativity when it comes to innovation and technology.
You're mine.
Oh, we're done here.
Do you think that perhaps productivity is maybe more attractive to you than enlightenment? Or even the concept of whatever enlightenment means? Like, what are you trying to achieve with your meditating all the time? To you, it seems like almost like there's a franticness to your creativity that comes out of this burning furnace. And in order for you to like calm that thing down, you might have to throw too much water on it. It's like a never-ending explosion. Like, what is it like? Like, try to explain it to a dumb person like me. What's going on? Never-ending explosion. It's just constant ideas, just bouncing around. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. So when everybody leaves, it's just Elon sitting at home, brushing his teeth. Just a bunch of ideas bouncing around your head. Yeah. All the time. When did you realize that that's not the
Need a light? Calling fire.
By the time we're 5 or 6, like, oh, are we not even getting this? Like, did you feel diminished by it? Like, knowing this is a weird thing that you really probably couldn't commiserate with other people? They wouldn't understand you. They wouldn't find out. They might actually put me away or something. You thought that for a second because when you were little, when you were little, you thought this? Wow.
Time to burn.
You thought this is so
Not bad.
radically different than the people that are around me. If they find out I got the stream coming in. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's only like 5 or 6. Do you think this is like...
Burn. Let's finish this. Calling fire. Here it comes. Double time. You're up. Let's do this. Let's go. Burn. Try this. It's on now. You're done. Let's hustle. That it? Need a light. Was never in doubt. Double time. Time to burn. You're mine. Burn. Here it comes. I'm waiting. Going in. Let's hustle. Is that it?
strangely, I think a lot of people don't like humanity and see it as blight, but I do not. Well, I think part of that is just they've been struggling. When people struggle, they associate their struggle with other people. They never internalize their problems. They look to other people as holding them back, and people suck and fuck people, and it's just, it's a never-ending cycle. But not always. Again, most people are really good. Most people, vast majority. This may sound corny. It does sound corny, but love is the answer. It is the answer. Yep. Yeah, it is. It sounds corny because we're all scared. We're all scared of trying to love people, being rejected, or someone taking advantage of you because you're trying to be loving. Sure. But if we all could just relax and love each other, it wouldn't hurt to have more love in the world. It definitely wouldn't hurt. Yeah. It'd be great. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah. I agree, man. Really. How do you fix that? You have a love machine that you work on? No, but probably spend more time with your friends and less time on social media. Now, deleting social media from your applications, from your phones, does that give you 10% boost to happiness? What do you think the percentage is? I think probably something like that, yeah. It's about right. Good 10%. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I've kept is Twitter because I kind of need some means of getting a message out, Right. That's about it. So far, so good. Well, what's interesting is you actually occasionally engage with people on Twitter. Yeah. What percentage of that is a good idea? Good question. 10%, right? It's hard. It's mostly, I think it's on balance more good than bad, but there's definitely some bad. So, hopefully the good outweighs the bad. Do you ever think about how odd it is, the weird feeling that you get when someone says something shitty to you on Twitter and you read it? The weird feeling? There's a weird little negative jolt. It's like a subjective negative jolt of energy that you don't really need to absorb, but you do anyway. Like, well, fuck this guy. Fuck him. There's a lot of negativity on Twitter. It is, but it's a weird, it's in its form. Like the way, if you ingest it, if you're like, you try to be like a little scientist as you're ingesting it, and you're like, wow, how weird is this? And I'm even getting upset that some strange person is saying something mean to me.
You're gonna train in the sim at a time like this?
The vast number of negative comments, the vast majority of it, I just ignore them. The vast majority. Every now and again, ignore it. It's not good. It's not good. Make mistakes. Yes, you make mistakes. We make some mistakes.
Cloud?
We're all human.
You're Cloud, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit! It's cool, bro. We went through training together. Damn. So you're still alive and kicking, huh? Some of the guys heard you got smoked. I told them it was all bullshit. Hey, sit tight, man. I'm gonna go get Kunzel. I'll be right back.
I'm better than you. I never had that thought. You had that thought, you piece of shit. Look, I saved it. I put it on my blog. Yeah, I'm not sure why people think that anyone would think that deleting a tweet makes it go away. It's like, hello, been on the internet for a while. Yeah. Well, it's even like, the thing is they don't want you to be able to delete it.
Hey, I'm still thinking. Wait your turn.
If you don't delete it and you don't believe it anymore, it's really hard to say, hey, that thing above, I don't really believe that anymore. I changed the way I do things. Yeah.
What do I want?
Well, fuck you. I already have that over there. I'm gonna just take that. I'm not gonna pay attention to that shit you wrote underneath it. It's on your permanent record. It's forever, bro. It's a tattoo. Yeah. It's on your permanent record.
Thing isn't supposed to happen.
Is it true that Wu-Tai is gonna attack us again?
We should be safe here, right?
I wonder how the rest go.
People just intentionally shit.
Come on, why don't you eat something hearty? It'll give you energy.
They're more trying to catch people doing something.
Hello there. So, what'll it be for you today?
Arrests on his record. It's like they're trying to catch you with something more than they're logically looking at it and thinking it's a bad thing you've done, or that it's an idea they don't agree with so much that it insulted you. They're trying to catch you. Yeah, I media than it is to be mean in person. Yes. Way easier. Yeah. It's weird. It's not a normal way of human interacting. It's true. You're not supposed to be able to interact so easily, but people are not looking at. Yes. You would never do that. You'd never be so mean to somebody looking in their eyes. If you did, you'd feel like shit. Most people. Yeah, unless you're a sociopath, you'd feel terrible. Yes. Elon Musk. This has been a pleasure. Yeah, likewise. It really has been. It's been an honor. Thank you for having me. Thanks for doing this, because I know you don't do a lot of long-form stuff like this. I hope it didn't weird you out. I hope you don't get mad that you smoke weed. It's not bad. It's legal. We're in California. This is legal. What's you drinking? Exactly. This is all good. All right. Cheers. Thank you. Is there any message you'd like to put out other than he loves the answer? Because I think you really nailed it with that. No, I think, I think people should be nicer to each other and give more credit to others and don't assume that they're mean until they're actually mean.
You're military, right?
It's easy to demonize people.
What
You're not wrong about it. People are nicer than you think. Give people more credit. I couldn't agree more. And I want to thank you not just for all the crazy innovations you come up with and your constant flow of ideas, but that you choose to spread that idea, which is it's very vulnerable, but it's very honest, and it resonates with me, and I believe it. I believe it's true too. So thank you. All you assholes out there, be nice. Be nice, bitch. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Elon. Good night, everybody.
I trust the narrative is intact.
Rock solid. The people have embraced the Wu-Tai Avalanche conspiracy wholeheartedly. I've almost come to believe it myself.
Wu-Tai's response?
So far, nothing. And if those cowards do, all the better for us and our story.
Very well. Then we shall stay the course.
If I may, sir, there was one other matter.
Oh?
A message from our man Palmer.
I mean, it's gone beyond Jesus and into Moses and lesser prophets, or a Navy SEAL. You're in that range too. Like you could be some wild man.
Damn it.
That's a mistake that would.
Yeah.
Like if there was a song called
That's our first priority.
That's right. We only get one chance. Hojo should be at that board meeting, so that'll buy us some time. We need to plan this just right.
Base and climbing up that rope using your leg muscles. It was not good value. Did you enjoy it? I like the camaraderie, and I really as I've written about and talk about quite a lot, when I'm around very male environments, I kind of really like it. I really get off in it, but I have to watch myself not getting too excitable. It's even in this environment, as a matter of fact, I have to keep myself a little bit chilled out. Why? What do you mean? What does it do to you? Well, I guess what it is my early life, I grew up mostly around my mum, and I don't have brothers and sisters and stuff like that, so my male role modelling occurred later in life, and I think it probably relates to this spiritual thing. I think it meant that I'm very open to sort of spiritual experience, meditative experience. I didn't have a lot of grounding physical experiences or bodily experiences really until adolescence, until sexuality. That's the first time I really sort of got into the body. Didn't do sport as a kid. Didn't have like being go, this is what we do, this is how we shave, this is how you treat people, this is, I didn't really get that kind of education. So now, still like soldiers, UFC fighters, I go, I do BJJ primarily as a result of these let's not call them confrontations, conversations, that's a much nicer term. So there's a bit of me I get excited about the analysis of it. It's not homoerotic, because that doesn't happen to be the way that I roll out. You just enjoy it a little too much. There's something about it.
And it made what's bad about it? What's bad about getting fired up?
Nothing for me, except look, as you know, my model for life is a sort of a 12-step model about watching my impulses. My impulses have got me in a lot of trouble. My impulses to take drugs, my impulses to sleep around, my impulses to even eat food. I've got a sort of a tendency to get obsessive. But,
That's where Professor Hojo is?
Where it should be.
What's the plan?
Little bit of recon. Need to find a way to infiltrate that road.
You'll hear the words coming out of your mouth. Ask anyone here. They can point it.
No thanks. We can find it out.
It's not something I go around inflicting on other people and telling them how they should behave. I know enough now to know people are different, people have different experiences.
Did you see Sector 7? I can't bring myself to.
I went to the strategy hall. There's so many people that I disagree with and I have fine conversations with. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that impulse to
I'll wait out here.
antagonistic engagements with people you disagree with.
You can't hang out here.
How else are we going to consolidate?
It'd be better if you waited inside.
Maybe, but this is... Oh, never mind.
Tribes, new alliances, new relationships, new systems. At a time when evidently, it feels to me at least, Joe, like things are breaking down. There's a lot.
Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Love to show them what to want.
Come on. Let's just find out.
I'm talking, I suppose, about how the media landscape seems to present information. I don't know if that's true when when I'm around people, I don't sense, oh wow, these guys are really tied up in Brexit or Trump or whatever. It doesn't seem that relevant to ordinary people. It seems to me that people are still operating on a interpersonal, how are you today? People are willing to get on like that. I mean, how are we supposed to take these ideas on board? It's almost too vast for us. These geopolitical ideas that we're asked to identify with. Right, and in your everyday life, it hardly ever affects you or affects you very little in comparison to things that you ignore because you're concentrating on Brexit or you're concentrating on Trump or you're concentrating on whatever it is. Yeah, that's wall, build that wall, whatever it is. Yeah, I start to wonder who is it that's involved in this stuff. I start to, where I'm at now is, are we even capable of belonging to groups, units, tribes of 300 million people or 60 million people with so many diverse ideas? Is this a time to look at federalism differently, to start breaking down, I exist within this tribe of people, but I collaborate with all these other people? I don't know
I'm sure they're safe.
But we live right by Sector 7, and I keep...
to operate in smaller units, but I am thinking that we need to have a real sense of community and connection, and we've got to let go of looking for ways to object to and judge other people as some sort of primary way.
Depending on the board's decision, we may start 2 projects simultaneously, rebuilding the plate and the city. Members of the Urban Planning Division will likely take point on both.
States and countries, they were all established without our consent before we were born, and we're a part of a system that we didn't agree to it. We just all of a sudden found ourselves in it, and we're trying to make it fit us. Yeah, that's right. And there's aspects of it that are appealing. Like sort of during a World Cup, I really feel English and like I feel a genuine sense of connection and investment. But if I'm being asked to live according to rules that don't affect me, that affect me financially and don't speak to who I am as an individual, then I'm like, well, what is this? This is out of my benefit. Yeah. When
this it?
The inclination to form teams and to root for your team and root against other teams, it's so deep-seated.
I'm telling you, I saw him with my own eyes, sauntering down the corridor.
We don't have time for this nonsense.
He was as close to me as you are now. The shock of it made me spill my tea.
Enough already. If there are intruders in the building, my men will deal with them.
Mr. President, sir, I swear to you.
Can't we just communicate? Can't someone say what they think and I say what I think and we just decide?
I have the damage assessment for Sector 7, and I'm afraid the figures are catastrophic.
Spare us the doom and gloom. Was there anything else?
Well, sir, I've also drafted a reconstruction plan for...
Not with the ancients in our custody once more.
With respect, sir, I don't see how...
Neo Midgard.
I couldn't agree with her more profoundly on according to social criteria, some very, very important issues. One in interpersonal
in their promised land.
Absolutely delightful.
we will build a new Mako-powered metropolis.
Mr. President, we still don't know for sure that the Promised Land even...
She's so much smarter than I was when I was 20.
Professor Hojo.
The test results were within expectations. The specimen is somewhat lacking compared to her pure-blood mother, but for our purposes, she should more than suffice.
So she can lead us to the Promised Land?
Well, Mr. President, that remains to be seen. I would like your permission to secure her cooperation through more forceful means. Forceful, yet gentle. She is a precious resource that must be handled with care.
Personally, I've never had a problem with torture.
My armory is at your disposal should you require anything.
I had something more psychological in mind. Better to scar the soul than mar the flesh.
All these different neighborhoods that had been a part of systemic racism, where they had literally forced black people to live in certain areas.
Proceed as you see fit.
Allow them to buy homes outside of those areas. They made laws, and those laws are in places like Baltimore, and I had this guy Michael Wood on, who was a police officer in the city of Baltimore. One of the more profound things that he said was that they found papers that were documenting crimes from the 1970s in Baltimore, and they were in the same area, the same crimes that he was facing in the 2000s when he was a police officer. So he was looking at this going,
walking the halls of this very building.
Am I just a part of something that's never going to be fixed and never going to be changed? And, as he learned more about the city and the city's laws and how these systems were set up to keep
How
people
I
in
should
certain
like to
places,
meet
and
their
how the crime and the violence and the drugs is all just in this one concentrated area that's always
but
been
that
there,
can
and
wait.
no one does anything to change it.
First, we
You
must have
realize,
answers.
wow, this is
A simple psychoactive agent should suffice. Nothing likely to cause any
Conversations that made me recognize how powerful systems and institutions are and their ability to maintain themselves regardless of any individual. Because it seems like what happened there with the man you were chatting to is that he's an individual woke up and, oh my god, hold on a second, I'm in some sort of weird grid. And I spoke to this fella called Ken Ross, who worked for the British diplomatic service at the time of 9/11 and was privy to confidential information about how that was handled on a military and geopolitical level. And he said, he's come away from that thinking, well, these institutions function and in a totally corrupt way to pursue their own objectives. Disingenuity and dishonesty is just part of the system. And it was him that made me think about anarchism in a different way, saying that the assumption that people, if they were not tightly governed with big government and huge control, would go around murdering each other and raping each other, simply not true. That's one of the means by which the state continues to justify its existence. People will behave better the closer they are to self-governing community. This is I was interested in that because he's talking from, this is what I saw on the inside, this is how I saw it was running, like your cop friend there. And another person I spoke to that had been inside a system and then woken up within it, it was Yanis Varoufakis. When Greece had that mad revolution, he was like one of the leaders of a party, Syriza, and for a minute he was like, Syriza said, we ain't paying back all those debts, you screwed us financially, you screwed Greece. So he was there at the EU meetings telling the German chancellery, we're not paying, Greece ain't going to repay those debts. And he just said that the way that the system reasserted itself was magnificent to watch in a way. And he said none of those individuals have any power except the power that role gives them. If you are the German finance minister, you've got the power that the German finance minister has. You can't step outside it and start going, right, listen, why don't we do this and why don't we do that? The system itself is beyond individual decisions. It's a self-sustaining system. It won't come up with ideas or support ideas that threaten it. And that's why I continue to keep hearing, and I'm sure you're having similar conversations, that if you are really interested in changing the world, you have to participate in systems that are outside of it. Set up new ideas. Don't worry about trying to smash this one down with a hammer. It will atrophy on its own as it becomes less and less relevant.
I think also change yourself, and when you change yourself, it becomes evident to the people around you. If your change is beneficial and attractive, people, they gravitate towards that idea that you can improve yourself and you can change your perspective on things.
Well, that is the one area of your life where you've got some authority and control, and that's
Don't move.
That is what I'm about. Is well, I can stop myself
bullets in your head unless you open that door right now.
This book here, Mentors, which I talk about you, only for a paragraph, you know what I mean? It's not like literary fellatio. It's a small nod of your influence in the game. I talk about how we have latent qualities within us that
You
are
must be the ones who've been stirring up trouble lately. Eco-terrorists?
But if you find a mentor in an area where you're looking to improve, they can kind of energize, awaken energies within you that on your own you wouldn't be able to use. I had a really recent experience where I was sort of like freaking out about something. I spoke to a mentor of mine, and like the way that he sort of spoke to me was like sort of aggressive, like a sort of an aggressive, that's not going to happen, you are not afraid, and like it sort of woke up the part
None of y'all better move a muscle.
feels that way, that has that kind of, I would say, sort of
Unlike you, I am less accustomed to physical
certainty, a kind of grounded energy. He was able to sort of like direct it at me, and like in that moment in myself, all bewildered, I wasn't able to do it.
It's on you.
Externally in the moment. So this is how I sort of feel like your individual journey. I'm interested in how, because I'm getting around it. Mentorship seems pretty much stitched into that. You must continually be looking at someone, learning from someone, trying to equal them or whatever it is.
Yeah, the good part about that is you get good at learning things, and you get good at listening. You know, as a martial arts student, you don't just listen, you listen very intently. You bow, you say sir, you know, there's so much discipline involved. The act of learning, and so much reverence, appreciation. So that helped me with pretty much everything I ever wanted to learn. I just would listen very intently.
After you. Need to heal up.
That's interesting. Did you first get into, pick up stuff from various shows of yours that I've listened to, but would you say that your
double
in martial arts came from kind of domestic distress and stuff, a difficult home life and not a good relationship with your stepdad, am I right?
It was that, but it was also moving more than anything. You know, his stepdad's a nice guy, but his stepdad's, it's always a weird situation, you know.
No one likes the dynamic of someone having sex with his mother. I remember having similar feelings about my stepdad.
He's a great guy, you know. I don't want to, paint him in a bad way. It's just, what was really hard was moving a lot and running into bullies. That was way harder than anything else.
So there was a time in your life where you felt very, presumably, vulnerable and not grounded.
Didn't have any friends, constantly moving into neighborhoods, meeting people. And when you're a young boy, you're a teenage boy, you're fucking dangerous.
Yeah, and it was. You could put them now, I'm talking about my country, 13, 14 years old. I grew up across the street, and all that. Well, express each other. If you want to find
all the time.
You think you can take me on?
Yeah, it is mostly saturated in men. The way it's described is mostly saturated. He talks about different form of team. They get together, they start lighting frogs on fire and doing shit. They do things because they want to one-up each other and they feed off of each other. Like, what one boy would do is so different than what five boys would do. What five boys would do could be horrific. What one boy would do on his own is very rare. Because you have to think about yourself and think about this is right. Typically, analyze the way you're behaving. I'm like, people would be proud of me if I did it this way. When you're with five other boys, you're all filled with testosterone and piss and vinegar. Why not do crazy things? This is, when I hear something like that, it's difficult not to think that it's always relative. Rigorous and crazy. It's not impossible to conceive that the behavior of adult human beings and think of what God are what's governing these people, what prisons they use.
Say goodnight, asshole.
Don't overdo it.
Come on.
All set. I think the real concern is AI is going to rationally analyze our behavior and our reliance on emotion.
Let's turn it up.
Hang back.
Amongst ourselves, it's going to think we're unfixable.
That's awesome.
Internet on your phone, satellite communication, 24/7 news cycle, because they have these primate genes. Artificial intelligence, the subject about which I know very little. It seems to me they all on some level derived from a particular aspect of understanding and rationality. So we're representing one aspect of our nature and prioritising it logically, organisation. But what you refer to as sort of primitive and monkey-ish, for me, involves the most important aspects of our nature. I'm a little romantic about human beings still. I feel that one of the great problems we have
Need a breather.
philosophically we have
No escape.
I got this. You're up. Right through it.
Watch yourself.
We've started to prioritise rationalism. So if you prioritise rationalism and organisation, which obviously has a lot to offer, the organisation of resources is incredibly and hugely important. You forget that a huge part of the human experience is nothing to do with that. The other thing which we have about before we went live, DMT. Now, no artificial intelligence is going to understand that there is access to a realm of consciousness that continually exists, that doesn't seem to be bound by physical laws as we understand them. And if the physical laws that we abide by are parochial and relevant only to this level of existence, why are we allowing ideas resourced from there to govern all of our systems? You know, you talk about
Let's switch it up.
I counted these gestures, I went through this membrane into another realm and checking out Mike Tyson when he was on here. And he goes, no, yeah! I got that. Bring it home! I took acid when I was a teenager. It's very unhealthy, not unhealthy, but unbridled man, teenage boy condition. So, you know, I'm going to be there with a guy in a lab coat with a pen, go, well, Mr. Brown, sit down, look at these Rorschach tests. Instead of which I'm in dropping acid and staring at my own hands, recognising, oh my god, I'm not me, the very idea of me, drug, particular aspect. AI will build the systems that are predicated on rationalism, organisation. I don't see why they would at some point here go all Skynet and annihilate us. But that is, I believe, the problem with our society is that the materialistic aspect of our nature is not the priority. It's just one thing we should be doing. Of course we need good roads, of course we need hospitals, schools, etc. But we need to find a way of honouring the sacred. And I'm fascinated with the experiences you're having in these psychedelic organisations and how it's influencing the rest of your life. Like how you're saying, like how does it influence the rest of your decisions, the way you see the world, the way you see relationships, the way you see the vulnerable young man you were prior to building your own, I say, personal religion of martial arts, excellence in your chosen field of stand-up comedy. How do you incorporate that vulnerable kid? Because I'm still very aware of the vulnerable person I was, and like I'm going on a rant, man. Like when Kevin Hart was on here, who I think is amazing, and he was amazing on this, I thought, fucking hell, like what have I got to offer the world when Kevin Hart has got this kind of force? Like, you know, come in the bubble, and I was like, my God, this guy is so positive. What a role model. What a lot he's got to offer. And then I thought, well, like any of us, what I've got to offer is who I am. Just who I am as a vulnerable, flawed human being that still feels connected to the kid I was when I didn't feel good enough. I still feel that. I can walk in a room and feel that. But I also know that that's not real, because I've had spiritual experiences, hallucinogenic experiences that make me feel that the relationships we should be building have to honour that we are both we're vulnerable and flawed, but also capable of greatness. There has to be room for all of this, and I feel that part of what we're doing and part of why we're experiencing such superficial polarity in politics and culture is because we're not acknowledging that underneath this surface activity of left, right, and you know from Sam Harris, them little experiments you stick
garbage in front of someone, they become Republican pretty quickly, or you scare people, they become less democratic. I think all that stuff is pretty superficial, and at depth, in that realm of the jesters and the membrane of psychedelia, we have access to oneness, and that should be what's influencing the way we set up our tribes, our systems, and our relationships.
Eric! I think when a guy like Kevin Hart shows you what a positive, motivational
I really must thank you for providing me such invaluable
just with his words and his deeds and the way he lives his
Cocky
life.
little egghead, ain't you?
He's so inspirational.
The results provided by my predictive models indicate that this force should be more than capable of handling.
Y'all about to learn
experiences with people where they literally do.
We're taking Aerith back.
Uplift you. Like I was uplifted by his conversation. I felt like, wow, that guy's so positive.
But did the girl not come here of her own free will? Or do you mean to tell me that she is your person?
Someone like that does spread a positive
She only came here to save Marlene.
Honestly, he's materialistic as well. He's got a bunch of cars and a big house, and he makes a lot of money, and he does a lot of movies, but what he's spreading
But I really can't be
very motivational, very positive.
This facility is home to extraordinary specimens that will change the
all that left-right shit and all the battles that we have politically and ideologically.
Let's just keep it together.
All this negative
All set.
spray at each other. Unless you're fighting a major demon that the world needs to conquer, most of it's not that. Most of it is like finding demons out of innocuous things, And I think when you talk about
I got this.
that you are you, that you have this unique perspective, you can affect the way you knowledge of life because you've been so introspective and so aware of your own current behavior and who you are now and who you used to be. All that stuff is fuel for people because they can relate to your meaning, they cannot relate to your stars, but they can relate to the humanity of your struggle.
Looks like your models got it
What
wrong.
must that have been like? And look at this guy who's made these conscious decisions to not be like that anymore. He dresses like a homeless person with a crazy beard. That's the real take-home information.
But will they get here in time to save you from me?
Just like you're a homeless guy in Oregon. Specifically, there's people who respect that. Yeah, it's like dark colors, rains a lot.
Yeah.
I get the reference. I understand American culture. Hey, can I do some, activity? Tell me what it's called. What is this? It's called Mentors, and actually I read it, bits of it again, because I knew I was coming here, and I think it's actually pretty good. I wrote quite a lot about resilience.
What is this fascinating phenomenon? What's happening? Where are you taking me?
What are those things up to this time?
Barrett.
Got it. Stand back.
I'm talking about how the psychological impact that it's had on me, and also in there about the protocols of going to a group, which as a beginner are very relevant. You touched on how visualized it is.
Yep.
I've got a hunch that the more
good?
we emulate and connect
I'm great.
to original ways of human behaviour, whether that's dietary or hierarchies or organisation of groups, I feel
Thanks for saving Marlene. I owe you one.
Save it for later.
The thing I got from going to BJJ classes,
Just in
Genesis,
case.
where I go back in England, is like that all the white belts get changed to one end of the room. The purple belts get changed at the other end of the room, which coincidentally or not is where the control for the timer is.
Deal with that.
They should protect me off.
That's all of that room to the end of the room, so all the control is that end. But it begins with sort of dancing around in a circle, doing all of those various exercises. Now lift your knees, now do the shrimping and that kind of stuff.
Let's get out of here.
It's the lower belt shouldn't invite a higher belt to spar or roll. It's as you say, the amount of respect, the bowing, the handshaking at the end of it. It's so it provides such a safe environment in which to deal with the primal. I can see why it's valuable, and it's
The hell was that?
I should have been taught that when I was 14, 13, mandatorily, so that I didn't come across it.
Come on.
You're not going to be setting fire to fields and allotments and putting frogs on fireworks if you've got a way of dealing with that primal energy, when it's coming. Some people that don't understand that think that you should suppress it somehow. You should just ignore it or suppress it. They don't understand that, man, it really, we're a biological male. It really needs to be tackled head on. I mean, you really need to embrace what it is to be a physical male, and it frees you in a lot of ways.
Do you think this might be a comparable moment to in the 1960s when there was a sort of a sense of sexual repression versus sexual free love? The images of Woodstock and flowers in the hair and smoking joints and having sort of sex outdoors in mud or possibly wheat. But that this time of like a kind of an anger about maleness, you know, and maleness may not, as you said, it may be a biological male, but it could be the energy of, I don't know, assertion, where these, like, you know, as in grammar,
This
you know,
child's
male
a
and
friend.
female relate to certain words, as in French grammar, where, I don't know, cat is female and dog is male. I don't know the system, I don't speak French, but I'm saying that we've labelled these energies, and it does seem that that there is a particular, what do I want to say, a condemnation of male energy. Do you think it comes from a misunderstanding?
Yeah, and I also think it comes from a big generalization, too.
Yeah.
It's easy to do, right? And if you're a woman, maybe you've dated men that have been physically abusive, or maybe you've known men that have been physically abusive, and you're around that, and you just, it's very convenient and very easy to just generalize.
So what the hell is it?
Masculine energy is negative, and it's males. And if you say that, you'll get props online. Yes, clap, clap, clap.
Did it just talk?
But those are also people that are
You
short-sighted.
asked what
Like,
it
you want to make as
is.
many people your allies as you can. You want to make as many people your
I
friends as you
am
can.
that which you
And you have
see
to understand
before
that there's
you.
some people that are just wired differently. There's some
I'd appreciate it if we simply left it at that. Agreed.
and then the masculine man, but everybody is okay as long as they respect you and they're kind to each other. But the problem is we associate certain behaviors and characteristics with either negativity or hedonism or toxic masculinity
Red
or
13.
someone being a
The
bitch as a
designation
man.
given to me by Hojo.
These
Then
generalizations are
you must
often
have another
way
name.
more harmful.
What is it?
It's just too convenient and easy.
Simple.
You got away.
Complexities. I've got young daughters.
You're gonna go get the son of a bitch.
And a 1-year-old, right? And they're, you know, daughters. So, like, but when the other day, because I'm staying in Los Angeles, Gabby, she's Mexican. She used to, when I first moved out here and lived my entourage lifestyle, she used to look after the house, and she used to think, oh, my baby, my baby. She loved me, so I'll take her matriarchal thing wherever I can find her. Used to look after me. She adored me and stuff. I stayed friends with her. Yesterday, she come round. She like what? Can I just a bikini for like my baby daughter? I don't want a 2-year-old doesn't need like a bikini top. And excuse me, I'm burping on the mic. I like it. For me, I thought like I don't want to put my daughter in that. That's sort of in a way sexualizing the like that child and like coming so and also.
This is Larry Lyon, and he's an ex-jewel thief.
Not thief, I was a robber. Thief sounds like you went in that person's house and robbed. I just went with a gun. And there was a choreography about it. Hi, I'm Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief. Join me as I walk you through my past from here.
This is Larry Lyon, and he's
Ever a prison like this is Lewisburg, and we're in a cell. And when I say the cell is about 8 by 10, and there's 2 guys in the cell. No, it was actually 6 by 10 because you could put your hands out like this and literally touch the wall. And I'll never forget because my head, one of the guy's head, goes in there when you're sitting on the table, the other guy is literally
I have come.
So we're in this little cell, and part of the cell was something they gave you a shower once a week, sometimes 3 times a week. They give you a shower. And every time you take a shower or a cell when you're in what they call the shield, special housing, that's common that way. But as a common, the shield is really the home. It's considered the home. When you have to like 24 hours a day in that cell, they say it's what they call rapid.
Together we will reclaim our world. They have come again.
And that's what you have to cuff up. Every time you leave a cell, in the shoe or in the hole or house, find your bag, you get your hands through the chute, and they come you up. And now then they open the door, and they take you out, and they put you in a shower with shower heads. And they put 3 other inmates in that shower. Now you don't know which shower. It could be rapist, murderer, people with those pedophiles, whatever it is. So they stick you in that shower. And I'll never forget how tense it was. You can feel the tension. Because who's in there? How do you know what they do? They bring something and they stick a knife in their ass. It's called suitcase, and I'll tell you about that later. How you transfer things in your rectum. So we're sitting in there and you're taking a shower, but you're never comfortable. So you stink so bad in prison. People have no idea what it's like not to shower. We take the littlest things for granted in this world.
You know, Reno, I think you might be due for some R&R.
So they bring us back. I'll never forget. They bring us in the cell, and now you're talking to your cellie. Now he's been in longer than me. He was at the
Nah, I'm good.
What are we going to do about Sector 7?
We are going to do nothing.
Been thinking, was all that necessary?
Had we refused, someone else would have completed the task. We have spared that someone the burden of a guilty conscience. Perhaps that will ease yours.
Yeah, no.
Let's try another tack then. They were a sacrifice to balance the scales.
Say what?
After everything we've taken from the planet, we were due to give something back.
Do you actually believe that?
Does it matter?
I'm getting upset already. But anyway, so we're in the cell, and all of a sudden word goes out to make a cocktail.
Yes. Understood.
And the cocktail is to douse the warden and all those people, which...
The VP needs us.
You actually, in a cup, they give you juice in the morning or a milk in a carton, and you open up, you literally in that cup. And then you put your piss and a little hot water in there, you let it ferment for a day. Think of that.
Cloud.
They sell in all commissaries.
Oh, thank goodness. You're awake.
You then transfer that concoction into a shampoo bottle. And you put all the shit in the piss. You can just imagine how this is smelling already. And it's in your cell. And when the word goes out, you're gonna squirt the warden and his whole crew. Now, there's a little window, about this big by this big, a little window in the cell door. It's not a whole door, it's not bar, it's just a door, but then a little window like this. We used to put a mirror through to look down the cell. You can look each way with a mirror. They sell little aprons. They're not mirrors, they're not glass, they're a piece of plastic or a piece of, like that metal that shines. And you put it through, you can see down that way, you can see down that way to talk to somebody. So the word got out, and that's just two little bars and this little window thing. And the word gets out when the warden and them do their dog and pony show, which is all people get mad at it in every prison. It's a way to cover their ass. But when they got to, they came at the end of the tier. It's called the tier. And they would open the door, they'd come in, they'd start walking down and say, "How you doing? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. How you doing? Yeah." Everyone's cursing them somewhat, or some people, "Oh man, I'm gonna kill myself." Whatever it is, they're there. That's what they call the dog and pony show. Well, the warden has to go down at the end of the tier. He turns around, he comes back, and he asks everybody on the other side, because this cell's catty corner. That's how we actually made line and stuff to shoot lines on the doors to transfer magazines, and we'll talk about that in a later chapter in prison. So anyway, the warden goes down one end, and right when he got down the end, one of the inmates made a signal and started hitting the door with his foot. Everybody started squirting the warden, and now they're running. They gotta run through this gauntlet, and the piss and shit is all over them. I mean, destroys them. And everyone's screaming like monkeys, going crazy. And I'm like, what the fuck am I in? I'm in an insane asylum. This is what I'm thinking. Sure enough, something's gonna happen after that. Well, they get the Goon Squad. The Goon Squad is what they call the SWORD team, Special Operations Unit, whatever they call the SWORD team, or the Goon Squad. They call them, the inmates call them. And then huge motherfuckers. They're 6'5", 280 pounds, all geared up with helmets and a billy club and the whole works. They there's toilets and sinks, and it's the dormitory style. That's a low, but they got double wired fence. It's electronic fence, barbed wire all around, and they have circling every prison. They have a guy in a truck or a few guys in a truck, and they got a couple of trucks going around at all times, and they're armed and waiting for people. You can't escape from it. It's none of that joke. And I love people say, "Oh, federal prisons are in country club." It's such bull. People have no clue what prison is about. Then you have a medium security prison. A medium security prison houses guys maybe for 20 years, 30 years, even lifers that have a lot of time and they're somewhat violent, but maybe not to the level of a penitentiary. A penitentiary is your maximum security prison. I mean, when I was in Atlanta, we had 2,000 inmates. We had 880 at life. Think of that, 880 at life. Out of that 880, 200 fight their case legally. They want to keep going to the law library and fight their case. 480 or whatever find a lover. They live a life. They work in what they call prison industries and literally find a lover. The guys will punks in prison. A punk is a guy who becomes a girl in prison, and they're called punks. They'll actually tattoo their eyebrows red and lips red. They'll tattoo blush on them. They'll tattoo, like a blush on their cheeks. They'll make underwear like panties and dye them with Kool-Aid. They'll actually cut them up and have dyed Kool-Aid. Literally, they look like a woman. It's crazy, but that's what it is in prison. What about 400, 500 of those guys who have life decide that's the way to go? That's what they're gonna do. And then we go to work, if you want to go prison industries. And the unicorn they have in the feds, and they'll have a lover, and they'll come back. And I've been to a wedding in prison. I know it sounds crazy, but I'll explain that later. So anyway, we're in a prison, and then you have what they call a supermax. A supermax is in Florence, Colorado. There's only one of them. And a supermax is like where Ted Kaczynski went, where the Unabomber went, and that's Ted Kaczynski. Then they have the other guy who did the 9/11 World Trade Center in '93. Sheikh, whatever his name was, Sheikh Mohammed something. But then that's the worst of the worst. That's when you are so f***ed up, you are going what they call the Colorado. Colorado's a supermax where you never get out of your cell ever. There's no yard, there's none of this shit. And then they have what they call a program there. You have to step down to get to a penitentiary, and then so on. Well, most people, I didn't kill anybody. I didn't have a life sentence. I said, okay, I thought I was going to go to a max, a medium. Nope. My points, they have a point system in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. My points only equaled out to a medium security prison, but they put me in a penitentiary, a maximum security prison. So anybody who tells me that they don't can do revenge, that's bull. I wouldn't rat. And when I wouldn't rat, they literally sent me to a maximum security prison and stick it to me because I wouldn't tell them who my partners were and all the they wanted me to rat on the mobsters and everybody they dealt with. And I just wouldn't do it. And I had to endure this. So anyway, they take it on the bus. They got you going up in Atlanta. I go, okay. And now they ask guys, what's Atlanta like? Oh, you're Florida, whatever they know. You start talking to people. Man, that's the fucking shit. Well, first we got to go on what they call Con Air. Some of you might have watched the movie Con Air with Nicolas Cage. Con Air is just that. It's convict air. It's run by the Federal Bureau of Prisons. And the only difference in the movie, they don't have those leg things that come around your they'll say, okay, we're gonna give you a bologna sandwich, an apple, jungle juice, little kombucha, and maybe a cookie. You're lucky, but doubt it. So anyway, they give me this. I used to tell the young kids, I said, man, don't eat that. And they go, man, OG, you know, they call me OG. I said, don't eat that. I said, trust me, kid, don't eat that. And they go, man, you don't want to eat that, OG, man, give me that. I said, listen to me, I'm telling you, you shouldn't eat it. And they don't understand. When you're on Con Air, you can't go to the bathroom. You can't take it. Try holding your for, when I tell you hours, I was on Con Air one time for 16 straight hours. Never left the plane. Went from different stop to stop, and they call people off to go to a prison or wherever. And here I am, been on this plane 16 hours. So don't tell me it's supposed to, okay, you know, it's supposed to let you do this. You maybe can take a piss. You'll end up in your pants, or you'll get hurt so bad you got stomach pain because you're hurt, you're holding your ass, you're intent. They actually have a doctor on these planes because you can bust your appendix, bust your intestines. It's really bad. I'd rather go hungry for a day than eat this bull they're giving you anyway. And you're... So anyway, here we are. We're heading to the plane. We get on the plane. I go on the plane. They're still in your handcuffed and shackles. Now, I'm an inmate that was going to a USP Atlanta, so they had me what they call black box. Now, not only am I in belly chains, I got leg irons, belly chains, and I got a chain that goes from your legs up until your belly. So there's a chain there and a chain around your feet, and they have your handcuffed. So you're like this, and it's, you can't move. You're totally like, you know, the cuff like this. You can't eat, you can't do anything, you're just cuffed. Well, to really with you, guys like me, they didn't like me. I was going to USB Atlanta. They don't really know me. The marshals just have it in a record. They must have put something in my record, and they put a black box on you. Now take your handcuffs. If you were handcuffed like this, they have handcuffs. They put a box between your handcuffs. Now you can't even do this. You are so, you get marks in your skin, in your arm. That's unbelievable because you are sitting there and you can't move. You can't even move like this. If you got a regular handcuff, you can't do that. You're just sitting there, and that black box is into the chain. It's crazy. It's another mode of messing with you. But you know, the other inmates look at you and they go, these black boxes, this guy must be a nut job or something, or they don't know what happened. So anyway, you kind of look at it and say, man, you know, they think you're a badass or whatever it is, but why do you have a black box on? The Con Air has so many prisons going all over the country.
I'm the one who carried you here. Don't thank me.
Are you okay? Maybe you should rest a little longer. I don't want you to push yourself. We're all worried.
Major airport, you know, like Kennedy Airport or Miami Airport, the plane pulls up to the prison and just comes over, you know, like goes into the door, and you walk off that prison, the plane into the prison. It's about a 12, 15-story building, and every floor has maybe 180 to 200, 300 inmates, whatever it is. Every single floor has that. Has pods, what they call pods of inmates, and they literally have that whole prison full, and they're transferred all over the country. It's the hub, it's the middle of the United States. So what they do is the people come from California to New York, they'll stop there. The prison system's so I went from Jessup, Georgia to Edgefield, South Carolina, which is about a 2-hour bus ride. They put me on Con Air, sent me to Oklahoma City. First they sent me all around. You fly around with the plane until where it goes, and whenever they stop, whatever hub they stop at, whether it's in New York, in Otisville, New York, there's a prison up there. There's one up in East Coast, Florida. There's different areas they stop the planes, and they get people off. The people are called off and on. You know, Lord 5222400. You get up and you go back and you climb down the is not a joke. The plane actually did. It stopped in Atlanta. You think I got off it? No, I did not get off it. And I don't know what's going on, obviously, but I ended up at Oklahoma City. I'm in FTC, Oklahoma. And I'm at the prison. And they bring you off the plane. And I'll never forget, there's a legend guard there. He's about 6'8", 300 pounds. A big old Indian guard. He wore a headband. He's a real Indian, an American Indian. And the guy was gigantic. I seen him snatch up a dude out of the line when he told him to do something and take him into a room. And he heard the screams. He beat the liver out of the guy. Didn't see the guy again. Beat the liver out of the guy. So anyway, they take you off this plane. Now you gotta remember, they're processing 150, 200 guys, whatever it is. So they have holding cells. So they bring you off the plane. They just shove you into a holding cell. They start uncuffing you. Sure enough, almost every time I did this, there was fights, major fights. I watched these two Spanish guys go at it. Now the guards, these guys are going at it. Nobody breaks fights up in prison. So these two guys are going at it. This one guy had this guy's head near a toilet. He's kicking him. Bam! Bam! You heard ding, ding. His head's going off. He's out. He's kicking him. Bam! The guy was totally out. Before the guards come into that cell and open that cell, the goon squad has to come. They don't just open that cell. There's 100 inmates in this. It's stuffed in this cell. And now imagine people got to do everything and they got they get a holding cell. One bathroom, one toilet. And man, I actually shit that in front of 100 guy. Because when you gotta go, you gotta go. We're all human. Well, in the memories in prisons, you're nuts. So anyway, we go to Oklahoma, this guy gets beat. And I'm telling you, this is laying the fuck out of what they dragged him out. The goon squad comes in, everyone's against the wall. They don't play, they're ready to do a mace and all the bullshit, ready to, So everybody does their thing and he gets out. They process you, you go up to one of the floors in the prison. So you're up in the floor, and then you got about 60 to 80 guys. They have cells, two-man cells all over. And the thing I remember about Oklahoma City, dude, the food sucked. It just was the worst. They have one floor is a kitchen floor, and if they feed you, like the carts come up, it's like a tray, and it's just garbage food. It really sucks because you know where you're going by this point because you've asked enough people, but don't know how long you're gonna be there. You got no money, you got none of your property. And when I say property, yes, even a cup and a pencil and maybe a pad or a book that you like or whatever it is. You got nothing. You're in this holding cell, this tank, this is what they call a pod, and you're in there. You hate everybody there. You just want to get the out of here. As bad as I'm going to Atlanta, I want to get to Atlanta. So all my goal is get to Atlanta. It's that bad, and that's just the way it is. It's in a zoo in there. So all of a sudden, you have to stay in there. You can stay in there.
I'm the one who carried you
My mom and
here.
I stayed here years ago when I was just the room looks exactly the same. Every morning, they'd come and I remember crying here alone.
Eric, before we break out of here, talk to us. There's so much we don't know.
I'm a descendant of the ancients. That's pretty much it, really. Oh, but just so you know, that's not their actual name. They called themselves the Cetra.
We who were born of the planet, with her we speak, her flesh we share. Unto her promised land shall we one day return. By her loving grace and providence, may we take our place in paradise.
You know it.
Yeah, well, honestly, I thought that part was just a fairy tale.
Shinra thinks it's true. They've been searching for the Promised Land for a long time.
And they must think you can lead them to it. Can you?
No. Someday, maybe, I'll find it in me. But now, not even if I wanted to.
Even if you could, that land belongs to the... to you and your people. Shinra's after it because they believe it's rich in Mako. Mako they've got no right to claim. But they'll try to take it anyway, won't they? Greedy bastards will never stop. Okay, new plan. Y'all take Aerith and get the hell out of here. Me, I'm gonna go bust some Shinra heads.
Barrett, wait. You can't do that.
Oh, great. These assholes again. Probably some Shinra science experiment.
Whispers. Perhaps best described as arbiters of fate. They are drawn to those who attempt to alter destiny's course and ensure they do not.
Like capital D? Destiny?
The flow of the great river that is the planet, from inception to oblivion.
And you're saying that that flow is somehow fixed?
Yes, for it is the will of the planet itself.
So if we're destined for a bleak future, these Whispers will try to keep us on that course? Now wait just a damn minute. How in the hell can you possibly know any of that? Spouting that cryptic stuff, which could all be bullshit. I mean, ain't you a Shinra lab rat or dog?
I'm not a rat dog. When Aerith reached out to me, I found this knowledge of the Whispers.
Listen to me. Please.
Aerith.
The Shinra Electric Power Company isn't the real enemy. It started with them, sure, but I promise you, there's a much bigger threat. I just want to do everything in my power to help. All of you. And the planet.
Aerith, what are you not telling us?
I'm lost in a maze, and every step is taking me further from the path. Every time the Whispers touch me, I lose something, a part of myself. Follow them, the yellow flowers.
It's okay. We'll find a way out together.
Okay.
Weird.
So anyway, I'm getting to Atlanta. I got a note, suitcase ready to go. Right? So once the guard says, "Lord, pack up or you get ready," if they tell you to get ready to go to bed, wherever it is, we'll be back in 5 minutes. And I suitcase my note again. It's up right and I'm ready to go. And boy, you want to talk about anxiety? I had a lot of anxiety to get to Atlanta. And
It would seem that they were summoned elsewhere.
Aha! There you are. Rick, what are you doing, man? Hey guys, long time no see.
Wedge?
You're here?
You shouldn't be up and moving.
I'm feeling much better thanks to Elmira's cooking. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Listen, any moment now...
What was that? An explosion?
HQ's running the show this time. They're raising hell to try and flush out the president. This complicates matters. That explosion just now put the whole building on high alert.
So now we're trapped in here?
No need to panic, little lady. See? You can still move freely within Hojo's laboratory. Find a way to the roof. An avalanche chopper will come to extract you.
HQ's bailing us out? I doubt it. Not after all the shit we've pulled.
I asked them really nicely. Like super duper nicely.
Thanks, Wedge.
Just get to the roof, okay?
I didn't ask him to do any of that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad he did.
I'm gonna still chew him out for it later. Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
And we can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
That elevator. Was it this way?
Yes. His odor still lingers.
The little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
It stinks in here. Back there.
Someone's picking a fight.
So go give him one already.
Way ahead of you. Calling fire. That's awesome.
Nice job. What? Shit! What the hell, Red?
you got who you know, you got nothing coming. And state prisons, you might know a guard, people live in the same state, beds they transfer you everywhere. So we're waiting to get transferred now, and beating happened, that all happened. I'm just waiting, I gotta get out of this prison. I don't know where I'm going, but I gotta get out of this prison. It's just that bad, it's a zoo. And I'm saying, whatever, I'm going. So all of a sudden, come up, you go and you get transferred, so you go down, and I'll never forget, I'm in Lewisburg, and I get that, so you ask the guy, where you go, hey, listen, I'm getting on a bus to go to the airport, and where am I going? I'm going to Con Air. Now, I'm going to explain Con Air in a minute, but I'm at the counter, and the guy says, look, you're going to Atlanta. I said, Atlanta? He goes, man, I feel bad for you. He goes, you're a white boy, going to that prison, that's the worst prison in the system. At the time, USB Atlanta was the worst prison in the system. It was, let me explain the prison system to start with. You have what they call a camp. A camp prison is for like stockbrokers who do 3 months, and most doctor who does 3 months, some does 3 months, cheats on his taxes, some supposed to be like that. Then you have a low security prison. Now a low security prison has double wire fence, but they live in dormitories. So they'll have like, big units of dormitories. There's no lockdowns, there's no doors, there's no place for people to be locked down. They're not cells, they're just a dormitory style living. There'll be a bathroom with a bunch of showers and toilets and sinks, and it's just a dormitory style living. That's a low, but they got double wire fence, it's electronic fence, barbed wire all around, and they have a circle in every prison. They have a truck, and they got a couple of trucks going around at all times, and they're armed, and waiting for people. You can't escape them. It's not a joke. Say, federal prisons in country club. People have no clue what prison is about. Then you have a medium security prison. A medium security prison houses guys maybe 20 years, 30 years, even lifers, that have a lot of time, and they're somewhat violent, but maybe not to the level of a penitentiary. A penitentiary is your maximum security prison. I mean, when I was in Atlanta, we had 2,000 inmates. We had 880 in life. Think of that, 880 in life. Out of that 880, 200 fight their case legally. They want to keep going to the library and fight their case. 480 or whatever find a lover. They live a life. They work in what they call prison industries and literally find a lover. The guys will, punks in prison. A punk is a guy who becomes a girl in prison, and they're called punks. They'll actually tattoo their eyebrows red and lips red. They'll tattoo blush on them. They'll tattoo, like a blush on their cheeks. They'll make underwear like panties and dye them with Kool-Aid. They'll actually cut them up and have dyed Kool-Aid. Literally, they look like a woman. It's crazy, but that's what it is. But about 400, 500 of those guys who have life decide that's the way to go. That's what they're gonna do. Go to work if you want to go prison industries. And the unicorn they have in the bed, and they'll have a lover and they'll come back. I've been in a wedding in prison. I know it sounds crazy, but I'll explain that later. So anyway, we're in the prison, and then you have what they call a supermax. A supermax is in Florence, Colorado. There's only one of them, and a supermax is like where Ted Kaczynski went, where
Let's go.
The Unabomber went. And that's Ted Kaczynski. Then they have the other guy who did the 9/11 World Trade Center in '93. Sheikh, whatever his name was, Sheikh Mohammed something. But then that's the worst of the worst. That when you are so f***ed up, you will go what they call the Colorado. Colorado's a supermax where you never get out of your cell ever. There's no yard, there's none of this shit. And then they have what they call a program.
Hell is this place?
Hojo's treasure. Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the roof.
My points only equaled out to a medium security prison, but they put me in a penitentiary, a maximum security prison. So anybody who tells me that they know that's bull, I wouldn't rat. And when I wouldn't rat,
What is that?
send me to a maximum security prison.
Genova.
Because I wouldn't tell them what my partners were. They wanted me to rat on the officers.
Mother. Together, we will reclaim our world.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all of this!
Cloud?
Tell me, is it really you?
Don't deny me. Embrace me. A touching reunion.
Very, very good. And thus is the hypothesis proven correct.
So anyway, they put me on a plane, and now it's just like they say.
I can only hope you will continue not to disappoint.
But when I become a pro on Con Air, I used to tell the kids, the new guys, tough kids, 25 years old, get into the system, I'm a badass. Well, before you get on the plane, they'll say, okay, we're gonna give you a bologna sandwich, an apple, jungle juice, a little promotion.
I'd better hurry.
Maybe a cookie, you're lucky, but doubt it. So anyway, give me this. I used to tell the kids, I said, man, don't eat that. Man, OG, they call me OG. I said, don't eat that. I said, trust me, kid, don't eat that. And man, you don't want to eat that, OG. Man, give me that.
Test subject pods? Guess I can use these.
Try holding your English. When I tell you hours, I was on Con Air one time for 16 straight hours. Never left the plane. Went from different stop to stop, and you call people off to go to a place or wherever. And here I am on this plane, 16 hours. So don't tell me they're supposed to, okay, supposed to let you do this. You maybe can take a piss. You'll end up in your pants, or you'll get hurt so bad you got stomach pain. Because you're hurt, you're holding your ass, you're intent. They actually have a doctor on these planes because you can bust your appendix, bust your intestines. It's really bad. I'd rather go hungry for a day than eat this bull they're giving you anyway. And so anyway, here we are, we're at the plane, get on the plane, I go on the plane, it's still your handcuffed and shackles. Now I'm an inmate that was going to a USP Atlanta, so they had me what they call black box. Now, not only am I in belly chains, I got leg items, belly chains, I got a chain that goes from your legs up until your belly. So there's a chain there, a chain around your feet, and they have your handcuffed. So you're like this.
Give me a break. Not bad.
Need a hand?
Thanks.
another mode of messing with you, but if the other inmates look at you in these black boxes, that must be a nut job or something, or they don't know what happened. So anyway, you kind of look at the bad, you're an asshole. The Con Air has so many prisons go all over the country. Well, the hub for the U.S. prison system is federal prison.
Burn! That's that.
You okay?
Yeah. Where are the others?
Nowhere close.
Let's go.
It's about a 12, 15-story building, and every floor has maybe 100, 200, 300 inmates, whatever it is. Every single floor has that. Has pods, vertical pods of inmates, and they literally have that whole prison full, and they're transferred all over the country. It's the hub in the middle of the United States. So what they do is when people come from California to New York, they'll stop there. The prison system, so I went from Jessup, Georgia to Edgefield, South Carolina, which is about a 2-hour bus ride. They put me on Con Air, sent me to Oklahoma City. First they sent me all around. They fly around the plane to where it goes. And they, whenever they stop, whatever hubs they stop at, whether it's in New York, in Louisville, New York, there's a prison up there, there's one up in Coleman, Florida. There's different areas they stop the plane, and they give you all the people in the hall on, on 52240, so you get up, you go back, and you climb down the plane, and search you, put you on a bus, go where your destination is. But anyway, most people, everybody's been in Con Air, anybody's been in a federal bureau prison, went to what they call FDC, Oklahoma Federal Transportation Center, Oklahoma City, and that's in Oklahoma City, and it's right at the airport. Well, so anybody who was in the town, I went in from 96 until 2007, so I was in for 11 straight years in the federal bureau of prisons. Was on that plane about 16 times, maybe 17, give or take. I pretty much lost count of when I was past 12, 13. So anyway, I'm on the plane, and now I'm going. I don't know where I'm going yet. I know I'm going to USP Atlanta. They meet up to get on this plane. The plane's going to stop in Atlanta. This is not a joke. The plane actually did stop in Atlanta. Do you think I got off it? No, I did not get off it. I don't know what's going on, obviously, but I ended up at Oklahoma City. I'm in FDC, Oklahoma, and I'm at the prison. And when you walk the plane, and I'll never forget, there's a legend guard there. He's about 6'8", 300 pounds, big old Indian guard. Wore a headband, a real Indian, an American Indian. And the guy was gigantic. I seen him snatch a dude out of the line when he told him to do something, and take him into a room, and he heard the screams. He beat the little out of the guy. Didn't see the guy again. Beat the little out of the guy. So anyway, they take him off this man. They gotta remember they're processing 150, 200 guys, whatever it is. So they actually themselves, so they bring him off the plane, and they just shove him into a cell. They start uncovering.
What is it?
Sure enough, almost every time I did this, there was fights, major fights. I watched these two Spanish guys go at it. Now the guards.
If we flip that switch, we can get to the other side.
So these two guys.
I may be able to do that.
This guy's head near a toilet. He's kicking him.
You sure?
Yes.
Hands go off. Was out. He's hooking him, bam. The guy was totally out. Before the guards come into that cell and open that cell, the goon squad has to come. They don't just open that cell. There's 100 inmates in this. Stuff in this cell. And now imagine
Let's do
people
the
that
trick.
do everything in one. They give it a holding cell. One big bathroom, one sheet and a toilet. Hey man, I actually shit them in front of all the guys. When you gotta go, you gotta go. We're all human. Well, in the memories, the prisons are acting nuts. So anyway, we go to Oklahoma. This guy gets beat to death. And I'm telling you, this is like, but I don't know what they dragged him out. The coach comes in, everyone's against the wall. They don't play.
Need a hand? For how long? Keep it together.
See you in hell!
Let's do this.
Hey, don't Get your ass out of here!
Take the lead.
Come on!
Call it fire.
It's on now! How'd you like that?
Hang back.
I'll be back in a minute. Get ready.
Stick your arm on! That all you got?
But anyway, we're sitting here and waiting. You start to hate everybody. You can't do anything. You just want to get the hell out of here. You die. You might like the guy. Beating everything from the whole town or whatever. And just transfer the next day. So, anyway, all of a sudden, get ready, all of that.
No escape.
That's not far.
Bring it. Double time. Come on.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you say so.
Guess we're out.
What's the plan?
First, it should be an elevator somewhere. Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it. Come on, let's go.
That's how messages are transferred from people from one prison to another. I mean, what I've seen people's suitcase, believe me, for a lot direct, you have no idea about. And it's done all the time, every day in prison, from shanks to shank. You put a shank in your record, but you take a toothbrush holder. You put a steel shank in the toothbrush holder, and you put masking tape on the end. Then you loop it up and you stick that toothbrush holder up your anus, your rectum.
The door seems to have locked. No going back.
Even though you're on a yard and you have those 3 metal detectors, when there's so many people around, they'll pass you through. You'll go off, they'll pat you down, they'll see nothing, they'll say get out of here, go. They don't know if you have a bullet in you. They don't know if you have a metal knee, and the line's backing off.
too impressive.
We got him.
Yeah, keep it up, y'all.
Don't move an inch. We'll head down too. He's right there.
Not too long. Hope you guys are liking this. I really do. I like the guys who are emailing me and giving me messages on YouTube. I try to answer as much as I can. You know that? I hope to keep this thing going. You know,
I can't hear what you're saying.
I think there's something over there.
I hope you like this material, and it's just getting to Atlanta. The next chapter is going to be the worst of the worst.
Hello. Cloud?
Yeah.
No need to worry. We're fine. I don't see any way out
Can
Hojo.
So, tell me, how are you finding the drop? You know it's filled with the most advanced technology in Midgar, if not the entire world. You should feel honored to see it firsthand. You'll also have the opportunity to take part in a rather ambitious experiment of mine.
What?
When all the pieces are in place, I will open the door to the third grade. Perhaps you can help me with some necessary preparations. Given that you're already in a perfect position to do so, I look forward to data both invaluable and instrumental.
Necessary preparations? What the hell?
I'm afraid not.
He's hanging with the woods. You're not a woods. It's like a box of crayons. You only
It's
know
mine.
one color. He has that confused.
There's no control panel. We don't have the means to go this way.
Thanks. We will.
Roger that.
Hey, you think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting really weird lately. More than usual.
True. But it's Cloud. I'm sure he'll be fine. building.
Huh? I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
Think so, but it looks like the door's locked.
There has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
Gotcha.
Cloud, can you hear me? We found the door to that ward he was talking about, but it's...
Alright.
About those preparations Hojo mentioned before. I think we're supposed to do something with that.
The central terminal.
Look! Now they can get across too!
We should let Cloud know.
All right. We'll make our way to the central terminal. Sit tight until you hear from us.
The hell kind of research?
The cataclysm that came from the stars. Genova.
I don't give a shit about any of that.
The experiments in this facility involve the enhancement of life forms and machines through the application of Genova biological data. Hojo's plan is to pit his subjects against us, thereby facilitating.
So this asshole thinks he can treat us like his experiment.
I know what fate awaits these creations. Let us put them out of their misery. We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Go all out.
Oh, I'm playing.
Deal with that. Enough.
Off I go. There's no control panel. We don't have the means to go this way.
Wait a second. Weren't the girls right by the door to the third ward?
There are 4 switches. One for each ward.
What the?
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
You need to warn the others. Tell them to be careful. Very careful.
Tifa, you there? We accessed the central terminal. The door should be unlocked now.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen. Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen. Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
We will. See you in a bit.
I'm just trying to steer the conversation that way without appearing too passive. We need to find this cell phone. We're going to increase our searches and send corrections officers into the pod at night. Hold Devon and his associates off guard. Hopefully they find that cell phone. We went on a wreck, and it's already locked down. Lights are already turned off for the night. And one of the guards comes in
What is this place for?
There's a sadness. Sorry, but I gotta. Go on! Come on! You jittery? That shocked me. I think we're almost done. That's it! Too bright? Get him! Lend me your strength. Gotta go for it now. I beg of you, shield them from harm. So bad.
Look. Let's get across with those. Give me your best shot! Stop it! They're hurt! I'm here for you guys! Just taking a little break. Nothing to worry about. Watch yourself.
Come on, you can do it.
Yeah! That's it!
You jittery?
How shocking! No surprises there. Is this really the exit?
I hate that man, I really do.
Nothing's gonna stop me.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Okay. Yoo-hoo! Time to end this!
Show me what you can do.
No need to...
It's on you. I'll take care of him.
Too easy.
I think we're almost done. Tagging out.
Let me handle this. For you!
I'll show you what I can do.
Okay, let's go.
I'm coming. We'll make it quick. No big deal.
Bring it! Here!
Moving on then.
Now the others can get across too? Hey, Cloud?
Eva?
We used the control panel here a little while ago, so you should...
Roger that. Get pretty boy.
My whole body immediately went in shock. I literally was shaking.
You two stay there. We'll call if any...
Okay. Be careful.
I thought he was very stupid to do that. And if I could find another word right now for stupid, I would.
So we need to have a talk with you. I think you know why we need to have a talk, don't you?
There you go.
I don't care what you do. But in here, you're my undercover officer. Do you understand that?
We need to open the door first.
Sheriff's office. So you can't be in a relationship with an inmate, even a consensual. I don't think you fully understand the consequences of what's going on here. There are other participants that are in that pod. And frankly, your actions have put everyone in serious danger. So what I'm going to tell you right now, so that you're not left, dangling and wondering what the world's going on, we're going to end your participation in this project. You're not asking right now. Do you have any questions of us?
Would you have done anything differently? Do you have any regret to the decision you made? I didn't think you did. Sure don't. Okay. To make it very, very clear, people do not know this is 60 days in. Gabrielle does not know this is 60 days and she thinks that'll work for the warden. Just to make that real clear. I never mentioned anything about another participant. I always said that it was me. Okay, I'm not that damn dumb. So I never even mentioned anything about Stephanie. She doesn't have the slightest clue about Stephanie.
One of the things I want you to think about is why did I wrote this? Not only did you go full on inmate, but you seem to have said at some point, get what this is about. I'm gonna do what I want to do. So it might sound a little harsh, but yeah, you will, and I want to know why.
What me and Gabrielle has is real.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
This experience was beautiful.
Due to the nature of this breach, Marjolie's gonna be removed from the jail. You're gonna be taken straight to a hotel room where she will not be able to make phone calls or talk to anyone, and her activities will be monitored.
Do you think that Gabrielle will continue to keep the secret that you shared with her? Whatever happens, happens.
Stinks. More of Hojo's experiments.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
You going down, one way or another.
I can't believe that. There's no way. She never mentioned anything about...
Calling fire. Bring it. Just in case. No escape.
See it now. Don't look back. This is about to get real.
My turn. I got your number. Let's go.
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
Why don't you come down here next?
Other guys, I can hear them, boasting a little bit. But as
Before you get any ideas, you should know this glass is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
Hey, we ain't done yet.
It seems we have no choice.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Push them back.
Gotta do a lot more.
Hang back. No escape. You need a light? Take the lead. I got this.
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
It's like my worst nightmare in this place. And now I gotta start thinking, am I gonna smoke it? Am I gonna go against my word that I wasn't gonna do anything to jeopardize my leaving at the right time? What I did not need is to be in a room with the colonel and him going, once I jumped out of my rack, I knew I was going to do it. I'm going to make sure that we don't get caught. Knew we had to block up the doorway. Knew we had to pump the toilet.
Look,
Take the bed.
now's our chance to kill the bastard.
And push all the water out of it so the trap is exposed.
Time for you to pay the piper.
You smoke out the toilet.
They never learn.
I know it's not down, he's smoking in the toilet, but that's the only way without getting caught. So we had to start
You need a light? Let's be smart.
Two adults with their faces in the toilet, and I'm continuously flushing the toilet.
Let's hustle.
You think you can take me on?
My turn.
I know the place has to stop. Using what we use for air freshener is soap sock.
Come on.
Shove soap in the sock and bang it on the walls. You gotta do it quick. They're walking around every 15 minutes, every half hour, and that's not a lot of time, you know?
Bring it.
I'll stop.
keep it together.
See it now!
Hey that. Let's finish this.
Ain't no way. Come on, we go. Get out of here! What was that thing?
Where's Hojo? Sorry, he got away. Forget about him for now.
Test subjects don't receive treatment.
They're enhanced. Or dissected.
This was a real piece of work. Now what? Hey! Let us out! I remember you.
And he remembers us, I think.
You scared of something?
Burn!
It's on now! I'll hang back.
I got you.
No way!
Back in it.
Come on!
Need a light? Going in.
You need me,
All right. After you.
I'm up for anything.
Of all the times. Let's dance, asshole. You make a decent team.
Who would have thought, huh?
I know
time it is.
I don't see any elevators. I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
But if you don't want to, and you don't want to go to the guards, and you don't want anything to be known, I can do what I can do. And he says,
What do you know? That's the door to the fourth wall.
If we want to get in, we'll need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
But the door we used to get here is shut. So what now?
The passages have to be connected somehow.
was way back here, and I hope the guy got in. I believe Garza does respect me, at least trust me a little more now that I've been able to help him. It's one thing to have inmates respect you, but if you earn that respect by doing them a favor, it's only a matter of time before they ask for another.
Please.
It's a DHS terminal. Call up Deacon. See if they can get to the central terminal. Hey, you okay down there?
Calling fire.
Damn it! Red! Shit! He can't hold them off forever!
Right. On it. Tifa, you there?
Is something wrong?
Red fell to your level. Can you try to get to it?
Oh no! Come on!
I really wish you wouldn't.
Let me handle this!
So it's my turn? Kinda hurt.
Yoo-hoo!
You okay? Right? You jittery?
I got this!
Stay back! Go on! Yeah!
Mind taking over?
Here goes!
We can do better.
Get ready! I'm here for you guys! Okay. Gotta go for it now. Bring it!
Let me handle this.
See you around.
Let's do this!
Put down ice. Bundle up. We'll make it quick. One more shot. Don't give up now, you guys. It's your turn.
I got this.
Go on.
Too late.
You're up. I'm coming.
Worked up a good sweat.
Sorry for the wait.
Now, let's get this over with.
Feeling chilly? Let me handle
Josh wanted me to talk with Dylan as a person that holds a position of authority.
Good luck. I'll take care of them. This one's for you. That's that.
Dylan, if you don't want to get wrapped up in the racist stuff, you have to stay with your race.
Thank you.
So I don't understand why David kind of encouraged the situation.
Here. goes! Don't catch a cold! That's it! Let's finish this! You okay?
I am now.
Nice one.
Have Cloud and Barrett found anything?
Actually, they just found the entrance, but to unlock it, they have to act.
Maybe we can get to it instead.
Yeah, let's try.
Look, an elevator.
Bishaw's leaving is weird because his whole demeanor had changed. So I can tell that he basically...
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the fourth ward. We must trust in Cloud and Barrett to see it through.
A++ list. I'm thinking in my head, like, if y'all even, like, I'm a sergeant, I'm on the SWAT team, I'm an FTO.
Come on, really?
No, of course, but wish I could just say something to him.
You jittery? Get him! Sorry about that. Too much? Get ready! That wasn't so bad.
So, Roger pulled David out. I don't know what they spoke about.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research.
I know what actually happened. Everybody can't handle the truth. Everybody don't deserve the truth. It's my decision.
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
No, not necessarily. If that's what we're amongst the deals, we are confident. We just can't take that chance. The last thing we want is to turn the inmates on us. So, today you're gonna get released.
No turning back. Time to burn. Double time.
Get your ass out of here! Oh, we're done here!
Change the channel on the TV, which is the only way to change it. the shower, this and that. You keep saying, oh, shower. Your sheets are crusty brown, bro. Did you know, bro? Take a shower. I've asked you too many times, Miles. Yeah, what's your whole ass? I may be busted. I'm all for a fight, a straight fight. Jesse caught him, hit him like maybe 3 times. And Danielle hit him in the back of the head.
Let's give him hell!
And then some. It's on you.
How'd you like
That it?
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen. Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep. Let's go give the others the news.
Yeah. We found an elevator on our side.
Good. Glad to hear it.
But we can't use it for some reason.
Hojo did something, I know it.
There's only one thing we can do. We need to head to the 4th ward, just like he wants.
We unlocked it on our side. You should be able to get in.
Thanks.
Right. Now we head back to that door. Don't get killed!
Likewise.
It's on now!
My turn.
Get your ass out of here! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We, made Wedge wait a while to be rescued.
Guess so.
You know, he really likes you.
Maybe.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening up to people.
Well, that makes two of us.
He's got your back, though. Makes two of us. Blind fish spot here is trying to turn us into mincemeat.
Time to burn. Take the lead.
See you now!
I got this.
Get a load of this! It's out of control!
Damn it.
What the? I think it's coming this way. How shocking! One more shot! Okay. And catch! I'm here for you guys! You can do it! Oh, let's go! You're up! I'll show you what I can do! Get him! You jittery? Yes, we got it to work. Could this be a trap? Don't worry, the elevators are safe.
All right, if you say so. Huh? Are we there already?
No, something tells me that we aren't. Call it a hunch.
I hear something.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Should we open it up then?
Well.
Hey, guys.
Hey. Band's back together. Half time we got out of here and made our way to the roof.
There's an elevator just over there. But it will move only at Hojo's discretion.
Well, okay then. Looks like the elevator is working.
It appears Hojo's done having his fun.
Glad to hear he enjoyed the show.
I could hear talking shit about the behind my back. I don't know what's gonna happen. Based on what I've seen, it's not good. It doesn't end well for people like me.
We're back. Again.
Yeah.
Hey!
Last phase, it took me about a week to be a pod boss. This time, 2 or 3 days. It's gonna be rare that an individual's gonna fight me one-on-one. Champagne, I sized him up, he sized me up. He a big dog in the pod, right? Until he met me. See, in my pod, I'm running stuff. And if Champagne owes me something, I can use that to my advantage. So, I gave him like 4 or 5 items. I said, here, boom. Alright, you owe me. So, and now I got you. I gave Champagne like 4 items, and if he don't pay me back, you know, I gotta pay a week. I can't have a reputation like this. I tell you, I swear like 2 days, like yesterday. place in front of everybody. They're like, oh man, Tony, yo, he checked champagne. I know what he'll do to me. Moving forward, we'll see what happens. This guy named Cantrell started accusing Houston of touching his wife on the street before they even got locked up. The COs, they're oblivious. They just gonna do the bare minimum and Houston came out, got his ponytail up and stuff. At that point, Cantrell back off, but then PO'd Champagne still. They talked to him. Cantrell asked Champagne to do his dirty work for him to beat up Houston. Fight 5 times, I'll win 4, guaranteed. I've got the confidence to kind of just do as I please when I want. I don't care what anybody says.
What the hell's going on?
Who would?
We may find out soon.
Let's go.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office, and then the roof.
Wait. Once we get in that elevator...
We're ready.
Huh? The elevator back there. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
Why don't you move to a different pod? You know, I'm such a good guy. Guys want to be able to. Until once you find out what you need to do, and then we don't need you to go Unit C. We stuck you in a particular unit where you know you're being watched. You know there's cameras everywhere, and you know that we can get to you in 45 seconds to get you out if something happens to you. We told you to stay in that unit. Don't volunteer. I don't want to. Right. I didn't know what was going on. Alright. They called me out my room. The lady wanted to speak to me. The lady said, Dennis Johnson, pack your bags. Cut the acting here, okay? We all straight. We know what's going on here. Let's make something real clear. We're expecting you to help us out. Your safety is our concern, okay? No, you're not. Not when you go and move to another unit, okay? They get you back there in one of them pods with no cameras in and whoop your butt. How we ain't even gonna know to go get you. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go back to that unit. So you're having some problems with some guys up there. And you don't feel like you need to be in here right away. Everything's good. I've been doing what I can to do everybody else. Do you understand what you're doing? I'm doing this how many people do you see take your shirt off every day, run the camera and work out? Sure you will. You know the real.
I'm ready to do this. Let's go.
That's not following the rules. All that does is draw attention to you. And we're allowed to get away with stuff like this. trying to look cool and all this kind of stuff. I don't need that. George, listen. You're in my building. Don't turn around anything on me, because I promise you, I'm walking out the door right now. This will be over and done. Go in there and do what you're supposed to do. And do your job. Simple as that. We don't have any problems. Because you're okay. You do your job. Alright? Hang in there. And you don't have to rip your hand hard. Trust me. No, sir. Look. We got the cat off. And we have a real talk. At the end of the day, I do this for a living. Don't try. From the jump, you know, like, threatened by me, intimidated by me, because he thought when I was going to come in, he thought I was going to do, going to look at it and, you know, toss him. But that ain't the case. You know what I'm saying? I'm in there, big, happy. This whole situation right here, like, I can't deal with that. You're not going to talk to me like that. Like, you ain't going to talk to me like that. We got a problem. We got a real problem.
Jasmine wants to be the center of attention. She wants to be like an authority figure. Why is she giving toilet paper out to people? There's clearly a favorite, and Jasmine gets special treatment.
Where the hell is that bastard hiding?
And Sephiroth?
Wait, I can hear something.
Jasmine called herself an honorary hero, which in our terms means snitch. How is it that one person is able to get away with as much as she gets away with if she's not snitching on everybody? Don't be stupid. We notice those things. We're like, why is this person getting special treatment? If I were to do the same thing, I'd get in trouble. It doesn't make any sense.
Is anyone out there? Hey! Hey! Please help me!
I've seen tension growing in a room and the deal's watching from the other side and doing nothing.
Is anyone out there?
Here it goes again. Just Jasmine's mouth just popping off.
Help me! Please! Hey!
Amber came up to me and just had this look on her face like, I'm tired of this bitch.
Help me! Please! Hey!
I know.
Is anyone out
Amber went up
there?
the stairs. It's still anything could happen.
Help me! Please!
Honestly, I could have stopped Amber. But I want to.
Please help me! Hey! Hey! Is anyone out there?
Amber had enough.
Help me! Please! Please help me! Hey!
I didn't intentionally get into a fight, but I did not gonna lie. Like, I was like, good.
Is anyone out there?
Amber was looking really for any excuse to fight with Jasmine. To say someone, related to her. Jasmine, it's no surprise whatsoever.
Help me! Please!
Amber was doing something that all of us wish we could do ourselves.
Hey!
I have a lot to lose, so I didn't take it that far.
Hey! Is anyone out there?
Prevented it, but it's kind of like they want it to happen.
Please help me!
The jail operations and protocol at this facility are all kinds of messed up, and it's definitely something I want to bring up to the sheriff.
Hey! Is anyone out there?
Assembling that is actually making my time go by faster as well.
Help me! Please! Please help me! Hey! Hey! Is anyone out there? Please help me! Hey! Hey! Help me!
Well, well, well.
Pull me up! I'll give you all the money you want! I have killed plenty of it!
Thing is, I don't want your money.
Please. Just let me live. Everything you want can be yours.
I'm a man of modest dreams. Dropping you from 70 stories up would get me damn near the girl.
But not all the way. You want something more, don't you?
More than this right here? Talk to me again like you know me.
Barrett! Stop it!
You're gonna get on TV and tell them. Tell them what you did to Sector 7. That it was you who killed all those people. Then, you're gonna tell them the truth about Avalanche. That Avalanche ain't Wutai or anybody's puppet. That Avalanche fights for the people, the planet. That we fight to hold Shinra to account for its crimes. That is Avalanche, the filthy sewer rats who brought down a Goliath. You tell them that.
Is that really all you want? For your names to be cleared? That is what matters most to you? More than shutting down the reactors? Than the future of the planet itself?
Huh?
Damn. You're lying to yourself even now. Truth, justice, honor, freedom. Vain indulgences everywhere. Picture it. Picture a world without Shinra, without Mako energy. A stagnant, impotent world. Now picture a natural disaster. Who would help the people? Help them recover and rebuild? You? With their old world ruined, will they thank you for the new? I'm going to give you a chance. One last opportunity to consider what your principles are truly worth, but bear in mind that time is of the essence.
And what about you, Mr. President? What are your vaunted principles?
What principles? Did you understand even a single word of what I told you? I know what I want, and I take it. I take advantage of whatever I can, and discard that which I cannot. There is no room for sentiment or guilt.
You son of a bitch!
Barrett! The source of everything. What's happening?
It's an illusion. Stay calm.
Walking side by side an unidentified woman. Tori did not appear to be struggling in the video, and the woman was described.
It's on you.
All set. Here. Get him.
The local police made a public appeal for the woman in the video to come forward, and Tori's grandparents offered.
It's on you. Here goes.
A Facebook group dedicated to finding her gained over 20,000 followers in under 24 hours. On April 12th, 4 days after her disappearance,
that was something.
Over the following week, Tori's parents are interviewed by investigators, and each of them pass a polygraph test. Police call off ground searches 6 days after the child's disappearance after finding no clues nor leads. The day after, America's Most Wanted features Tori's case as its top story.
Don't give up now, you guys!
The Ontario police take the lead in the investigation, and the ground searches recommends. The case was then officially classed as an abduction, not just a missing person. They step up a media campaign by releasing a composite sketch of the woman in the video, and then circulate the image on social media and local news outlets.
It's your turn.
Hang back.
Information that the woman is 18-year-old Terry Lynn.
Too bright.
Calling fire.
Go away!
She was transferred to the Ontario Police Headquarters.
You're mine.
This one's for you!
Roughly 45 minutes into the interrogation, she breaks, and they go right back to what you said.
Try this. Finish it.
See if you can help.
I've got this.
I'll take care of this. Come on. Here. You can do it.
Let's do this.
Give your last shot.
She describes in disturbing detail the abduction and killing of tourists.
Take the lead.
I got
No
this.
escape.
Watch yourself. So it's my turn? Get ready.
28-year-old Michael Rabbit was then thrown to a secluded area on a He then proceeded to sexually assault and then murder the 8-year-old with the fatal injuries being 4 strikes to the head with a claw hammer. Clinton drew a rough sketch of the area where Tori was killed, which eventually led police to discover the girl's remains. She was found with lacerations to her liver and 16 broken ribs. But her eventual cause of death correlated with Terry's testimony, as was confirmed to be the result of repeated blows to the head.
5 p.m. that evening, Michael Bradley was arrested.
Gotta heal first. Can you take over for me? Not so tough. You're up. I'm coming.
Grab a chair. No, that's a little cold, so that's a blanket for you there. Okay. Tea, I think they might have only put sugar in it. They gotta fix it up. And there's a plain donut there for you. That's your mark. When you get hungry, anything else, just let me know, okay? You have any,
Get him! Get ready. Yeah!
okay, if you're hungry now, I can get you a full meal if you want. Bacon and eggs, or do you want something else? Okay. That's okay. You can listen. And if you have any questions, just come along.
Every little bit helps. You'll see. Why don't you lead the way?
Taking over.
The Ontario Provincial Police have a highly trained behavioral sciences unit.
Here it comes.
Let me
The investigator will retain a friendly and almost nonchalant disposition throughout the opening phase of the interrogation. The perception of solidarity and respect will make the suspect more likely to cooperate and take things into consideration, while the detective's easygoing disposition will also
Nothing to worry about.
crime, thus making the gravity of the mission far less intimidating. I have no issues getting any food. There's something that you want. You know, obviously. It's done for 5 minutes. But my job is, as I mentioned to you,
So it's my turn? Yoo-hoo! And catch him! One more shot! Lend me yours, you can do it!
Hang back. Gotta give it my all.
Go on!
Don't overdo it.
I got it.
What's happened here? Alright. Staff Sergeant Chris Lowe had been a police officer for over 21 years and was a member of the Behavioral Sciences Unit for the last 17. At the time this interrogation took place, he was the head of the analysis section. This meant he was in charge of criminal profiling, threat assessment, and forensic psychiatry. He indicates that his only purpose is to assess the suspect's threat level, yet this variety of threat assessment is only applied
Nothing to worry about. I'm coming! Yeah! Get him! Show me it's your turn now! Try to end this! Right, my turn. Hey, you ready?
Leave it to me. Come on.
Go on!
Let's hustle.
Stay back!
Double time. Take the lead.
Okay, let's go! I'll show you what I can do. I got this. Hope you're ready. Watch yourself. I'm coming. Okay. This one's for you. Stay strong, okay? You. Yeah. Why don't you lead the way?
Keep it together.
Let me handle this. We can do better. Let's turn it up. Here goes. Don't give up now, you guys. Tagging out. Let's go. Heads up. This'll help. Fun. Take the lead. I'm coming. You'll see.
Whatever.
Get him. See ya. How shocking! Come on! Can you fight? You're up. Sure. However I can help. Okay. Here. Can you handle them? I got this. I'll help you through this. Kept you waiting? Watch yourself. I'll show you what I can do. Needs more magic. It's your turn.
Need to heal up.
Essentially the opposite of how it was while attacking Tory Stafford. He's ironic and powerless and vulnerable complexion. He's trying to exactly what's the sympathy he is trying to garner for himself is clearly what he lacked when he
Time to get serious.
Okay.
One more shot!
Don't give up.
Great. I'm waiting. Ain't dead yet. Feeling good. Take the lead.
All set!
No escape.
You're up! So it's my turn?
Okay.
Yeah! Go on! How shocking!
Stay strong.
We can do better. Just go away! Stay back!
Now watch yourself.
I'll show you what I can do.
Bring it.
Here!
Nothing to worry about. This one's for you!
Search for friendlies.
Barrett, are you hurt?
Don't think so.
This death was not the one ordained for you by fate.
Thanks.
Sephiroth!
Everyone okay?
Hey, get your man.
He got away.
About time we made our escape, too.
Shit. Sure you want to do this personally, boss?
If it ain't Rufus Shinra, heir to the throne himself.
Yep. Stop.
The hell I will. We can finish off the family here and now.
Take Aerith and get out of here. I'll buy you guys some time.
I can stay here, back you up.
Barrett. I'm asking you. Please.
Fine. Have it your way then. But you better be right behind us.
You're a soldier, aren't you? Which, of course, would mean that I own you.
Ex-soldier. I quit.
Secure the others. Just the two of us. Well, maybe three.
Let's get this over with.
Just.
No escape. Need a light.
Control. Hostile area unit sighted. Redirect your...
Understood.
Think you got my number?
Not at all. You're making me sweat. Good thing I came prepared.
That's a new trick.
Like it?
Of course you do. Okay. Double time.
You'll like it.
Come on. Dance. Let's do this.
Enough!
Now it's just the two of us.
Let's make it a night to remember.
It's on for real now?
Yeah, you should be honored.
Okay.
Okay. You'll like it. Showtime. Come on. Come on. That all? Ready?
I'm waiting.
Where were we?
Let's try that again. I'll end this.
Right.
Nothing personal. I could end this, here and now.
No, not quite. Tonight marks a new beginning. For Shinra!
You gotta be better than this. If you're gonna play the hero.
She said from the 8th of April, Wednesday the 8th of April, 2009, at 3:30 in the afternoon, you drop her off south of Fife, south of the public school, where Tori walks out of. You tell her to get a girl, and you want her young. She walks up the street, you drive up to the old beach home, you park your car.
Think they can manage on their own?
She walks up to Tori. Tori's nice to her. She trusts her.
You've seen them both in action. You know they can. Besides. What was that?
Gets her across the street to your car, opens that door, Tori's like anymore, she pushes you in the car.
Gotta believe they made that.
I hope so.
Damn it.
Hey.
Screw it. We gotta go back.
Hey.
What, Red? Get down!
We're cool. Everything's cool. Ah! Barrett! Not again! You can't stop me! For Biggs! For Jesse! Tifa! And Barrett too! I'm sorry, Cloud. Just tell me that I made a difference.
So she walks away again. Then she comes back. Making her whole one of those car while you put
still in one piece?
Yeah, somehow.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Okay, you asked for it, man. Open wide! And suck on this!
Get ready.
I was born really big.
It's the barrier!
Attack the drones.
Oh yeah! I've been waiting for this! Always did like a challenge.
I'll take care of you. So it's my turn? Yoo-hoo!
Barrier drones damaged. Overriding main cannon safety protocols.
Go on! What the? You'll see. It looks like it's charging up.
Now, it's right on.
I'm here for you guys.
Oh, you go real this
Get ready. How shocking! Here! Get him! Somebody help me out here! Everything.
It's right on.
I've been dying to see you. You'll see. Yeah!
Defensive systems compromised. Threat level elevated.
See you.
Stay back! Can you take over for a bit?
I'm gonna pay you back twofold.
Can you take over for me?
Going in!
Threat level critical.
Get ready. One more shot. Here, you've got this. No need to
This around the world is like, oh, you in trouble now. Going in!
This one's for you.
You ain't getting out of this. Going in!
How shocking!
Threat level maximum.
This doesn't look good.
Take cover behind the bridge.
Go on. They all just blew off.
Let's finish this quick.
Tagging out.
This is a very intriguing moment in the interrogation, as the suspect's state of mind seems to be in two places at once. He is undoubtedly clinging on to hope, made evident by his outright refusal to admit
Does it feel good to be alive?
Quiet. We could still die later tonight. Cloud and Tifa could be dead already.
Hell they are.
Then we need to find a way we can all escape, and quickly.
You're right. Let's go.
All we gotta do now is find the others.
You have them surrounded, sir.
Yes, I can see that. It was only a matter of time. Here we are. So then, what is this ragtag group of misfits I see before me? Avalanche!
Local florist.
Lab rat dog.
And where are the rest of you? Up your ass. Charming, though not what I would have chosen as my last words. Secure the ancient, but feel free to kill both the idiot and the dog. Aerith, you saved my Marlene. Now, it's time I return the favor.
Wait!
Detective Smith's behavior in the following moments is not associated with activities or strategies. The suspect's inclination is virtually set. The following onslaught doesn't have any tactical purposes related to the investigation. The detective has understandably become emotionally invested.
God damn it!
Everyone, get in!
Let's go! Stop them, you fools! Don't let them escape!
Let's roll.
Why's he always gotta... Whoa! Whoa! Shit!
the first time I really missed my wife. I was married. I had a 15-month-old daughter at home. And I really missed her, man. I can tell you what, your mind plays tricks on you like you have no idea. You think when you're sleeping, you think about certain things. When you're really, I guess I won't say obsessed, but it's not easy to just get over it, you know, and you don't, you know. My now ex-wife and still friend, Missy, she, you know, I told her, move on, get out, you know, move on. You didn't go to prison. I went to prison. I put myself in prison. You didn't go to prison. And it was rough. That was a rough time, man. I was laying in my cell crying. And, you know, you think you gotta act tough, though. You can't show that weakness in prison. You know, people spot weaknesses all the time in prison, and you can't let that happen. It's amazing, you know, your body has to fight it, and you just have to fight it. You know, you get up in the day, you know, you get up in the morning, you get your boots on, your shoes on, and you're ready for the day's, you know, action, whatever's gonna happen. And if you're not working, if you are working, you go to your workplace and stuff like that, depending on what prison I was in. But you can't show weakness as much as it's hard. You can't show that weakness, and you just can't do it. So it was real hard losing my wife, you know, and you will lose your wife. You know, 95% of all people who go to prison get divorced. Hell, the divorce rate on the street is 50%. Now you throw no money,
What are they
no
doing?
communications. It's inevitable. 95% of all people get divorced and go to prison.
Wait.
So
You
while
don't
I'm in
think you
prison,
got caught up in
you
it,
start
do you?
getting into the culture a little bit. I'm in there. First of all, everyone thinks, how do you get money? Well, how does money work? I used to get a pension back then from a retired Coast Guard, so I used to give my wife about $300 a month for every month I was in prison. I used to give her that money. And, you know, I still had a few bucks. My dad used to send me my money, so I had money, and you get your money, and you can go to the commissary with your money. Now, how money works in prison is it's in stamps. A lot of people think it's cigarettes. Cigarettes went way out, you know, 30 years ago, even before my time. Well, they still had them when I was in the early days, 96. Guys had cigarettes. They stopped selling cigarettes in the federal bureau until about 2001. But in about, but then still money was stamps. How that works is a book of stamps. At that time, I think it was 42 cents a stamp. I think it was 42, 41 cents a stamp. But in prison, every stamp is a quarter. So a book of stamps is 20 stamps. That's $5. That's all you can get for that. But with that money, you can buy a hamburger off the kitchen. The guys who make it hustle, they make hamburgers and steal them and bring them back to the units. They get 4 stamps. You want to buy food, an apple might be 2 stamps, or a stamp, depending on how flush they are in the yard with stuff like that. So it's there all over the place. I mean, you need money. You need money to buy drugs. Obviously, you never know the book of guys come up, they actually have a phone that will come down the tier and they'll pass the phone through the chute door. The guy will make a phone call and say, listen, hey guys, I'm doing legal work. Send John, here's his address, send him $100. And the people on the street, they love you, they don't know what's going on. Send $100 to that person, send it into his people, and when he calls, he knows he's got the money. Or they'll literally send it into his account. They'll say, hey, listen, I need to do my legal work, send him $100. And the prison knows what's going on, but they pretty much let that go. You'd be surprised at that. So, everybody asks me, how do you get so much heroin in prison? How much do you get so much drugs in the prison system? Well, there's 3 ways I'm going to explain them to you. First of all, during a visit, a person has a visit, and their wife or their girlfriend or whoever, never, ever, I mean, why would you put one of your people out there and get them in trouble? Because if you get caught introducing contraband into a federal prison, it's a 5-year sentence.
Damn it.
So, how do you let your wife do that? But a lot of guys got girlfriends, pen pals, prostitutes, hookers, whatever they get hooked up with, they'll have that person, a woman, obviously, will take heroin, wrap it in cellophane, put it in a Kotex, insert it in their vagina, and get it to the prison. And then why did they even have to do that? Why can't they just put it in the pocket? 1, in case they get searched. 2, the prisons have what they call sniffers. They're actual electronic sniffers that sniff out drugs. Obviously, if it's on hand, any resident will get it. If the person does it, insert it in their vagina into the Kotex tube. That's a lot of heroin in that room too. So the lady will do that, bring it into the prison. Now, when you go to a prison in a maximum security system, we have what they call contact visits, but you can only hug. When you leave, you get into that, you give them a hug, you have to sit down. In some prisons, they make you sit apart, across from them. Some you can sit next to them. In Atlanta, at that time, they'll make you sit across, but you hug. And when they hug, the woman, before the guy gets out. So what happens is a person gets a call for a visit. So they gotta go down, they strip search going in there. They strip search you going into the visit. You're forever lifting your nuts, spreading your ass, and coughing in prison every day. So anyway, you get called for a visit, they call you down, and your person's already in that visiting room. So when she's in that visiting room, she already went to the bathroom, she took out that whole Kotex and has it hidden. She'll come up, when you get into the prison, they see you hug your girl, she literally sticks the Kotex down the back of your pants. Before you go to prison, you actually put a little grease, like a little petroleum jelly or something like that, or Vaseline they sell on the commissary. You put that on your hands, and then a lady will literally slide it up your ass, or give it you, and you'll slide it up your ass, and now it's in you again. And the reason it has to be in you is because, again, when you leave that visiting room, you are going to be strip searched. Strip search you, you're not to turn around, spread your ass all over, just the way it is in prison. But you now have heroin up your ass. Now, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is a woman. She will know that they sell
be a lesson to you.
Eat them and drink water. Eat them beforehand.
Firing warning shot.
You'll swallow all those
Heads up.
bags of
That
heroin
chopper is all
and
mine.
bags of
I'll bring it down real quick.
cocaine or weed. One guy got caught with 70 balloons in his system. 70 balloons. So anyway, they put them in there. When they get back into the unit, they shoot them out. If you don't eat anything, that's going to go right through your system. You come out, and then they wash those balloons all over up in there. The king of the prison. People know when the heroin is, or the cocaine, or whatever drug they're bringing it in. So that's the second way to bring it in. Pretty ingenious, but that's the way it's done. Third way, obviously, is guards. I watched Reno's drug dealer. He was making $10,000 a month. $10,000 a month in prison. And what he was doing, he was paying a guard $1,000 a shift. Every time the guard he would bring them, one of his weed. First started out with weed, and then the inmate was actually getting heroin wrapped around the weed. The guard didn't even know he was bringing in weed. And he actually put heroin inside. He was literally delivered to Reno's cell. I was there in the cell when it happened. I said, man, this is some operation. And the guard would just leave it there in the cell and leave. Well, nobody would be in there. We'd come back and see him leave. We know we go back into the cell, and sure enough, the package would be there. And the guard was getting money shipped by that person's family. Reno's connection on the street would be sending on the dope or whatever it is to a P.O. box. Now that P.O. box was set up by the guard or whoever it was, and was sent to that P.O. box. And he just went and got it from there. And the money was sent to another account, not to that P.O. box, to another account that the guard had set up. There was a guard who was doing this once a week. Once a week. The guy makes $30,000 as a guard. Now he's making $45,000 every week, $52,000 or whatever. He works 4 weeks or whatever. He's making a ton of money, all cash money, doing that. Obviously, when they get caught, they're in jail. Most of them don't go to jail. They claim they're doing threat or stress or whatever the point is going to be. But what are you going to tell them? The real life sentence, what does he give them? I mean, it's really that's how the system works. So there's so much drugs in prison. I get it. I tell people there's more drugs in prison than on the street. You know what do you mean? I go, listen, if you want heroin on the street, what do? You might have 2 dealers in your town or you're within a few mile area. 2 dealers. You gotta get in your car, you gotta go down and get the heroin or the coke or whatever you gotta do. You gotta go get it. In prison, there'll be 15 dealers and they'll be 5 feet away on a corner cell. Or they'll go up to the cell for the second tier or the third cell from the door. That guy's selling weed, that guy's selling coke, that guy's selling heroin. Drugs are readily available in prison and they're as easy to get or easier to get than on the street. So that's how drugs get in prison. Guys like Reno will run it down, all that kind of thing. But it's funny if they suspect you are bringing drugs in for a visiting room and they just got a suspicion that you might have did what that, try to eat the balloons and dope and get it in, they put you in what they call a dry cell. What's a dry cell? Dry cell has 0 water. You have to eat in a bucket 3 times before they let you out of that cell. And there's somebody watching you, literally watching you, 24 hours a day until you shoot 3 times. There's big guys who would shoot that out, try to bring it up, and then eat it to digest it. Because balloons don't want to eat it. They literally eat a little piece and try to do anything without getting caught. I mean, it's crazy. I told you one guy got caught.
Show me what you can do.
One guy who stuck some up his ass like a suitcase. One guy, and I saw it come out. He had 6 quarter rolls. You know what a quarter roll are? Stuck solid with weed. And in the visiting room, he stuck 6 quarter rolls up his ass. It goes up your anus, and then it goes up your digestive tract. And it came out 6 quarter rolls. Came out his ass. I was in the cell when he kept coming out. Like, oh, holy shit, that was take out of your ass. Obviously, we go down, and he had 6. That is driving crazy. So then you have shanks. Everybody carries a shank. I mean, that wrap, tie a fence, and take it off, and then wrap together and put a piece of wood there so it look good poker. It's called poker. So I had 3 shanks. I kept one shank outside my door. In Atlanta, they had cells, so there was a pipe running outside my cell. So I would keep one shank taped there, always ready. I kept another shank in a coffee machine. We used to provide coffee beans, like coffee creamer off the commissary. And I would have a shank in there. And I usually kept the shank on the yard. Now, obviously on the yard, having a shank, you know, it's good to have it out there. But you know, when you really know something's going down, you better know you're gonna bring your own shank to the yard. And here's why. First of all, the prison finds shanks on the yard. Here's how they do it. When inmates are locked in their cells, when all the guys are locked in their cells at 4 o'clock hour at night or whatever, they run metal detectors all around the yard. Obviously, if you have a shank, it's going to be detected because it's metal. But here's what you do. In prison, if you ever look at a prison show and have the pathways, the concrete pathways, so what we used to do is we used to keep a piece of wood, which is the handle for your shank, along the path under the dirt. We threw it along the path under the dirt. And that's the reason we do that is because when you run a metal detector around that, up and down the paths, it's not going to come up. If your shank was in that piece of wood, it's going to be found. So what we did, we kept the shank there, the handle on the yard. That's it. And then you would suitcase the shank, you put it in the toothbrush holder. We done here? You put the steel shank in the toothbrush holder. You wrap masking tape at the end. You insert it in your rectum. Now, the reason you have to do that is you got to get to the yard. Or go into the yard. There's 3 metal detectors. So when there's 3 metal detectors, you go through the first metal detector. What happens? Beep, beep, beep. It goes off. Get out of line. Now the whole line's backing up. But then get out of line. Stand there. Now there's another guard over there, and he says strip. You gotta go over there. It's like in a passageway or whatever. Man, in a passageway right there. Strip. So now they're on our side. Turn around and they can't see it. They're too busy. They're not even doing calories. That's the whole process. So they don't know if they're gonna make if we had a metal beam, if you had an operation or whatever it is, or maybe been shot. A lot of guys have been shot. Still don't know what it is. So that's gonna go on. So they just say, hey, you know, get out of here. Now you go. This is a piece of shit we got here. Now it's time to get to the yard. Hey! Me and 2 other friends, and 2 friends, sit around, and I would squat like I'm tying my shoes. I'm like bend down, I'm tying my shoes. And right where that area where I had my handle, while I bend down, I pick up that wooden handle, and I'm also, you wear shorts or whatever it is, you know, you have shorts on. You literally just squat, you keep that shoulder out, and you got it, and you just quickly put it in your pocket. Now it's in your pocket, the wood is in one pocket, the other. Now you walk in the yard, there's 300, 400 people in the yard, or whatever it is, and you start taking it away. You got guys covered. You take it out of the control. You keep that put over. That's your transportation system. You take it out of that, you put your shank in that piece of wood. You got your shank, you got your ready to fight. The reason I tell this story is because if I didn't know to do that, I wouldn't be here telling you this story, and I'd probably be dead. Because what would happen is, I was on the yard, and I knew
time back.
Part of the chapter. We have another part of the chapter coming out on Sunday morning. We have new videos coming out every Sunday and every Thursday at 8 a.m. We also have a couple of other great videos in the hopper before we do TA video as well.
Man, calm down already.
Some really good stuff coming. Also, let everybody know I have an Instagram account. You can see some cool pictures of me and the old way back from the 90s and into the early 2000s. At Real Larry Lord. At Real Larry Lord.
We're kinda in a hurry.
Check it out. There's gonna be a lot of stuff coming there too as well. It's gonna be great. Can't wait to do these videos. You guys close the door to this criminal justice reform.
Show me what you can do.
Prison system is not what you can fix that.
Don't give up now, you guys.
Can't wait to see you guys next time.
Time to meet your lady. On ya. Thought you'd seen the last of it.
This is Mike McGowan, a retired FBI special agent who spent most of his 31-year career undercover.
I work undercover in some of the more sophisticated, complex criminal organizations such as Cosa Nostra, which is the mob, Russian organized crime, and also the Sinaloa cartel led by Chapo Guzman.
Mike is going to tell us what movies have gotten right and wrong about organized crime and FBI procedures.
I will not discuss or disclose any undercover tradecraft or techniques that I believe will aid the criminal element or jeopardize the safety of current law enforcement undercover personnel. First up, reservoir yards. And another red.
We gotta give it our all.
I mean, undercover cop got to follow the yeah, you gotta be way ahead. You gotta be natural. You gotta be natural to see where's the hell. Undercover work is a 5-step training process. It's preparation, 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 and go do it. As part of our undercover training, when I train young undercovers, I will send them into an actual bar. I'll point out an individual and tell him or her that they need to contact that individual and come back with that person's mother's maiden name. You can't text them, you can't email them, you gotta sit down, look them in the eye, and convince them that they want to do a deal with it. Details tell your story. But this particular story takes place in a men's room. So you gotta know all the details about the men. You gotta know if they got paper towels or blowing it dry your hand. Those details are critically important, and those are things that if someone has been there and you have not, and you don't describe it accurately, you've already screwed up the investigation.
I had to make sure this hit me concerned if all my friends know it. They give me a call and they say, hey, Freddie.
So what happens in real life is we have what's called a legend. A legend is who you are as an undercover. Your identity, your story, your history, etc. And you have to create that yourself. You can get help from senior agents or more experienced people, but the story has to be realistic and things that you know, so you have to develop your own legend. So at the height of my undercover activity, I had approximately 6 different identifications. And people think, how could you remember 6 different identifications? But of all 6, the core elements, the things that you understand all were the same. I love golden retrievers. You don't lie until you have to lie to gather evidence. So I had 6 identities and probably 80% of it was all the same.
So what is the name of who's standing here? 4 Los Angeles County Sheriffs and a German Shepherd. That's hard, man. That's a hard situation.
You need to get the bad guys to like you before you can make a deal with them. So when you tell a story like this young officer did, he's building rapport, he's building trust, he's acting natural. He's just talking to a bunch of guys in a bar. You can't be stiff, you can't be rigid, you gotta tell some jokes, tell a funny story, and that's what he did. The only guarantee is nothing will go as planned. One time that I was dealing with the mob and I had on a very expensive suit, probably $1,500 suit, and I also had on a pair of JCPenney socks, which cost about $8, and the informant, the person I was working with to introduce me in this group, pointed out that they would recognize I was wearing a cheap pair of socks with a very expensive suit, and they notice everything. To do this job, you gotta be a great actor. So the only thing that I really didn't like in this scene is when the older cop tells him that he's acting. You're not acting because you don't get take two. If you make a mistake, it literally can be fatal. You could be killed, or at a minimum, you screw up the investigation. Next up, The Departed. In this scene, Jack Nicholson plays a mob boss selling microprocessors to the Chinese, while Leonardo DiCaprio serves as a young undercover police officer while the transaction is being monitored back at police headquarters.
We have a blind spot.
Hey everybody, Larry Long here. I got a great video. I'm going to be reviewing a Beyond Scan Straight show, which I'm going to get into why I don't believe it and why it really doesn't work. But we're going to do that right after I get started. Please, if you haven't checked out, this is the headline. Making wine and stuff. What do you think happened? Prison. People's life sentences. he gives you just in that. Then the other one is about 18,000 that he owes you from the other money you gave him the first 6 months. You just made $30,000 and he still owes you $20,000. So what do you think? He can't pay you. Obviously, if you owe money, let's give him the same. Whack him into something. This is what happens. They forget. Eventually, they convert them. Sitting there, and I want my money. Because I let the guy 20,000. That's how this all started. I was talking about it. 3 points is 300 a week. Every week I want 300. Well, when you lend someone 20,000, they got to give you 600 every single week. So I loaned this guy 20,000. He's got to give me $600 every week. Friday comes, I'm getting my 600. He owned a bar. They knew he was making what they go, the door. When they hit the door, and sure enough, he paid me my money every week. And I told him you get 6 months to pay my money. No, I only need it for a little bit. I gotta get my taxes done. I gotta get my check back, and whatever it is they say. I don't care. Sure enough, they're paying. They're paying you. All of a sudden, 6 months comes along. What happens? Can't pay you. I said, oh, you can't pay me, right? I don't get too crazy. I said, listen, now it's gonna be 5 points. Now you owe me $1,000 a week on that 20 grand. You owe me $1,000 a week. Every Friday I'm gonna be here. I want my money. None of that money comes off the principal. So you still owe me that $20,000. So he still owes me $20,000. And now figure out these numbers. In 6 months, if you gave a person $600 a week, he's got. If you gave him $1,000 a week, it's what? It's $26,000 in 6 months. 52 weeks, $26,000 he gives you just in that. Then the other one is about $18,000 that he owes you from the other money you gave him the first 6 months. You just made $38,000, and he still owes an insurance job out of it, I'm getting my money as well. And that's only the 20. He just gave me almost double what he owed me. Almost double, almost just about double what he owed me. He gave me and given me as 3 points and then 5 points. That's how loan sharking works. There were a couple of methods, but throwing that. Now, if you have to intimidate someone, one time there was a guy owed money. He was kind of not answering the calls, not ducking everybody. He said, "Oh, he needs a message." The guy's car was parked in a parking lot, driveway right in front of his house. You got to do this. Put the cinder block under the gas tank. We took a sterno. A sterno's those things that they heat up food at a party. We took the sterno, put it under the cinder block, and lit it. Now, if there's a lot of gas in the tank, it takes a long time to blow. If there's a little amount of gas in there, it blows because the fumes expand and boom, it goes up. And the back end of that car will go flying because that gas tank will explode. So, I mean, obviously, those are things we did when we were younger. And, of course, I don't ever think anybody should do anything like that. And I always tell people, you're going to go to jail. In today's world, they'll figure it out. Back in my day, they didn't figure things out because, one, they didn't have the time. Two, even if they had the time, they didn't have the technology they do today, which is fires equipment, know what it was, where you bought the items, everything else. Even they can get fingerprints and they can have cameras coming from wherever.
Boken min handler om veien fra Andreas til Tix på Troa. Den har bilder.
Even they can get fingerprints, they can have cameras coming from wherever. You're going to get caught. No question about it, you're going to get caught. But those are the things we did back in the old days to get our money. If you owed me money, you were paying me. Trust me, there was no question. If you owed me money. And at this time, I met my wife. I met my wife, Rosalind. Rosalind was a beautiful woman, still is, a great woman. And Rosalind was in Brooklyn. Her dad come from a beautiful family, worked in a financial district. Everyone is all cool, very good friends. To this day, I'm very good friends with her, and she's the mother of my son. And, well, anyway, how I met Rosalind, she was in a bar, and she was young. I was 6 years older than her. I am 6 years older than her. And she was in a bar on 3rd Avenue in Brooklyn. And I walk in, and there's this hot girl. I said, oh, man, this one's looking hot. And started hitting on her, buying drinks, doing all this stuff. We end up connected. One of the biggest things I laughed, I used to think, and she never knew, she worked in a Yorktown Savings, or Yorkville Savings Bank, a bank. She was a teller at that time. And I laugh about that because I would always put it in the back of my mind, man, I want to rob this place. And, I would tell her that, of course, but I'm like, I want to rob this place. That's my mindset. But we connected, and we ended up getting married in 1987. We met in 1986. We met on September 12th, 1986. And ironically, we got married on September 11th, which we all know what that date is in the United States. The Twin Towers got hit. But we got married there that was 2014 years before that. So we got married in 87. We ended up since getting divorced, all because of my fault. I tell people, they always ask us, I'm good friends with my ex-wife. We had some rules. My ex-wife was great, but my rules were you don't ever touch me. No woman ever touched me. And I tell them, listen, I never in my life hit a woman or did something negative to old people or something like that. I respect kids, women, and old people. Now, when I say respect, I don't mean respect. I was a flirt. I went out with multiple women, did some crazy things. I put my women through hell. And again, it's not right. I put them through hell. It's just a lifestyle I lived. It was an uncontrollable lifestyle. And it really was. And I feel for them now. We actually was just talking to my ex-wife about that, and she goes, you were so bad. And yes, I knew I was, but we're okay with each other. She also knows I never hit her, and she would never hit me. Never did I hit a woman. Now, if a woman hit me, I'm gonna treat you like a man. So don't even think about that either. Don't think you can just hit the person, because I'm a woman. That's bullshit too. It was funny, we had a great wedding. I mean, we got married in the Oriental Manor. We got married in Regina Pace's church. They called it the Last Mile. It was a long aisle down to the altar. We were Catholic, and she lived right there. Regina Pacis is 65th Street in Brooklyn, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. And so we had the limousine from Karma and Persico's, from the Romanique limousines. My brother ends up dropping champagne in the limousine. My brother ripped down a chandelier because we were so drunk in the limousine. But back then, it's what we did. We ran things. Men ran things. Like when after the wedding, the big long mile, we get in the limousine, and I direct the driver to go to the home stretch. I literally left my wife in that car, and went into the home stretch. And my best man, which was my brother, and the best lady, which was Rosalind's, I think, sister-in-law, Rosalind's cousin, I think it was, first cousin. And she was the best lady, or maid of honor. And they waited in the car while my brother and I went into the home stretch to have a few toasts, because we were actually heading to get pictures taken. You know, it was a big deal. And the wedding reception was, oh my God, there was a mobbed up wedding, and it was crazy wedding at the Oriental Manor in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. We had my friend Bruno. Bruno was a zip. They call him a zip. He's from Italy. And he used to have the wrapped up guns and the stuff. And Laddie, let me show you. He couldn't speak English. He was so crazy. We get him a job in the Diamond District. He shoots his boss in the ass. We're trying to keep him in the country back then with the green cards and everything else. What does he do then? We were at in the bar, and they actually had poker machines you can actually play. They were real gambling machines. The bartender would pay you off. They had a whole system. It was a legitimate gamble. Not legitimate, but it was under the table. But if you knew somebody, you could gamble. He gets mad at the poker machine, starts shooting it up. He was crazy. And then we also had Nettie. And if you remember, well, back when I got married, they had what they call leisure suits. Look them up. They were leisure suits with the big lapels and the pants with the big bottoms. It was so crazy. And leisure suits. And so I invite my friend Kenny Costa, who was in the Coast Guard. I had some Coast Guard buddies, a bunch of people at the wedding. And Costa comes to the wedding, and he gets drunk. He's drunk like, he was always a crazy kid, this kid Costa. And he got drunk, and he's dancing, and he's doing splits on the dance floor. But he started getting obnoxious. And I knew who he was. Of course he was like that. Just leave him alone, you know. He'll fall asleep drunk somewhere in a little bit. He was crazy. So what does he do? I got Bruno and Nettie. Bruno comes up to me and goes, Laddie, do you want me to take care of him? Meaning shoot the guy, kill the guy. And I'm like, what the fuck? I go to Willie, I said, what are we going to do with this guy? He wants to kill my guy, my friend. This is crazy. What is he doing at his wedding? It was so wild. And then, this I'll never forget. We were all coked up. There was a lot of coke back in those days. And this is my brother-in-law, my brother, everybody. We had a dais, you know, the big dais. We had such good food. We had prime rib, and we had lobsters, and everything on this beautiful wedding. And we're on the dais, and everybody is on the dais is pretty much coked up. Nobody's eating. I'll tell you a little respect here. So I'm in the bathroom doing coke with my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law doing coke in the bathroom, and in comes my father-in-law. He walks in, he looks at us, he says, Larry, they need you to cut the cake. My brother and I look at each other, and he never said a word, my father-in-law. I give him a lot of respect, and I'll tell you why. He knew that I knew I screwed up. Nothing else had to be said. He knew, I knew that I screwed up. But I often used to think about that, and how does he feel, his new son-in-law, that he has just married his daughter, was doing coke with his son in the bathroom. Never mentioned that, because he was a knock-around guy too. He knew about all that stuff from Wall Street. You know, back in those days, they were paying people off, getting them hookers, getting them coke, doing all that kind of stuff. He was a foreign exchange broker. There was so much shit going on back in the day. He was really a stand-up guy, so he knew it. So we get married, and actually, so talking about trust, you know, those mob weddings and those kind of weddings, everybody's giving you cash in those envelopes, just like you see on TV. So what do? My wife and I are heading on a cruise. We go on a cruise on a cruise ship, and we leave the whole bag of money to my mother-in-law and father-in-law. They counted out, give us a list who gave what, put the money in the bank. Unreal what they did. I think we made about $30,000 or maybe more out of that wedding. And my father-in-law also bought me the pizzeria. He gave me $30,000 to open up a pizzeria in South Florida. I opened up a pizzeria in North Lauderdale, Florida. And it was a great pizza. We called it Lenny's. It was a Lenny's in Brooklyn. I ended up being a pretty good pizza maker. I can actually throw the pizza up, you know, like, you know, you throw it off your knuckles. Throw the pizza up, and I used to get the dough as high as the ceiling or even high as the building. It was a one-story building. And I used
Lutefisk fra Værøy, altså det ble ikke bedre enn dette her, Espen.
Den fisken her, den kommer fra folk som virkelig kan det.
Ja, helt på Værøy har du kontroll på fisken fra hav til jord. Noe som igjen sikrer den gode smaken.
Hvis du er lutefisk som smaker seg perfekt, så må du salte, og du må salte mye. Og baconet det legger i en kald panne, og så får du sprøtt bacon og bacon.
Sennepssaus er jo et must. Det er veldig godt å ha litt sennepspulver, så setter en sånn ekstra karakter på sausen. Litt muskatnøtt, og så blir det jul i år, vet du.
Ertepuré med rørosmør.
Nå er lutefisken ferdig. Se så fint den her flakker seg. Oi, 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 oi. På menyen nå så finner du de beste juleoppskriftene. God jul. God jul.
One-story building. And I used to make pizza, and my wife used to make the meatballs and the sausage, and we actually had a good little operation going. But what does Larry do? Wise guys can pick out wise guys like a minute. You know if somebody's connected, you start talking, you know the hustle game. So this other guy I know, and Paulie comes in, and sure enough, he starts selling me diamonds. And I'm like, I don't know diamonds at this point. I don't know anything about the diamond game. But he's selling me stuff. I'm looking in papers, and I'm looking at sales, and I'm looking at all these places. This got to be worth some good money. And I knew it wasn't fake, had it checked. So I just went to somebody I knew, and it was real and stuff like that. I told him I was going to get married, some bullshit like that to get it praised. It was legit stuff. So I figured the dude had a house rock, because it was little pieces, like a rock here, a couple of rings here, a bracelet, a watch. So I'm like kind of moving some hot stuff out of the pizzeria. And I'm thinking, he's probably knocking off houses or something, and he has nowhere to turn. He's coming at me with it. So I'm still making money now. I'm giving some money. I'm going back and forth to New York, and I'm giving money to Willie, and I'm giving people, not much, because I'm making a few dollars. But that's when Willie says to me, he goes, I got a job for you. Okay? Tells me about a job. He says, we got a guy, my first robbery, my first jewelry robbery. It's an insurance job. You know, you can keep the diamonds, and they want the insurance, and everything will be square. And I said, okay, well, it gives you the details, who's going to be there. It's got to be a real robbery, but you got to know where all the stuff is. There's not going to be any hiding. There's not going to be the diamonds that we have to look for the box or any of that kind of crap. You don't have to do any. It's going to go in there, and you knew who was going to go. He says, there's only be one employee there at this time. You can do it anytime you want. It has to be real, because that employee can't know about it, because they'll be interrogated. If they even come off like they know about it, it's over. They're going to get caught. So sure enough, I cased it. It was in a Publix, like a plaza with a Publix store. And again, the plaza's where I looked at it, and I could sit there and I could watch the store. I knew what time. I ended up doing the robbery at 12 o'clock in the day. And it was right when, about 11 o'clock in the day, and it was right when I knew there was a back entrance to bring the car. Park it over there. You're all good. The car's in the park in the back. You come around, you walk around, the car's waiting for you in the back. And now I'm sitting, this is me alone. So I'm waiting, I go in, I walk in, right timing, I knew when nobody was coming. I remember I jump over the counter, I put the gun in the girl's face, get down, get down. She actually tries to run in the back where there was a gun. I end up getting her before her, and I grab her, I said, what are you, nuts? Get down on the floor, and I put her on the floor. I ended up taking, I knew where everything was, I took it, I was out of there really quick, and I go, whoa. So now I'm excited, I go home, I gotta head to New York right away. Gotta go to New York, gotta get a fence, gotta do all that. Ended up getting a fence to a friend, and he was a fence with a different family, with the Genovese family. And he don't know me, I don't know him. We know we're on, involved, so we got to make this deal a legitimate deal. When I say legitimate, criminals working legitimate. Now, I don't know if he's going to try to kill me. I don't know if he's going to try to set me up. I don't know what. I find out later he was worried about the same thing as me. He was worried, oh, these guys going to kill me? Are these guys cops? He didn't know, so everything was working. It worked out so good, though. But think about scared. When we sat on the table, we made a price. I wanted like $225,000. I ended up agreeing on $150,000 cash. He says, okay, $150,000. I'll come here tomorrow. I let him take the jewels and everything with him. I knew that if he tried to beat me on anything like this, I was going to kill him. I was going to go looking for him. I was going to kill him. I wouldn't have cared. But no, the next day, told when he was coming, he comes over. Now, I don't know what the deal is either. Are they coming thinking I got more money there or something else? And so I have my brother-in-law, Lenny, behind a bar in their house with a shotgun. He's got the shotgun. I'm loaded with bear with a pistol. And he comes in, the deal went perfectly. I opened the bag, $150,000 cash. Hey, not bad for a setup. You can't beat this job for a setup. I go, man, this is what I really like. I mean, can you ever ask for anything like that? So now I'm in New York and I getting tested. You know, I had to go up to New York a lot. And when I went up to New York, one time I get called up to New York, and it's the boss, Willie, and he says, hey, I got a job for you. We found out a kid robbed $75,000 from a bookie we know. Sure he did it. This kid ratted on him, his friend that ratted on him. We know it's him. This is when I get Joe Cap. I said, Joe, go get an iron. Go get that. Joe Cap was a hanger-on. I said, go get the iron from upstairs, put it. Now, we're in the basement cellars in Brooklyn. We bring this guy down into the cellar. This kid, he's about 21 years old. And I look at the kid, and I say to him, now, I'm a pretty mean-looking guy, big, well-spoken, but big. And we're sitting down there. There's all boxes down. That's where all the storage is for the bar upstairs. So it's not like it's like rooms or anything. But it's in a cellar. You're underground. You're in a underground cellar. You know, those things where the grates come up off the streets and you walk down into them. So it's quiet down there. You go through a couple of brick things and you go in. Because there's another door. You don't just open that and go in. You go down, then you open another door. You get in. So we're in there, and I got the kid strapped to a chair. He's sitting down like this in a chair, and I got him with his arms like against the thing, strapped. He's like, I took his shirt, not like off. I took his shirt, and you put it over your head so his chest was all showing, and I had his pants down to his ankles. He was naked. He was buck naked right there, and his thing. So he's in there, and I said to him, "Where's the money?" He said, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. I didn't do it. They're lying. Whoever who told you, he's not lying. I never did. I swear to God, I never did it. Oh, you didn't do it. I said, listen, we know you did it. I'm telling you, where's the money? I want to know where the money is. I swear I didn't do it. I said, I'm going to ask you one more time. Where's the money? He says, I don't know. I took the hot iron and I went, pshh. He says, I don't know. I took the hot iron and I went, pshh. There's a kid to this day with an iron mark on his chest. So I hit him with the iron, and I could hear these screams. I'll never forget that voice. He's screaming, and he's screaming out loud. And I said to him, okay. Now he's literally sweating, crying, and you have the red mark, the smell of the flesh. You can smell to this day. I look right down at his dick. I look at his dick, and I look at his face. I say, I'm going to ask you one more time. Where's the money? 12th Avenue, 67th Street, somewhere over there. I said to the guy I was with, I said, Joe, go get the money. He took his keys out of the kid's pocket. He went to his apartment, and he came back, and it was $70,000. It was $75,000, supposed to be. Comes back with the $70,000, and it was light for the money, but, we thought they'd get mad, but nobody got mad. I said, now, was it worth it to have that mark? I'm going to let you go. But if anybody ever fucks around in this neighborhood, Any fucking buddy robs or fucks with one of these guys, we know they're not gonna walk out of this cellar. The kid knew I was real. I was starting to get a really crazy reputation. One time a guy owed me money. And he kept ducking me and ducking me. I ended up getting in trouble by Dominic because I took the kid out in front of the building and I laid his arm on the curb and snapped it. And the kid is screaming. We took him to the hospital, guys, or whatever, but I got in trouble, not for fucking him up. I got in trouble by Dominic for saying, what are you doing? You don't do this shit in front of this place. I don't give a fuck what you do with the fuck. You don't do it in front of the place. And I'm like, oh shit, man, I didn't know I was going to get in trouble for this. But I had that in my own mind, and that's why I always tell people can change. I don't want anybody to believe you can't change. I don't care who you are, what you're like right now. I mean, I tell that to police now, and I tell that to law enforcement. Don't judge somebody so bad. People change. I was a bad guy, and I'm a totally different guy today. I changed. But that's how I was. So we started understanding the hustles. So here I am in Florida, another hustle. We have a bookmaking business going. You know people are going to owe you money eventually, and they can't pay. So what do? You send that guy to your own guy who's a loan shark. Now the guy might owe $1,000. If he owes $1,000 or $2,000, let's say he owes $3,000 because this happened, $3,000. Now he's paying. You tell him, I want my money. Okay, you better see him. He goes to see him. He gets the money. He feels a little relief, but he's got to pay that guy $90 a week, every week. $30 for every 1,000, so $3,000, $90 a week. He's got to pay him every week, no matter what he pays him. Now the guy's hurting for money, he's a regular Joe, making regular money, maybe $400 a week or whatever it is. And here he is, he's paying $90, and you see he's coming a little light, and you give him another little break. Then you send someone to go get him. Junior, go get the guy. Bring him in. He comes back to, I had a warehouse set up now, where I had a limousine, and I had stuff, and I was running bookmaking out of there, I was running loan shark and all scams, little drugs, whatever you could do, I was running. So here I am. I said to the guy, I said, get the guy. I said, you owe a lot of money. I said, you want that paid off? He goes, sure. What do you mean? He goes, I said, you're a warehouse manager, right? Yeah. When can we go into your store and rob it and they'll never know they're robbed? He starts thinking, I can't do that. This is my store. I'll lose my job. You don't lose your job. Do another thing. You're a warehouse manager. Who's going to know what you're doing? Sure enough, the warehouse we robbed was so huge. I mean, it was like 2 football fields. We back a Ryder rent-a-truck up to the place, back it up, and load this place with jacuzzis and wire and toilets. It was a plumbing warehouse. We packed this place with over the 23-foot Ryder rent-a-truck. I take the 23-foot Ryder rent-a-truck from Florida to New York. I ended up getting $75,000 for that truck. The guy ended up giving me like $60,000 he had with him. And he said, that's all I got or whatever. $60,000 cash. The guy owed me $3,000 because we learned how to become hustlers. My first stop after that robbery or scam or what you want to call it, that hustle, was I went and saw Dominic. Gave him an envelope. I always gave 10%. He didn't know how much I made. He couldn't have said something. How much did you get for? How would you like it for him to find out? Somehow through the way, yeah, I was with your man Larry, and yeah, I gave him $6 grand. It was a great hit. And I only gave Dominic. I gave him $60 grand. I only gave Dominic $1,000 or $1,500. I don't want to put it in his head that I'm beating him, because everybody's a gangster. Everybody's a hustler, and the old timers were good guys. John Gotti, you take him, he come from nothing, and he was a hustler. Guys like that earned what they did. They knew what they were doing. They were hustlers. They were hungry, we used to call it. Today, I don't know. I mean, there's some kids out there that are hungry, and that's the only way. But you got to be hungry. You got to be smart. You got to be tough. Listen, it's a dead-end business and a dead-end life for anybody who thinks about being in the mob today or any kind of criminal activity. It's just not worth it. You're going to lose too much like I did. And not only that, it's wrong. Let me get right down to the core. It's wrong. I mean, I had this really crazy mentality back then. My mentality was, I had such a rough mentality of...
Hos Apotek 1 finner du gaver som varmer, som lekre skinnhansker, varme skinntøfler med ullfôr, og et smakfullt gavesett med gløgg. God jul fra alle oss I Apotek 1.
My mentality was, I had such a rough mentality of, one, I wanted respect. I wanted to be like the mobsters. The Godfather came out in 72. We all wanted to be Godfathers or wanted to understand. And it's all bullshit. All that's bullshit. Because when I went away, nobody gave me money. I was all right. I took care. I had my own money coming in from my pension and stuff from getting retired. But it's not like what you see on TV. You know, it's not all of that kind of stuff. It really isn't. And I knew all the mobsters, obviously, and I was a hustler. I was a good, what they call earner. I was a earner for the mob. I was a good earner, you know, and I made a lot of money for a lot of people. But my real goal, even back then, was just to win. I wanted to win at all costs, and I don't mean just winning for to prove. I wanted to prove to everyone I had the brains, and I wanted the money, and I wanted the accolades, and be connected, and shooting drinks, and being anywhere, getting respect, going into bars, going places. Oh, he's with him, he's with him. In New York, that's a big deal. Obviously, even in Florida, when I was a big shot in South Florida, I had a great crew. I had Junior. Love the kid. I mean, to this day, a good stand-up kid. And then I had Fat Tommy. Wasn't a criminal. I'm going to interview these guys. Wasn't the criminal, but he was loyal. He would get me things. He was kind of like a front man for a lot of things. And he was great. I just had a good, of course, I had my brother. How do you get better than that? You had some really good people that were solid. I had a couple other kids, Mikey, and young kids that would look out for things, look out for cop cars, look out for all the stuff that ever happened around the neighborhood. I also took care of the neighborhood, but I always wanted to win. And that's why being an earner for the mob gave you that credibility, because one, nobody could ever say I wasn't a stand-up guy. I went away for not telling. Nobody could ever say that I shorted them on a robbery or anything. I didn't do that. It's not the way I worked, and I don't believe in that. My word is all I have, and that's why when I went away, my word is what I lived on, and why I didn't tell had nothing to do with anybody else. Had everything to do with me. All me. I didn't want to be a snitch, and I don't want to be a snitch. I want to be a stand-up guy. And I don't know if it all goes back to chapter 1 or was it this chapter when I was talking about being abused. I think it was chapter 1. And, you know, maybe I was trying to prove my manhood, trying to prove who I was. Who knows? I mean, that's for psychologists to look at me for years to come, I'm sure. But listen, I'm going to end chapter 2 here. Next chapter is loyalty, and you're going to see some stuff in that chapter as well. Pretty good. Listen, guys, we're loving this. Always know, whatever I did, it's not to be done. Obviously, I put it in the links. Listen, my life was a rough life. You don't want to live with that kind of pressure over your head every day. People looking for you. People looking to get you. You don't know if it's the mob coming to get you. You don't know if it's the cops coming to get you. It's not a nice way to live. You know, it's pressure that you have no idea about. And think about that. Just live through me in this way, and then you'll be okay as far as, you know, moving on, be successful in your own, play the video games that we're going to do. Again, we got the book. Make sure you get that. I'm going to be doing more payday video we did. All this stuff is going to keep coming. This great series with this cooking series is going to be called Prison Cooking with Larry Lawton and a special guest. And I'm going to be making the prison meals for a guest that nobody's going to know until he comes in. It's going to be a cool series. I think it's going to be great. I've been thinking about it a lot. So, really want to thank you guys. I really love the support. I mean that. Remember, everything's in the links below. Get our merch, get our book, support us if you want to donate into the corner there. We're putting up some buttons. We're doing a lot of stuff, man. Thanks for the support. I really mean it. It means more than you know. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. Stay safe. Make good choices. Don't ever forget that. Make good choices.
Med smaker og steketid på kun 6 minutter er La Via Grande den nærmeste du kommer pizzeria-kvalitet hjemme. La Via Grande fra Doktorønsker. This is Larry Lawton, and he's an ex-jewel thief. Larry's a former career criminal, once considered the biggest jewel thief in the United States.
And I'm sitting there thinking, man, I can rob these guys. I can rob. There's only one guy. I mean, I was crazy back then. I was a really nut job. I'll never forget. I come out of there and I tell the guys, I go, man, hey guys, I think we can rob these guys. And they think I'm crazy. They go, no, you're psycho. We're gonna get killed. Well, I hope everybody's liking these summarized chapters now. That's what we're doing. I go through the book a little bit. I take some notes, summarizing, telling stories, bringing back memories. Some good, some bad. I'm not proud of what I'm doing. I know people will say that, oh, you can talk to it so freely. It is who I am. We are who we are. You can't change that. You have to accept who you are. And if they don't, you know what can I say? I can't help that. This next chapter was chapter 4, which is called the Daytona 800,000. And I'll tell you why. This is when I start my hustling career. This is when I start understanding about hustling. And the first thing is, I always wanted a concealed weapon permit. In Florida, it's pretty easy. So what do? I get a private investigator's license. And I do get a concealed weapon permit. I actually have that. That's pretty cool. And I had it, of course. I don't have it now because I could felon. But anyway, so I get that, and I go to work for a company. And I was talking to a guy, and he goes, I need somebody. And he knew I was on this fringes. He knew I had a lot of balls. I can do things. And the guy's name was Paul Iger. So he owned a place called University Security. And I go work for University Security, and I run the whole place. I had 100 guards working for me. And it was all about the scam. I mean, we were billing places that shouldn't have been billed. We had a contract with the school board of Broward County, and every time a school alarm system's not working or a window gets broken, they have to bring in security guards. So he would call me. A guy I had a school board at that time, school board security, a guy named Russ Cochran, ended up becoming sheriff. But I was paying Russ Cochran $500 every week. And what would he do? He would sign off on hours that I didn't do. Of course, he would put guards in places we didn't need them. I even had sometimes hired kids to go break a window so I'd have that place covered. Even if I had to put a guard there, I paid a guard $4 or $5 an hour. It was $3.25, I think, was minimum wage then. And I'm getting $8 or $10 an hour from the school board. So it was a hell of a scam, and that's how I learned. I started doing the whole scam and making money, and that's what we did. I mean, I paid Russ, I did all that kind of stuff. I'll tell you another little scam I had. I remember when I robbed wedding dresses. It was funny, you know, I was talking to a guy in New York, he had a wedding shop. And I knew there was a wedding shop where I worked, where I had my pizzeria. And he says, I said to him, I said, listen, if I get you wedding dresses with you, he goes, Larry, you get me wedding dresses, I'll give you $300 a wedding dress. I don't care, you give me any wedding dress, I'll give you $300. It's a deal. And understanding the hustle, I said, this is the first lesson I learned, and I learned it young. Don't ever rob anything you can't get rid of. If I robbed wedding dresses and I couldn't get rid of them, what good would that be? I would have been stumped.
Wouldn't be the first time I spit in Destiny's eye. Whether you can see the scenes or you can't, doesn't change that she's always trying to have it her way.
is stuffed with a bunch of wedding dresses in a warehouse, you know, waiting to get caught, or just eating up warehouse money that you have to pay. And you don't ever want to get caught going in. Something happens, they get ruined, and then you got to get rid of them. It's just a pain. Don't ever steal anything you can't get rid of. Case in point, I had a guy in a who worked for the university security company, and he ends up leaving, and he goes with another company, and they had the security for the Miami Convention Center. And one time he calls me up, he says, "Hey Larry," he goes, "I'm guarding all these Picassos, Rembrandts, all this stuff. He goes, you want them? You want them?" I said, "Hold on, let me make some phone calls." I called New York. I couldn't get 5 cents on the dollar, 7 cents, 2 cents, 3 cents. That means if I rob $1 million picture, I can't get 10 grand, 15 grand. It's not worth stealing. I mean, you got to be crazy to steal something like that. So I passed on that, but I started learning. So when the guy says to me, "Yeah, give me the thing," I said, "Man, I'm gonna go rob this wedding place." Sure enough, found out there were no alarms. Literally crowbarred the back door, rented a rent-a truck, backed it right up to the store, literally rolled racks of them right onto the thing, put everything into the thing, went up to New York City, I got 25,000. I wanted 30 grand, he had 25 grand. It's probably his hustle against me, but put it this way, we were all happy. And that's just hustling, you know. Learn to hustle. Don't steal what you can't get rid of, you know. Then, being a smart criminal, what do? Okay, I need to learn about diamonds because I know I'm getting stolen. You know, meaning the guys I'm dealing with know about diamonds. So Larry's got to say, I got to learn about diamonds. So what do? I go to the GIA Institute, under the table. I paid a guy 10 grand, and he actually had, I think it was 6 of us, 4 or 6 of us, in a room above one of the stores. And they actually literally gave us the lesson on the 4 C's, the cut, clarity, color, all the things you need to know the 4 C's of a diamond, and then watch them get cut and know how to grade them and understand what the cut means. And I don't mean a round cut or a marquee or a square diamond. I mean the cut, the geometric cut that actually brings light back. So I started learning my trade. And I know it's crazy, but that's what you got to do. To be successful in anything, you got to do something like that. You know, and it's you know, it's funny because after I go to the diamond school, I'm casing stores, and when I go into these stores, I'm learning that these diamond people are bigger crooks than I was. And you go, "What do you mean?" Listen, they start telling you about, "Oh, look at this beautiful diamond," and I know already about diamonds, and I know how they hide inclusions, hide flaws in a diamond under the facets and stuff like that. And I'm just saying nothing like I'm some ignorant guy that worked for FEMA or something, or at that time, a construction company, or whatever it was. And I'll get into that. And he's trying to rob me, literally. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm going to rob this guy. This guy's really bad. I know what he's doing to people. And if he's doing that to me, how many people is he really doing it to? So it's kind of like, I know it's like, I'm not justifying robbing. I know it sounds like that. But just be careful. You know, I always tell people, the third biggest purchase you'll ever make is a diamond. You're going to buy a house, you're going to buy a car, and probably a diamond's the next biggest purchase you'll ever make. Be careful. Do your research. Shop around. Don't go to one and let them sell you because they're bigger criminals probably than I was. Then you go to casing the store, you know. In this regard, that's where you make your money. That's when you know you're good. When you case a store, and I case the store the best, and the FBI says, "Why didn't you ever quit?" Well, that's another whole story, but I didn't quit because the high was better than any drug I ever done. But when you case a store, you got to know first of all, you case a store backwards. And when I say backwards, is can I get away with it? Can I case it and get away with it without getting caught? So what do? I used to case stores. I used to get a store that was in a plaza, like a shopping plaza, Publix or a Winn-Dixie or Pathmark, one of those stores that you might know from up north. And what I would do is, it's easy to sit in a car and watch that store when you're doing something like that, because there's other people around, and people come and go, and they don't know if you're waiting for your wife. They don't know anything. So it's a good place to rob. Plus, people come and go, and you'd be surprised how people are oblivious of what goes on around them. Like, one of the big things I did was I made sure the glare of the window When I cased the store, if the sun was coming up, the sun comes up in the east and falls in the west. So if the sun is if the store is facing the east, the sun is coming against that glass, and the glare off that glass, you can't see in unless you go right up to that window and look in. So I would look for stores like that, and the timing for the store to rob it, when to rob it, and also number of employees, who's coming, who's going, when are they coming, when are they going, what cars are they using, how many employees, who opens, who closes, is it the same people, is it different, even the routes they take, are they coming up the same block? So some of the times I'd even follow them to where they go, especially the owner or the person who I had to make sure he's the one opening or closing. So I would know when the mailman comes, whether cops are in the area at a certain time. So you have to really case a store. And then you have to even case your getaway. And that'll tell you at the end when my actual getaway goes wild on one of my stores. And it's my last robbery. It's a pretty crazy story. But in this case, I cased the store really good. You know, I used to see if the people had display cases in the window that you couldn't see in the window. And did they have the buzzers on those doors? Those buzzers on those doors, you know, when you get buzzed into a jewelry store, it's good for me. Because once you use a buzzer, nobody's going to come in behind me and surprise me. I know if somebody comes up to the door to try to get in, I'll buzz them in, and then I know they're there. I can go up to them, say, this is a robbery, and that's what I did. So casing the store is really, really important. There's some those are the kind of, I hate to say tips of casing, but that's how important casing the store is. You got to know what you're going to rob. It's funny because I didn't rob stores that were national chains like Mayors or Zales or something like that, because if you rob them, they don't have what they call the small box of diamonds. I robbed wholesalers. Wholesalers are guys who would sell, they have a store, but they would sell to other jewelers. They always have a box about this long, and in that box there is diamonds, and they're loose diamonds. So when they know who you are, when I come in as a businessman, a construction worker, construction contractor who's got money now and he wants to buy his wife a nice ring, I would come in and I'd have a diamond bracelet, and I'd have a gold Rolex, and I'd have a pinky ring and all of that stuff. And the guy would come in and he would know I have money, so he's trying to sell me a diamond. So what does he do? He breaks out the loose box. So let's say the box is this long, and I ask for a carat diamond, and he pulls it out from over here. Then I ask for a carat and a half, and he goes this way. Then I know all these diamonds are big diamonds and probably nice diamonds, loose, ready to be set. So if this diamond is a carat here and a carat and a half here, I know all of these are big diamonds. If he goes the other way, I know it's all a bunch of garbage. So I got to know how to pinpoint that box, how much that box was worth. Every jeweler will have one. They'll break it out for a customer and put it on the table and say, let me show you a stone. And they will show it to you under a microscope and with the tweezers and what they call a loop. And it's a magnifying glass, and you'd look at it and you can see, probably most people won't know what they're looking for. I do, but it was funny because I'd actually be casing that store. While he's doing that, I'm saying I could rob him there. I know where he puts it. Most jewelry store owners don't put that box back in the safe. It usually goes into a back room, maybe behind a floorboard or something like that. And that's important to know as well, because that's the box that I wanted. I knew I would get that box, and that box worth money for me. Oh boy, here I go. That's the money. So that's know what you're doing and where it is. Then you have to be, you know, I said it earlier a little bit, you got to become someone. I'll tell you a funny story. I would go into a store, and I'd actually go into an area. I would look around, and in Florida, like in Daytona, what I did was I went to the beach condos, and I would see which beach condos, the big buildings on the beach, which one was boarded up. You know, with the winter hurricane shutters. Now they're up. So I went into a building. I saw it at the second floor. It was all shuttered up, and I knew what apartment it was because I looked. Made sure I knew exactly which one it was, and I looked on the directory. I got the name of that guy. I looked up that guy's phone number in the telephone book, and I kept calling the number. making sure nobody answers. But back then, cell phones weren't as popular. So I kept calling that number, and nobody answered, so I know he's not in town, and I can use that guy. I become that guy. So what I did was I made myself that name. I actually one time even made business cards for him. But what I did was I ended up taking this guy's name, whole persona, and I went to the jewelry store as that man. I said, I'm a contractor. I have a condo over here, right here. Gave the address. Here's my phone number. The guy would always want to get my ring or something off of me to clean. That's a scam they use as well. Because once they take something off of you to clean it, they then keep you there while they're talking to you about your piece or whatever it is. So now the guy's cleaning my piece, and I would say, hey, listen, can you clean that? And I'll come back tomorrow or the next day. I just got a bunch of stuff though you can clean it. We'll talk about the time. He's definitely thinking he's got a buddy. Here's my number. When you're done, give me a call. If I'm not out, don't worry about it. I'll call you later. And sure enough, he'd take my number down, my name. He thinks he got me. How does this guy think I'm going to be a criminal? He thinks nothing of it. Might have even called that number. I don't know. If he did, it's going to go to nobody, so it doesn't matter. So anyway, I go back and got that guy, and now the next time I come in, just to pick it up, he thinks he's got a great customer. So I said, yeah, let me think about that. Let me talk about my partner who's in here too. I'll bring him in as well. And maybe he'll want, but he knows a little bit more about this stuff than I do. And maybe in a few days when we're slow on the job, we'll come in. Sure enough, when I do come in loaded that time, the next time, I got pillowcases in my pants underneath them. I got a sports jacket on. So my tattoo, I had a few tattoos, not as many as I do now. But I had a tattoo or two, and they'd be covered. I usually had either no goatee, clean shaven, maybe I had my hair a different color. Then I had hair red. I had glasses, which I didn't wear back then. So, but they were just glass, so you look like I had worn glasses. And the guy thought he knew me, and so now I'm coming in, and actually I got my flex cuffs in pockets. I got a pair of gloves, had them, I had the pillowcases, I had flex cuffs. I'm all ready to go. I had a fake gun, I had a BB gun in my back of small on my back. So when I came in, the guy thinks automatically, oh, this guy's a good customer, okay. Matter of fact, when I went into the Daytona job, the owner of the plaza where this store was actually in the store talking to the guy. And I just was browsing. I said, hey, I don't forget the guy's name. I said his name. I said, hey, buddy. He didn't say my name. I think I was Michael Roberts at that time. He goes, hi, Mike. I'll be with you. I said, yeah, take your time, take your time. I'll never forget, the owner of Plaza goes, let me go. You got customers. And sure enough, we robbed him right there. But that guy left. Anyway, once that guy left, I make sure that the owner of the jewelry store is not near any counter where there's a buzzer, where I can see his hands, so they have buzzers that they can actually click a buzzer in their hand, or if it's in their pocket, it's like on a keychain. So I would make sure he's between somewhere. Now, the guy I brought in is supposedly looking around, maybe talking to the other employee, which that's what they were doing. And now, right when I go, I pull out that gun and I come hard. Get down, it's a robbery. And the guy gets down on the floor, he's in the middle of nowhere, he's behind the counter, so once he's down, even somebody walking by can't see anything. Even if they looked in, they couldn't see anything. I quickly flex cuff him, put my gloves on, tell him don't open his eyes, and the other person is down by this time as well. Now they're both neutralized. Now, you take the pillowcases out, start opening cabinets, you're breaking everything out. You know where the diamonds are in the safe, you know where that box is. You're putting everything into these whole entire, their pillowcases full. Total pillowcases full. There were literally 2, 3 of them, I had 4 of them. And they would be near the door, ready to go when I signaled the next guy to come around back with the car. Because that's how you did it, and I had to go. Then in and out right away. And when I say we had a fake plate, I would rob a plate the night before, just on a different car. Doesn't matter what car. And I would rob a plate. And just in case someone saw a car leaving, fast and took a plate number, it would be a phony plate. But the first thing I did when I stopped on the highway, I'd get straight to 95. I was up and down the east coast of the United States. And wherever I was, once I got on 95, I would get into a rest area and I would change the plate back to the legal plate. Totally nothing that would look, the jewelry's in the trunk. Nobody, you couldn't even know. You wouldn't even know that this was a robbery. Especially if the robbery was done by two guys. There might be three guys now. It would look like just three guys, and we'd be like in our regular jeans and stuff like that. We'd change out of our clothes. Everything would be in the trunk. So we would look like we were just like construction workers or something like that. So we never got stopped on the way up. We never sped, never did anything stupid like that. But that's what you did. That's how quick you got out of the place. You know, you really had to do quick with that, with the buzzers and everything else. If you didn't, you know, you're gonna get, caught. Matter of fact, in that Daytona robbery, a funny story, we were waiting, so I robbed the store and I got the jewelry ready to go, and I go out and look out the front door to see, to signal my guy to come around back, and there was a cop waiting. It was actually a cop in the spot right in front, just sitting there. It wasn't for us or anything, of course. He was just sitting there. Now I'm waiting. I couldn't do anything because I didn't know how long these people would take to get out of their flex cuffs or anything like that. And I said, oh my God, what am I going to wait? I ended up waiting about 30 minutes in the store until those cops left. They went on their way, and wherever they went, they were gone. So at least I know, even if I get in the car and these guys get out of their flex cuff in 3 minutes, I'm gone in 3 minutes. They don't know what direction I went or anything like that. And usually in a few minutes, I'm up near 95. At the Daytona store, the store was down towards the water, right before the bridge, going over the bridge. And it was on you come down International Drive. That's where Daytona Raceway is. Everyone knows the Daytona 500. But that's the road it was on. So at the end of that road is what they call a circle going up to go over the bridge to go to Beachside. But it was right there, right before that. And so all I had to do was come out, make a right, and get right on International Drive, straight up to 95, at 95 North, and I was in about 16, 17 hours, I was in New York City. That's how quick, never stopped, didn't stop to eat, get gas, and that was it. And then it was payday time. And when they paid me, it was great, because I used to get a bag of cash. And at that store, it was $800,000. And I ended up getting about $400,000, $300,000 to $400,000 was my end. And I ended up having a bag of cash, bag of $100 bills. And I used to go always to Positano's, a little place in Little Italy, New York, and Rocky was the owner, and he owned Fratelli's and Positano's. And I used to eat in Positano. I used to have vodka rigatoni. To this day, I love vodka rigatoni. And I would sit down with a bag of cash, and then, of course, my pistol's in my bag. But I would sit there and love my food. I would just love my food. And it was funny because I used to go down underneath, and down where they used to pay me, down where they melt gold, make gold, fix diamonds, it's down to real jewelry. I call it the real diamond centers in Little Italy, below Little Italy, around Chinatown, but below it. And there's a whole 4-block area that's, they might have 50 merchants in one store, but below it, they have like security, and they have safes, and they have a melter, and they have everything. And there's a lot of shady things going on down there. When I was down there once, I saw them pay me with a box. They took out a suitcase full of money. It had to be millions of dollars, a couple $1 million at least. And they take it out of a floorboard, and they put it in the machine to pay me, and the machine, then it pops up and it's a bad bill. They don't want to give me a bad bill. They don't want me to counterfeit and get caught or anything like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, I can rob these guys. I can rob these only one guy. I was crazy back then. I was a real nut job. I'll never forget. I come out of there and I tell the guys, I go, man, hey guys, I think we can rob these guys. And they think I'm crazy. They go, no, you're psycho. We're going to get killed. And obviously, we would have got killed. Talk about being stupid. You're probably being wanted by not only the police, you're wanted by the bad guys. You're wanted by, forget it. I mean, I think back about that, it was just a fleeting thought of being stupid. And sure enough, I didn't do it. Thank God. Never thought about that after that. So I ended up casing a store in Sarasota, Florida. It's kind of a funny story. I cased a store in Sarasota, Florida. If anybody knows anything about Sarasota, Florida, it's on the west coast of Florida. It's got one of the best beaches in the world, Lido Beach. The sand is pure white, doesn't get hot. Just a beautiful, very wealthy area, nice. So I robbed a jewelry store, and I'll never forget it. Right next to a dive shop. So it's next to the dive shop, and I case it. It looks good. It's not a mega store for money, but it's a pretty good score. And I said, okay. And it's in a kind of busy plaza. Like I said, there's a dive store right next door. Meaning dive, meaning scuba diving. So people come and go in there, and it didn't bother me. It never bothered me. I always looked for the back and the front entrance, how to do it. So I go into this store. I ended up doing it. I put the people down. I got my partner in, and we clear it out. And we got a guy waiting in the car. But while we're doing the robbery, two old people come in. They walk in and they, buzz the buzzer, and I let them in. And I open my jacket and I have a gun there. And I say, hey, you're in on a robbery. And they go, oh, we're gonna. I said, no. You're not gonna. I always worried about never gagged people. I never wanted people to get hurt. I never did. And nobody ever did. Physically hurt. They did get mentally hurt. So that's just misnomer too. I didn't hurt people psychologically. But anyway, these two old people come in and they wanted to go down. I said, no. I said, you come over here. Put them in a chair. I said, just look at the wall. Just look at that wall over there. That's all I want you to do. Don't move. And when I leave, you have to wait 10 minutes. I'm going to check. But just don't move. So they okay. Didn't gag them. Didn't close them. Didn't tie them up. Didn't do a thing. So I do the robbery, and I tell my one of my partners, I give him the signal to come around back. Well, the moron doesn't come back right quick. I don't know if he saw something or what. He didn't come around. So I go outside with a bag of jewelry, and my partner too, with a bag of jewelry, and he's not there.
This holiday, one shake and cats come running. Dreamies, all it takes is a shake.
There. I turn around, I'm standing, I turn around quickly, walk back in. I look at the old people, I said, I'm just checking you. And it was so funny. They go, no, we're not moving. Never forget. So, go back, give him the nod again. Come on, you moron. He comes around, picks me up, we're gone. Boom. On the road, across the state, back to 95, back up north. Well, in the paper the next day, it said, they interviewed the old couple, and the old couple said, oh, he was a nice man. I get a kick out of that because I was nice to them, but I'm not nice. I just robbed the place for about $500,000 or $600,000, and I'm like, oh, he's a nice guy. Now, I'm gonna say this. I know this is people get mad at this. The people who really hated me the most were the insurance companies. The insurance companies hated me, but they ended up having to pay off big. Even in one robbery, the FBI goes, wow, you got $1.2 million out of that store, Larry. I go, whoa, I never got $1.2 million out of that store. I said, that was about $800,000. And then they started laughing. He says, well, you know, I put in $1.2 million. And I laughed, and he laughed too. He goes, what am I going to do? Tell him he's wrong. But, hey, everyone made their money. And it was funny because I got a kick out of it. I said, the only people who really hated me were the insurance companies. And I mean that. So while we were doing that, that Sarasota store was funny because we ended up, whenever I go to an area, I don't stay in a hotel. And if I do, it's a dive hotel. We don't ever leave the hotel. We stay inside, read the paper, get bull crap to eat, a McDonald's sandwich every morning. Nobody leaves to go out to bars or anything. We don't want to be known in that area. So one time we go, and you got to remember this, free New York. And we said, let's go camping. So we go to Mayaca State Park in Sarasota. It's east of Sarasota because we're on the west coast. So it's inland. It's a state park, alligators, the whole works. So we got free New York. We didn't even have to open up the tent. True story. We did not have to open up the tent. So we're in there, and sure enough, we try to open the tent. We don't do the open the tent, but we had a grill. So we had a grill, and what happens? And a raccoon steals my hamburger right off the grill. I wasn't going to stand for that. And I ended up getting that raccoon. We ended up finding out later there were rabid raccoons in the park. Literally. So this thing could have been rabid because that's what they did. They're not scared of humans. They go right up to humans, and that's, you know, I didn't even know about any of that kind of stuff. But I ended up getting that raccoon with a 9-iron and ended up feeding him to their alligators because there were 12, 11, 12, 15, you know, big, huge alligators, heads that size. And it was right near a bridge in Miami State Park, huge alligators. And I'll never forget that trip. Here we are, New Yorkers trying to do that, and I got a kick out of that the whole time. But, you know, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again, you know, everybody likes diamonds, and diamond is going to be the third largest purchase you will ever make. Just remember that. When you go thinking about diamonds, think about when you think about buying a diamond, think about it. You're going to buy a house in your life, you're going to buy a car, of course, and you're going to buy a diamond for your wife, usually. And diamond could be, you know, they give you all these ways how much you should spend. It's all BS. Sometimes you can get really, really nice diamonds, small, very high quality. In my opinion, they're better. But don't be taken by these diamond guys. Ask for certain things. Always ask for a light reflection box, which talks about the geometry of a diamond, the cut, clarity, color, and carat size. That's your 4 C's. And know about them, but know about the cut, and that's the geometry of a diamond. If they don't even tell you about that, if a jewelry store does not have a 10-powered microscope on the countertop, walk out. Walk out. They're not looking to show you under a 10-powered microscope, because that's the only way to see real flaws in a diamond. So I want you to understand that. That's going to conclude chapter 4. So I hope you're enjoying this way I'm doing it. It seems pretty easy or a little bit more comfortable for me. You can still listen to the whole chapter, I think it's word by word, on Spotify and also on iTunes and a link below. I hope you're enjoying it. Accept your comments. Thanks for watching. Please pass the word. Have a great day. Thank you.
Show. Larry Lawton might be the only ex-con in the U.S. to be sworn in as an honorary police officer. He spent 11 years in some of the toughest federal prisons in the country. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today because he stole over $18 million in diamonds. Today, we're going inside the mind of one of the most prolific jewelry thieves in American history. Come with us today as we plan a fake heist and hear stories you won't get anywhere else, no matter how many rounds of Grand Theft Auto you played or how many movies you've been binging since the pandemic started. Here we go with Larry Lawton. This guy is fascinating. Enjoy. By the way, I was wondering, since you knew John Gotti, I wonder if you knew Sammy the Bull.
I used to go to Sammy the Bull's club. Well, I knew him and of him. I knew who he was, of course. Obviously, he had a club on 18th Avenue, but he had a private club on Stillwell Avenue in Brooklyn. I lived right off Stillwell Avenue, and the home stretch bar where I hung out was on Kings Highway. And there was a construction office he had. Was really a private club. I used to go there with somebody. Not knew him like, hey, how you doing? I wouldn't want to be near him that much. Everybody knew he was a murderer. I mean, I didn't know he killed 19 people. I didn't know he killed his brother-in-law. But everybody knew he was a legitimate killer. You know, there's no question about that.
Yeah, I wondered, because now he's like kind of a nice old guy who just like hangs out with his kids and grandkids.
Well, you know, I saw that, and I'll tell you the truth, Jordan. When I saw him, and first of all, he got out. He got the deal of the lifetime. You want to talk about a guy who killed 19 people, and just because the government wanted John Gotti, they gave this guy a deal to go home and keep his money, and then he becomes an ex ecstasy dealer in Arizona and does 20 fucking years. Can I curse on this show? I don't know.
Yeah.
And I look at that and I say, are you kidding me? Listen to me. They got me for 4 12-year sentences. Yes, don't get me wrong, I was the biggest jewel robber in the country, but I did not kill people. I wasn't beating people or pistol whipping people. Yes, don't get me wrong, and I never want people to think that I'm justifying what I did, because I'm not. But there is a difference, you know. When I was in prison and I did 4 12-year sentences, went in 1996, got out in 2007. You know, my mom even used to say, never liked what I did. My mom was a saint woman, and she goes, but why did you get so much time and a child molester get 5 years? Mm-hmm. You know, so there's this disparity. Just like this. How do you give a guy, I don't care what he gave you, 5 years for 19 murders?
Yeah.
Am I missing something here? I mean, it's just so out of whack. It's the government wanting somebody so bad that they'll get you. And that they don't care what it is, sadly.
That's definitely what it is. They had to make a statement, and they knew they could trade him for the big guy, for the big boss.
Yeah, but you know, at what point is somebody worse than the big boss? John Gotti and Sammy. Sammy was the underboss, and he was making decisions. He ran the construction. He ran a lot of that kind of stuff. Yes, did he kick up money? Yes, you know, was he going through Gotti for certain things? Yes, but at that level, you know, those guys, and even myself, we all made money. How it works is we made money. And when you...
Hei, det er Odin her. Tenkte bare jeg skulle ringe og si ifra om at jeg har spysyke også. Ja. Ja. Jeg er langt unna forresten. Ja, ok. Sitter med headset på her, så og ringeklokka funker jo ikke uansett, så det er bare å komme inn det og låse opp døra. Ja. Ja. Nei, men da skal jeg begynne å føle med. Jeg hater med headset om 30 minutter cirka. Ja. Ja, det gjør vi. Hei.
When you make money, they don't tell you make it this way and go here. You come up with your own schemes, your own plans, if you want to call it that, and you make money. I was a robber. I had a buddy who was a drug dealer. Now, I love that line. Oh, we don't like drugs. Bullshit. Everybody knows they're making money. They had the pizza connection in the 80s. I was in prison when they would take it, bringing in heroin from Italy to all the pizzerias, and $200 million operation, something like that, more than that. And here they go to prison. So, but they're not making money on drugs. That's bullshit. They don't want drugs. You know, that's bullshit. But everybody comes up with their own plan. And then the money gets kicked up. At what point is Larry Lawton or Sammy Gravano or whoever it is for that matter worse than the guy just getting money on the top? I mean, let's take the guy out on top. Guess what? Somebody else steps into the role. So it's not like, oh, you're cutting off the head of the snake and the snake's dead. That's not... snake and the snake's dead. That's not
right. Well, that's how Gotti got the boss position, because Sammy killed Paul Castellano, I think, right?
Know it very well. Matter of fact, I've been to Paul Castellano's house. Paul Castellano had a house on Staten Island called in a place called Toad Hill, and in there it looked. They called it the White House because it looked like it had the big beams and all that kind of stuff. And it was the White House. I used to go up there with my boss, and he used to say, "Come on, you're taking a ride." And I'd go up there, and I was kind of a muscle, if you want to call it. But not that he needed anybody, he'd just take a ride because you had to go to Staten Island from Brooklyn, which you had to go over to Verrazano Bridge. And I would go with him, take a quick ride over there. So, and then when that happened, my guy was more with Paul Castellano, so it was kind of like a very tension time. What's going to happen? Who's going to align? Everybody came in a line, if you want to call it that, but it wasn't easy. You know, there was a lot of hard feelings, stuff like that going around. And I was a young kid. Well, not that young. I was in my 20s, mid-20s. And I was just getting out of the Coast Guard. I was working in a bar in Queens called Luke's Piano Lounge. Boy, but I learned a lot there. I mean, wasn't really a bar. It was a bookmaking joint, card games, everything. So, and I used to take action and learn the bookmaking business and muscle for the game as well.
Har du en liten bedrift? Da har jeg veldig lyst til å vise deg 4 ting som gjør at du klarer regnskapet selv. Er du som meg, har du ikke svart belte i regnskap. Det kan ikke bli enkelt nok. Som når du sender faktura. Søk etter kunden, legg inn det du har solgt, og send faktura. En enkel oversikt gjør det lett å følge opp, slik at du får raskere betalt. Om du trenger å sende til inkasso, er det gratis og ett klikk unna. Utgiften håndterer du like enkelt. Send kvittering på e-post, eller ta bilde med appen vår. Fiken er smart, og tolker det du sender inn for deg helt automatisk. Du bekrefter, Fiken fører. Når du har registrert kjøpene og salgene dine, kan Fiken ta resten. Omsetningsoppgaven opprettes og sendes til Altinn med ett tastetrykk. Fiken gir oversikten du trenger. Egen liste over frister gjør at du ikke glemmer årsoppgaven. Opprett og send direkte til Altinn. Har du ansatte som får lønn, støtter vi dette like enkelt. Lønnskjøring kan gjøres av hvem som helst og gå på minutter. Lønnsslipper sendes rett til de ansatte, og avmelding sendes til Altinn. Over 27 000 andre små bedrifter har valgt å gjøre det enkelt gjennom Fiken. Prøv gratis du også, på fiken.no.
Vieni per vincere, non vieni per partecipare. Noi più vecchi ogni anno sentiamo tutto per tutto. Devi far capire a chi arriva il fatto di essere una famiglia. Chi non sa di essere ancora vincenti dopo una stagione così tumultuosa vorrebbe dire che la mentalità della violenza è una mentalità unica. Muscle for the game as well.
So how did you get into the business of stealing gems? I know you grew up tough in the Bronx. Your neighbors were kind of working class and or in the mob. How does that lead to you stealing gems?
Well, I mean, first thing is when I grew up around that life. When I say the life, the mobs is next to me, the mobs are down the block, and the guys with the Cadillacs, the money, and then there's the working families, obviously, like you said. But then when I was always a hustler. When I say young, I was 11, 12 years old doing football tickets, making money. I remember making $125 in a week in 1972. You know, I mean, that's a lot of money for a kid. And what were we doing? Gambling with it.
I'm gonna do the math on that.
Yeah.
How much a week?
$125 a week.
1972, $125. That's $775 in today's money.
And I was just turning 12 years old.
So that's $3,000 a month at age 12.
At age 12. Making money hand over foot. And gambling it and losing it, partying, doing crazy things, buying the stupidest stuff in the world. Because I'm a kid. But I love to hustle. I learned to hustle. And then we graduated to stealing cars. We used to steal meat. We literally put was it Safeway or Pathmark? It's a northern grocery chain. We put them out of business, Jordan. We were stealing. We had guys working in there, bringing out the meat and the lobsters, putting it outside. We pick it up at night. We go sell it up and down the avenue. It was, I mean, we always had hustles going. Then we were stealing cars and bringing them to a chop shop in New York. We were getting $500 a car. We didn't care what it was, $500 a car. And
how were you stealing the cars?
Oh,
you knew how to hotwire the cars?
Well, we had a couple guys who hotwired. Or the best way was, in New York, a guy pulls up to a bagel store. And it's not like most areas. They pull up to the bagel store. They leave their car running. We'd wait. They go in. We jump in their car. We're gone. Literally. Or it's very common. And back in those days, it was very common. People would start their car up in the morning and go in, get their coffee, and get their heater going, defrost their windows and all that, or cool it in the summertime. Oh, let me go put the car on, get it nice and cool. And we see the car running on the outside, walk up, boom, jump in the car, boom, gone. You're done. I mean, and literally, I mean, they didn't have GPSs, they didn't have OnStar and all that kind of stuff they had today. So it was easy to do. We'd take him before you know it. That car was a hunk of metal, literally a hunk of metal, off of a golf course called Pelham Split Rock, and it was in the weeds, if you want to call it weeds, bushes, woods, whatever we used to call it, the Bronx. I mean, what's the Bronx? You don't have that much kind of woods, but you did, I guess. But anyway, so I started doing that until I went into service. I was a pretty wild kid. I went into service at 17 years old. But when I got out of service, I got hurt in the service. And when I got out of the service, I got retired, military retired, I went right back. I went to Brooklyn, the hustle game. So I had some connections, some people from the old days who are now my age, and they're doing stuff in the Bronx and Brooklyn, because connections go all over the city. And I ended up getting a job with Mac the bookie. Mac was the biggest bookie in New York. They say Mac died, the economy went down. He used to take what they call the layoff action. That means when a bookie, see, a bookie's job is not what people think. A bookie's job is not playing a game. A bookie is the house. So what they do is they take, let's just take a game, the Giants versus the Jets. I'm just going to take a fictional game. They want $100,000 on the Giants and $100,000 on the Jets. They make 10% VIG. It's called VIG or juice. They don't care who wins, they get 10%. So they make 10 grand. Not a bad, actually do that with $1 million, they make it 100,000, whatever it is. Well, when a bookie gets a lot of money on one side, what does he do? It's not like I could say no. So what he does is he takes that money, he goes to a guy like Matt, the guy I work for, who would take $50,000, $100,000 on the game. Because he was the house. He was the house for the bookies. So when a bookie has too much on one side, he lays it off on Mac. And they negotiate the line, because the line will be different, because the line moves a lot. Well, I worked for Mac. A guy got me a job working for Mac. And I was behind the stick taking bets of 500, a nickel and dime. A dime is 1,000. Keep it together. And I was also muscle at a card game, meaning everybody got out of hand. They had a card game. When I say thousands and thousands of dollars being thrown around down there, I always thought that I was the crazy guy. But you're dead if you do that. But it's just in my book I explain wanting to rob the guys that I knew there were millions down there, but I said, that's a suicide mission. But anyway, and then, like you said, get back into the crime. My first robbery was a setup. My first robbery was a guy wanted the insurance job. So when they wanted an insurance job, they called me and they said, Larry, we got a job for you, blah, blah, blah. Here's what it is. The guy wants the insurance. You're going to get to keep the jewelry, and he's going to get his money, and we're getting a cut of this action. I said, okay, good enough. Sure enough, I had to set it up just like a robbery. It was not like you could do it. Like, because he wasn't going to let his employee. What he gave us was, I knew how many people were going to be in the store, and I knew the best times to go. Like, when there's the least customers, or when, nobody's coming by the mailman, something like that. So, because I ended up understanding the business a lot better after I started becoming so good at what I did, because after my first robbery, Jordan, I said, wait a minute, there's so much. I made $150,000 cash. 1980, I think 89 maybe.
This is the first time you knocked off a jewelry store?
Right,
And was that not... I read that was an insurance job, right? It was like an inside job for the guy.
Sure, like, it was set up. I call it.
Yeah,
So they said
okay.
set up. Yeah.
Okay, so he set it up saying, you robbed my store, I'll claim the insurance money, and for your efforts, either you keep the stolen stuff and fence it, or I give you this cash.
Well, no, he wasn't involved in that. That was come from my boss. You get the stuff, bring it here, we're done, we'll cut the money up, and that's it.
Okay.
And they know what to do with it. And I ended up knowing what to do with it, of course. But yes, that's exactly how it happened. So it was, I knew there was going to only be one person in the store. I knew there wasn't going to be somebody in the back behind a double mirror. I knew that nobody was going to come in, like the owner was going to pop in out of the back door. I knew that because those were given to us. Those were the information given to us. And once that happened, and I'll tell you, we'll talk about an adrenaline rush, because the girl behind the counter, she actually reached for a gun, and I was so quick. You know, I jumped over the counter so quick. And I said, "Are you crazy?" And I was pointing a gun at her, and I had a BB gun. I didn't even have a gun. I didn't need a gun because
you're lucky she didn't shoot your ass up, man.
Exactly, you know. But I was a little bit quick, and I often laugh when people say, "I wish I had a gun. I wish I had." Trust me, I'll take that gun away from you. I mean, most people think it's, oh, I'm gonna have a gun, I'm gonna be a badass. It doesn't work that way. And then if you kill somebody, you gotta live with that. You know, whether it's wrong, right, or indifferent.
I know your childhood had... there's so many stories from your channel, and I encourage people to go look at it. We'll link to it in the show notes. I mean, you had, like, boosting the cars. There's stuff about you threw a Molotov cocktail at a guy fishing. I gotta say, that's like, that goes beyond prank. You could have lit that guy on fire. That guy could have died, man. Horribly, in fact.
You know, well, the way we did it, no. It probably sounded worse because he was on a jetty. Now, it definitely made him jump in the water because you couldn't go the other way. So, see, there was fishing jetty. So when you're on a fishing jetty, you throw the glass, you break the glass into the jetty. Of course, there's glass all over the place. The fire goes there, and there's only one way to go, and that was to the water. So, I mean, yeah, it sounded bad, but it is bad. Wait a minute, Jordan. Let me try to clean that up. It is bad. Obviously, I was a little crazy kid. Matter of fact, Peter, my manager, he's our COO, Peter, he grew up with me. I mean, Peter built a company to mega. He had 200 employees in New York and California. He invented iTraffic, which is affiliate marketing. He's a genius. I mean, the guy's somewhat retired. I brought him out of retirement to come work with me. And he remembers me because we were kids together. And he goes, "You were a hornet. You were crazy. You and your brother would fight. It would look like two hornets in a nest. You guys just..." And he said that's when I lost my risk meter. You know, I have a high risk tolerance. That's just me. But I don't encourage people to do it either. As you know, Jordan, if you watch my videos, I always emphasize to make the right choices. Live through this crazy life I have, but don't think it's the way to go, because you might not survive. But listen, I've been stabbed, shot. I've been stabbed twice, shot, you know, car accidents and operations and hit with a bat. You don't want to try this life. It's crazy, you know. But it sure does make a good YouTube channel. But it sure does make a good YouTube channel.
So you're a great earner for the mob at this point, right? You're kicking money up and you're knocking off more and more jewelry stores. Because is it just like the first one was so profitable, you said, well, geez, this is easy. I'm just going to keep going and find a few more of these and keep doing it.
That's exactly right. Actually, what happened was I started doing other things as well. The money was starting to come in, so I did other things with the money. Ended up investing in clubs, you know, loan sharking money was a big profit of mine. Then I'd rob other things. I had a bookmaking operation, so I would get guys in, and they'd owe me money, and before you know it, he's a warehouse manager, so we can't afford his bills, we rob the warehouse. He lets us in the warehouse. I rob a whole warehouse full of plumbing supplies. And they never knew they were robbed. The warehouse was the size of a football field. And they never even knew they were robbed. But I was making money, so I'm talking about an earner. But the jewelry, you're right. I mean, after I made that kind of money in one hit, I said, wait a minute. I gotta keep doing this. I mean, this is just too much money. I was always about the money, though, Jordan. I wasn't a drug addict doing it. I like the power and the money. I mean, let's face it, both of those things are very addicting, and that's what most people go for in life. But obviously, they should go the right way, and that's what I always emphasize in my videos as well.
You said never rob anything you can't get rid of, and always have a plan to move the goods. I assume you learned that the hard way, right? I mean, just sitting on some stolen stuff for weeks or months at a time seems dangerous.
Exactly. Matter of fact, we used to rob trucks and stuff at airports, and we once had some electronic gear we couldn't even get rid of, so we were selling it for nothing, and then the risk is too high. And I learned that lesson there, and it was funny because it bode me well when I had a guy. I was in charge of a security guard company, and I had a guy go from where I was to the Miami Convention Center. Named God. He called me, says, Larry, he goes, I got all these Picassos. I got Picassos, Rembrandts. You want them? You want to rob them? I got we could set this up easy. It's a done deal. So the first thing I do is not say, yeah, let's rob it. I mean, what am I going to do with all these pictures? I call New York. I couldn't get 3 cents on the dollar. 3 cents. So if I rob $1 million picture, what are you going to get? I couldn't get $30,000 for $1 million. 10% is 100,000. I couldn't get that. I couldn't get 3%. Am I going to take, the heat you're going to get for robbing stuff like that? Every person, and then where do you get rid of it? That's the key. You couldn't get rid of it.
It's too famous to steal, right?
Well, it's not just too famous. You don't have the connections. There are, I'm sure there's buyers for everything out there. Maybe some eccentric billionaire in Spain that puts it in his basement and goes down there and jacks off to it. I don't know. But there are some sick people out there that, that do crazy stuff. But I don't know, Jordan. Listen, in my criminal career, what I learned is you get it, you get rid of it, and you get the money, and goodbye. You don't hold things. You're not a retailer. You're a wholesaler. You wanna listen. The one thing I always say I should have did. I robbed so much jewelry in my life, probably 15, 18 million. I should have taken some of that percentage and opened a store in Rodeo Drive in California, my own store, and reset it, redo it, do everything I'm gonna do, and I could have. It would have been worth 50 million today. The best. And I had the money. I had everything to do it. I was too much of a fast and loose guy. I was too much of a criminal. I didn't think positive. I mean, everything I thought, I had such a good business brain with loan shark and bookmaking and getting clubs and burning them out and doing certain things. But I wasn't a legitimate thinker in business. I made a lot of money, but I made it the illegal way. And it was always with tilt of that illegal. Now, of course, obviously you do everything illegal. You pay your taxes, you do this, you get your permit from the city, you do everything you're going to do. But that's just the difference now compared to it was when I was running wild.
You learned a lot about diamonds, and this is before internet. How did you self-teach about gemstones? Because, you ever see that movie, Catch Me If You Can?
Yeah.
You ever see that movie?
Oh, yeah.
You know when Frank Abagnale, Leonardo DiCaprio, he gets caught by Tom Hanks, and he goes, all right, how'd you cheat on the bar exam? And he goes, I didn't cheat, I studied for it. This is what this reminds me of. Like, you had no internet, you became an expert in the gems, which is kind of, first of all, why did you do that? Why was that important? Don't you just take everything that's shiny and sparkly in a diamond heist? You don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah. No, I did become an expert. Matter of fact, it's funny. One of my fans on my Discord, I have a Discord fan whole thing. I don't know, 10,000 people. This is crazy. It's growing like weed. He's a jeweler. He's an actual jeweler. He's a young 23-year-old young guy, and he's a jeweler. And his grandfather was 83, and they're in the trade still. And I was telling him just the other night, Jordan, I went to the GIA. It's called the Gemological Institute of America to learn about diamonds. And I did that under the table, and I paid 10 grand. And because I didn't want to get screwed. And, when you have that criminal mind, you're always thinking, who's going to screw you? How are they going to screw you? How are they going to get over? You got to be one step ahead of people. Well, when you're divvying up jewelry, and you've got $1 million of jewelry on a table, and you want to know what it's worth, besides some stupid tag that means nothing, Totally not. The biggest criminals are the jewelers. And when you look at it, you want to have an idea of what it's worth, how clean it is, what watch is worth, whether it's a Breitling or this watch or Rolex, whatever, and why it makes them tick, what makes them worth so much money, what types of jewelry does it, can it be taken out, can it be, the gold melted and the piece reset, because all signature pieces have to do that. So I wanted to know all about that because I didn't want to get screwed by people that are criminals just like me. And I never was. I got lucky with some very good people. I don't know where they are. They never went to jail. Maybe they got lost or something. I don't know. But nobody's doing the crime that was happening. So, and that's what happened. So I'm one of the only ex-felons in the whole world, in the United States at least, who went away on a RICO Act alone.
Can you explain a little bit about what that is? I mean, that's the Organized Crime Racketeering Act. What do you mean you're one of the only felons that went away on that alone?
RICO is Racketeering Influence Corruption Organization. That came out in the 1970s to get mobsters to get the higher ups, so they can get them. Well, you have to have other people that are your co-defendants, or at least the people who work for you that are testifying or something happening, because it's an organization.
I thought you beat.
How am I the only one that goes away under the RICO Act alone? Because I wouldn't rat. I wouldn't tell on anybody. And I had a partner who was John Rodriguez. I don't know who John Rodriguez is. There's probably 100,000 John Rodriguez's in Miami. In fact, this isn't even a secret. In 2001, I'm in prison already since 1996. The federal government charges me with the same exact charge as they charged Bill Clinton. 18 USC 1001, which is filing a false statement. I said my partner was John Rodriguez. They took me to trial and proved that I was lying. And I ended up getting another 12 months, run concurrent, but that's a great, funny story of how that happened. But just because I wouldn't tell who my partner was.
Huh. So, I see. So they just leaned on you for that.
Hver dag kjøres det 14 000 turer i ruspåvirket tilstand. Og resultatet kan se helt for jævlig ut. La bilen stå, og unngå å bli en av dem.
We're almost there. Mange reduserer sine månedskostnader ved å samle sine lån hos oss. Se hvor mye du kan spare på ikanobank.no.
Were you getting a thrill from robbing, or was it just like, I don't really like doing this, but it's paying the bills really well? Or was there like,
I miss it.
Were you kind of hooked on it?
Oh, it's an amazing high, Jordan. I've done every drug in the book. There was no drug better than walking out of that store with X amount of dollars of diamonds. And not only that, there were some people who I robbed. I'd robbed today. They were trying to rob me as a customer. Literally, I said in the back of my head, he don't know he's getting robbed, but they were trying to rob you. And there was a high that was just like you want. I used to always want to be a fly on the wall, Jordan. See how long it took them to get out. See how long it took the cops to figure out what happened. See what they did. But, of course, I wouldn't. That's like being a arsonist and watching your fire burn. Those guys get caught all the time.
Yeah, they do, because they always watch the fire. They always do. The side note, I caught a couple arsonists in Detroit back when I was helping with the fire department. We had something called Devil's Night. I think it's pretty much only a Detroit thing. It's the day before Halloween. And people go around and burn lots of things down, which is not so much a thing anymore, but we used to catch arsonists all the time. They would burn down abandoned or old buildings, and they were always around. Whenever we'd see a fire, the firemen would come, and me and this volunteer organization, we would go around looking, and people would say, "What are you doing? That guy's long gone." And we'd say, "Hell no. This was not an insurance job. This is because this is a neighborhood, or it's a thrill seeker." So just the way they did it, the cops would go, it's a thrill seeker. So we would find somebody standing on the roof or sitting in another place looking at it. Of course, the problem is a lot of people are watching a fire, but you could. It's the crazy guy who smells like gasoline. That's the guy who did it. They're not too hard to find.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, obviously, I was a professional, didn't do that. I got caught by just good police work. I mean, just can't knock that. The FBI is the best there is. Don't let anybody kid you. They got more money and more resources, and they're all educated, and they all know what they're doing. Some local cops are, come on, let's face it, look what's going on. They can't get cops, period, to be workers today. So how much do you think these guys are really that into their jobs, where they're that good with a budget to do what they want? So they don't even have the budget, you know, to fly here, to do this kind of testing, to do this. The FBI, don't play with them. It's like I tell people also with judges. You want to tell a prosecutor to go fuck himself, that's one thing. You want to tell the cop to go fuck himself. Don't tell a judge to that. That guy could put you in jail. Period. And I've seen it happen. I watched a judge tell a kid he cursed at the judge. He was supposed to get 18 months in prison. Judge gave him 10 years. Now the guy won it. He won his appeal, but it took him 3 years to win his appeal.
Yeah,
so was it worth it? Obviously not. I mean, that's just stupidity. Bite your tongue, man. Get your ego in check. I tell that all the time.
How do you pick the target for a robbery? And business owners, pay attention here, because you didn't just go, hey, there's a jewelry store, let's rob it. You obviously, there's some criteria for which ones are going to be the easiest to knock off, right?
Oh, absolutely, Jordan. I mean, I would case 1,000 stores before I picked the one I want. I mean, I'd go to a city and it'd be hundreds. I can't even probably count how many I actually cased, because I'll go around to a whole city or an area I'm in, and I'll eliminate some right off the bat because they did certain things. And I often talk about what jewelry owners can do to prevent a professional like me. And then there's two types of robberies. There's a professional like me, and then there's the smash and grab. Those guys are, you know, they're not going to get anything but a watch that's in the display counter, and there's ways to prevent that. But the guy like me is the hard guy. Is the guy that's watching him for weeks and knowing who's coming, who's going, what time they're going, what time they open, who opens, even what routes they take home.
What are some of the things that we don't have to go into the full workup because that is on your channel, but what are some of the things that business owners can do that you think, why don't they do this obvious thing or not so obvious thing to keep out burglars? Like, what's the deal?
You know, I did a whole show on that, and there's so many ways they can just prevent the professional list. You could put up a double-way mirror, meaning even if I think it's a double-way mirror, it'd be great. Or you could put up a sign, one sign right in the store, off-site monitor, 24-hour off-site video monitoring. If I saw that, I don't know if somebody's on there monitoring, sees me come in, and then once I'm done, it's on. I used to take the tapes out of the VCRs back then, or whatever it was that they were recording the video on. Today it's all streaming, so all you got to do is let the criminal know. You want to prevent robbery, just catch them. Catch them's great, but you want to prevent them. I often tell people, you know, you should go to anybody who has a home. I don't care, apartment. Go to Home Depot, buy this gadget, costs $15, and it's the best home alarm system you'll ever buy. All it is a beam of light that goes across your door at a certain height. If that door or somebody breaks in or comes through that door, that alarm screeches like, you know, a really, really loud screech. And that's all you want, because you want them to run away. You don't want them to, let's silent, let's get him on tape while he stabs you, you know, kill somebody. You know, don't do that. Get rid of the perpetrator, you know, get rid of the criminal. So if you put a sign up in a store that said 24-hour off-site monitoring, you know, Bell security systems, you know, best in America, whatever bullshit you want to say. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to play with it. You don't want to have a display case in the front window that a person from the outside can't see in. I love you go to those stores and they got a beautiful display case. I said, this is great. It's perfect for me in the store. Nobody can see in. They don't know what I'm doing in the store. They don't know who's in that store unless they walk
I see.
in.
So the display case prevents people from seeing through the window. You want people to be able to see you robbing the place from the street.
Right. It gives me a lot more caution to do the place. I would do robberies when the sun was coming up or the sun hit the glass at the right time because you can't see in. I didn't do it when it was a cloudy day, or it could have been a cloudy day, but the way the light or the way the glass on that place looked, it had to be perfect. And that's easy fixes. I mean, you should alternate ways you go to work. You know, you get in such a groove of employees. They go the same way, they park in the same spot. They do everything, Jordan, and it makes it so easy for me because I know who's there. I just go by and see the car, and I'll go by multiple times in a day, and it makes it easy. If I have a delivery, I would stagger my deliveries. You call it what is it called, FedEx or UPS, and say, listen, on Tuesdays I want to be delivered by, for after 1 p.m. On Wednesdays and whatever it is, I want deliveries in the morning. Because that would throw somebody looking at your store. Say, man, when are they coming? I don't know when they're coming. I gotta know. And there's little things like that you can do. And of course, never, the display cases should be obviously certain, not only locked, but you shouldn't put more jewelry out than necessary. You shouldn't go to a place where you hide your good jewelry, because I'm watching that. So little things like that. They also have buzzers in their pocket now. Be ready to go at all times. And that's an alarm, it's silent alarm. But so, there's different ways to secure a jewelry store. There's so many more I can go in. I can probably go down a whole lot. I was just did a TV, for Jewelry Robbery magazine, I did a piece. And it was about how to prevent robberies. And from starting when you get up in the morning, what to do, all the way through a full day. And there's multiple things you can do. Through a full day. And there's multiple things you can do.
Now, this is fascinating because I think a lot of people wouldn't expect you to. They go, oh, he's looking for the place where all the jewels are out. The minute detail of waiting for the glare to be right on the window so that people couldn't see in from the street, because that gives you a 10-15 minute window of just putting stuff in a backpack or whatever and running out. It just makes it impossible for other people to see. That type of detail, that I assume is what separates you from those idiots that crash the car through the front door, get out, they're smashing all the cases, they got a bunch of cut glass and Rolexes or whatever watches, low-end ones, in a bag, and then they run out the side door and get on like one of those tiny little scooters, and then they're cruising somewhere, and it's like, look for three dumbasses on a scooter with a backpack that has glass parts falling out the back because there's a hole in it. Like, you see these guys on YouTube, and you just go, these people have either never robbed anyone before, or they have just been lucky as hell so far.
Well, you got to get two things. Like, what you're saying is the professional like myself is going to really plan it and have a getaway and do everything I know I need to be done. And when I say needs to be done, I mean so I'm not detected until a point when you know you are. But what you were talking about is just smash and grab, usually drug addicts. But there is one gang around the whole world right now called the Pink Panther Gang. They are notorious. I haven't heard from them in a while, but they've done some brazen robberies, and they're known. But they're very organized. They're not smash and grabs. They come in hard, but they know what they're doing. They know where the stuff is. They know where the safe is. They know how to get to it. They know what they're doing. They're not the smash and grab. The smash and grab, you're right. The guy that just runs in on a scooter, smashes a couple glass, gets in. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. Like you said, low end shit. Because who's gonna put the best there? And then you're gonna, be eventually caught, because you're gonna make. There's so many mistakes today to be made. And someone asked me, "Hey Larry, how would you like to live in the 1920s?" And I thought, wow, the things I think about is no fingerprints, no DNA, no cameras, just the guy with the fastest gun wins, I guess. But it was kind of like today technology. But it's so funny because even when they had technology when I was around, I beat it. So if there's technology, there's a way around it. And there's a way around anything. It's the will of today's technology, but it's so...
All right.
not robbing everything around yourself, right? You're going to another town, you're what, checking into a motel, you stay there for 10 days and start looking at the stores? How does it work?
Well, it depends. First of all, you're right. First thing you should find an area you want to be in. I call mobile kids. Like me, run around in the car and find it. I'm already not looking at any valuables in the store yet. I'm first looking at it already done. What I mean by that, does the store, sunrise and east, to the west is a peaceable store.
guys they want, like, he was an African-American male, 7 feet tall. Yeah. Eyewitness testimony is notoriously inaccurate, so there's no big surprise there at all. And so, okay, so you go in,
When you are executing this, you know what you're going to take when you get in, right? You don't want to steal stuff worth stealing. It seems like you can all do it all.
I'm the one who carried you here.
how long are you inside the actual store?
Oh, one store. You're in there, depends. 10 minutes. I was in front of it about 20. Right, we can't talk about it.
Well, it's not, is it just you, or like who else is working with you? You got a crew with you, or no?
I had a crew with me, 2 other guys.
Okay. How do you pick those guys?
Well, that's probably, yeah, you better know them better than you know yourself.
Yeah.
And I did. I knew them both. One was my brother that was secret, and the other he ended up passing away. Knocked him out. He passed away from cancer when I got out. About 5 years ago.
So yeah, you can't really just pick some schmo up from the bar like to go do this with you, because you need to be able to trust that they're going to come through on everything and not flip on you, right?
Well, yeah, it's not even a flip. Yeah, first of all, you have to panic. I tested him one time. Couldn't do it. He ended up panicking. But I had a backup plan. Job. I had a backup. And he panicked. It takes a lot of balls to do it. It's number one. Once it's a go, it's a go.
Oh, so what happened? He just wouldn't go and do it, or was he the driver?
No, he was supposed to bring the car around back to carry him back. But I had an alternate plan. He's going to kill him. I had an alternate plan.
In heist movies, they always show the brains of the operation, right? That would be you in this case, conducting a meeting where they go over the play, right? There's a whole, like, there's a whiteboard and they're in a basement. Is that just a device they use in film to explain the robbery, or is there like a meeting you guys have where you're like, all right, this is the A-team plan where there's like little chess pieces?
No. There is a plan and there is meetings and there's a lot of talking on the way back. There's a lot of communication. A lot of it's calm nerves. There's a lot of being mentally deep to what their job is. But it's nothing written down. You don't write down anything. Oh, okay. Well, why don't I just get a diary then? But there's nothing written. It's right here. But it's right in my head. It's got structure, timing, and I say go. I'm forever you got the right side, you got the left. I got it. Get out. Want to go. No, that means you go. You don't want to go. Get ready. Go over to the door. Let's just get away from it. We're done. But how long? It's like training. It's like at a baseball game. You train that. How many? It's second nature.
Are you yelling at the people in the store to do what you need them to do, or are you being calm when you're in the store?
Oh, me? I'm being calm. I'm very good. Oh, when I originally jump in, when I first take them down, it's get down, on the floor. They jump over the counter. It's intense. But after that initial thing, there's a sound in the store. But, okay, right, head down, look to the wall, and they're tied up.
Oh, right, because you've got the flex cuffs and everything.
Right, I never gagged them.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't seem that harmful, but yeah, I guess somebody could choke on something, yeah.
Jag glömde. Ja,
On something, yeah. Huh. Yeah, was there ever, I mean, people must have been scared to death in there. Did you ever run into anybody who tried to be like a brave guy, or anybody who just didn't understand what was going on?
Well, not really. I ran into a guy. This was funny. I was driving a jewelry store in South Florida. And I ended up having like 7, 8 people. And I don't know, so many people I ran into. But I couldn't do their feet. I used to do their feet and hands. I ended up having to do their feet. So this one guy
Are you okay? Maybe you
My
should
mom
rest
and
a
I
little
stayed
longer.
here years ago when I was just a little room. Looks exactly the same.
Obviously, cash is the best because you don't need a fence to sell it, but cash is super heavy. I guess there's not enough.
Very simple. That's my friend. That's what I do. Did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see.
No, they just wanted no. They didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down. We looked.
You don't need a fence to sell it, but cash is super heavy. I guess there's not enough cash to be too heavy in a lot of right?
I don't want you to push yourself. We're all worried.
Don't thank me.
Every morning, I remember crying here alone.
Aerith, before we break out of here, talk to...
Aha! There you are! Rick, what are you doing?
Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
Then we can use the same elevator that Hope did.
That elevator. Was it this way?
Yes, his odor still lingers.
What happened here?
The little ones in the pods. Where did they go?
It stinks in here. Back there.
Now what do we do?
The one thing we can.
Someone's picking a fight.
So go give them one already.
Way ahead of you. Time to burn. Need a light.
Nice job. What? Shit! What the hell, Red?
Cloud, I've been expecting you. I took the liberty of hacking into the executive's private network to monitor your progress. I will support you in any way that I can. I sense a surge in trust. It would mean my life if anyone knew I was conducting. He is the reason I pursue this research. I cannot go into details, but I can say that it is complicated. At present, I need to focus on my newest research, as I found an absolutely fascinating subject. And if you haven't guessed, it is none other than you, Cloud. Were we to unlock your tremendous potential, we would have the strength to destroy both Shinra and Hojo. So please provide me with new battle intel and assist me in my research. I'll pit you against virtual enemies constructed from the data you have provided me thus far. When you feel that you are ready to begin, please proceed to the newly reconstructed combat simulator. Hone your skills against these constructs so that we may stand together against Shinra. When you feel that you are ready to begin, please proceed to the newly reconstructed hone your skills against these constructs so that we may stand together against Shinra. I look forward to receiving all of your future battle intel submissions. Of course, you are welcome to use this top-of-the-line combat simulator, or would you prefer the portable version? Then I invite you to ready your portable battle simulator.
Okay, let's go.
turn it up. I'll take care of them. And catch! You jittery? Show me what you can do! How's this? You'll see. Bring it! We can do better. You're burning up! It's your turn now! Strike hard and fast! I can help too! Bring it!
This right here is the power of the plan.
That's it! There! How shocking! Okay. Here! What the? That was something. You're burning up! Get ready! I'll help you through this. Sorry. Next time I won't let you down.
Extraordinary! Every fight brings me one step closer to understanding you. You are a mystery. I look forward to receiving all of your future battle intel submissions.
I'm waiting. Let's go.
Right.
Hell is this place?
Hojo's treasure. Shinra's dark secret.
What I wouldn't give to burn it all down. But we need to get to the roof. What is that?
Genova.
Mother. Together, we will reclaim our world.
I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all of this! Cloud?
Tell me, is it really you?
Don't deny me. Embrace me. A touching reunion.
Very, very good. And thus is the hypothesis proven correct. I can only hope you will continue not to disappoint.
I'd better hurry. Test subject pods? Guess I can use these. Give me a break. Need a light. Let's do this. You're ready. Nothing to it.
Need a hand?
Thanks. No escape. Yeah. Where are the others?
Nowhere close.
Let's go.
What is it?
If we flip that switch, we can get to the other side.
I may be able to do that.
You sure?
Yes. Will this do the trick?
No turning back. Time to burn. No escape. Not bad. was never in doubt. Focus. Need a light. No escape. That's that. Time to burn. No escape. That it?
kind of freak show have they got going on in here? Stay back!
Need a hand?
Yeah, right. Just having a little bit of fun, that's all.
For how long?
Just get in.
Need a light.
Still out. Going in.
Time to burn. Need a light. No escape. Don't overdo it.
You think Don't send you around the world in time. Going in.
My turn.
You're gonna stop it.
Calling fire.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you say so.
Guess we're out.
What's the plan?
First, we find Tifa and Eric. Should be an elevator somewhere. Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it. Come on.
The door seems to have locked. No going back.
too impressive.
Don't move an inch. We'll head down too. Be right there.
Huh? I can't hear what you're saying.
I think there's something over there.
Hello. Cloud?
Yeah.
No need to worry. I don't see any way out.
Hojo.
So, tell me, how are you finding the drum? You know it's filled with the most advanced technology in Midgar, if not the entire world. You should feel honored to see it firsthand. You'll also have the opportunity to take part in a rather ambitious experiment of mine.
What?
When all the pieces are in place, I will open the door to the third ward. Perhaps you can help me with the necessary preparations. Given that you're already in perfect position to do so, I look forward to data both invaluable and instrumental.
Necessary prep.
I'm afraid not.
He said something about a ward. So, you want to check it out?
Off I go. There's no control panel. We don't have the means to go this way.
You two will be on your own.
Thanks. We'll
be waiting right here.
Roger that.
Hey, you think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting really weird lately. More than usual.
True. But it's Cloud. It's really fun. But what about you, Tifa? How are you holding up?
Huh? Oh, I'm fine. I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
Think so, but it looks like the door's locked.
There has to be something we can do. Let's look around.
Gotcha. Now they can get across too!
We should let Cloud know. We found the door to that.
All right.
About those preparations. I think we're supposed to do something.
The central terminal.
We were fiddling with some sort of control panel. Do you see a way to...
All right. We'll make our way to the central terminal. Sit tight until you hear from us.
The hell kind of research is this?
The cataclysm that came...
I don't give a shit about any of that.
The experiments in this facility involve the enhancement of life forms and machines through the application of Genova biological data. Hojo's plan is to pit his subjects against us, thereby facilitating their growth.
So this asshole thinks he can treat us like his experiments.
I know what fate awaits these creations. Let us put them out of their misery. We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Tough, but doable. No escape.
Going in.
Time to burn.
How'd you like that? Keep it coming. I'm ready.
One step at a time, huh?
Wait a sec. Weren't the girls right by the door to the third ward?
There are 4 switches. One for each ward.
What the?
Transfusion procedure complete. Commencing test of augmented research specimen.
You need to warn the others. Tell them to be careful. Very careful.
Tifa, you there? We accessed the central terminal. The door should be unlocked.
Any one of Hojo's twisted creations he'd be in that ward. Be careful.
We will. See you in a bit. Gotta make a stand.
Too bright? Stay back!
Watch yourself.
Here goes!
Gotta stay.
Get him! Yoo-hoo!
the way to do it. What is this place for?
There's a sadness. Do this! You jittery? You'll see. This might be it. Sorry, but I gotta. Everything's spinning. I think I need to lie down for a bit. Good to go? Let's pretend that didn't happen. Stay strong. I won't. That wasn't Bruce. I'm just getting started. I'm not going out like this. So it's my turn? How's this? You'll see. I'm feeling pretty weak. I'll take that. We'll make it quick. I've got everything spinning.
okay? Stay strong, okay?
I'm feeling pretty weak. Gotta go for it now. Lend me your strength. Everything's spinning.
Stay strong.
I'm coming! Feel the freeze! So long. Gotta heal first. Get him! Bring it! Sorry, but I gotta. Gotta sting! Gotcha! gonna hurt. Get fired up! There! Get ready! How's this? Get him! You'll see. Yoo-hoo! How shocking! Moving on then. Gotcha! Look. Let's get across with those. Did we wake him up? Yeah, looks like it. Still here. You're burning up. Here it comes. This one's for you. This is gonna hurt. How's this? All set. Won't miss. Keep on. This'll help. Glad that's over.
Is this really the exit?
I hate that man, I really do. Why can't you cut a girl a break? Too bright? Break your shot! How shocking! I'm feeling pretty weak. You jittery? I should probably patch myself up now.
You think now the others can get across too? Hey, Cloud?
Eva?
We use the control?
Roger that. We'll get pretty boys.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful.
We need to open the door first.
Transfusion procedure.
It stinks.
More of Hojo's experiments.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Take your best shot. I'm ready for you.
Keep it tight. Calling fire.
Yeah.
Burn.
How about a nice cold hand of whooping? How'd you like that?
Keep it up, man.
Yeah, you too.
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
Why don't you come down here and ask me?
Before you get any ideas, you should know this glass is bulletproof. No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
Hey, we ain't done yet.
It seems we have no choice.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Push them back.
Gonna do a lot more than that.
No escape. You need a light.
Come on. Come on. Pull yourself together.
Taking over.
Going in.
Burn.
Coming for you.
I'm waiting. See ya. No escape. We make a decent team.
Who would have thought you'd like watching your precious toys get torn to shreds?
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
Calling fire. Pushing it. All right. Let's try that again. Looking good.
Bring it on! Kiss my ass! Golden opportunity right here! We still got a job to do.
Shake it off.
Going in.
That it?
Keep pouring it on.
Bring it. Whatever.
You're a real pain in the ass. Get your shit together. Got some fight left in you? All right.
Fight through it. Gotta be careful. All right. Enough. You're mine. You okay? See ya. Shit.
Get your ass
Shake it
out
off.
of here. Come on, we're going. Get out of here! What was that thing?
Where's Hojo?
Sorry.
Remind me, this ain't a hospital, is it?
Test subjects don't receive treatment.
They're enhanced. Or dissected.
This guy's a real piece of work. Now what? Hey! Let us out! I remember you.
And he remembers us, I think.
Take the lead.
You think you can take me on? Yeah.
My
you
turn.
do that.
Can't move. Can't move. Back in it. Need a breather.
You need me, I'll hang back.
Great.
Feeling a bit jealous.
No escape. Let's finish this. Let's do this. That'll do. Gotta fight smarter.